Chapter 700 Curvature Missile. Eugene's fleet is destroyed. General, the communication connection has been successfully established. The voice of the crew interrupted Corey's memories. It looked at the extremely bright picture on the screen and narrowed its eyes slightly. It hates the environment in the picture, but it likes those intelligent creatures with thin skin and tender flesh in the picture. The smooth skin without any scales or hair reminded him subconsciously of a luxurious delicacy on his home planet. The feeling of that bite. A strong acidic digestive juice suddenly secreted from Corey's mouth. Eugene's civilization. Do you have anything else to do? The intelligent creature in the picture asked impatiently. Corey swallowed the digestive juice in his mouth and asked with pretense of respect. Dear human civilization, the 7 days have come. Can you please revoke the protection measures for Taladan civilization? Eugene's civilization. This matter is an internal matter of human civilization, and you don't need to worry about it. The humans in the picture spoke slightly louder. Don't you have a long memory? Corey's vertical pupils shrank sharply, and the muscles in his body tensed subconsciously. It hurriedly explained. Dear human civilization, there is a deep hatred between the Taladan civilization and our Eugene civilization. Our emperor has declared war on the Taladan civilization. The 11 fleets present are only a small part of the armed forces of the Eugene civilization. More and stronger fleets will go to this battlefield in the future. So, I hope you can carefully consider whether it is necessary for a small third-level civilization. Can I interpret that as a threat? A human voice came from the loudspeaker. Don't forget, you are just a third-level civilization like ants. Taladan civilization has become a member of the Meta-Human Federation of the Galaxy, and it will continue to be protected by human civilization. If you are not afraid of death, you can continue to attack the Taladan civilization. General, communications have been cut off. The crew member whispered to Corey, who was stunned. The Milky Way, the Panhuman Federation? Corey stood there blankly, thinking carefully about the meaning of this unfamiliar word. Isn't this a subsidiary civilization? Damn! The cunning Taladan civilization actually chose to become a subsidiary civilization of human civilization. After reacting, Corey's face instantly turned ugly. General, our fleet still needs. The crew member asked again. Retreat! Corey shouted sternly. Retreat immediately. Stop all combat plans. At the same time, report the information to the mothership. Things have completely changed. Previously, the Taladan civilization was only a separate third-level civilization. Corey could choose to attack by force and intercept several Taladan battleships from the hands of human civilization. In this way, he completed his mission and brought honor to the Eugene civilization, intercepting trophies from the fleet of the 5th-level civilization. This name is enough to elevate his status in Eugene civilization. He can bet that human civilization will not provoke an annoying star thief civilization for the life and death of a third-level civilization. After all, who cares about a fight between two ants on the side of the road? But now things are completely different. That is a subsidiary civilization of human civilization. Taking action against a subordinate civilization is tantamount to declaring war on human civilization. Corey swallowed and asked himself, if the Eugene civilization encountered such a situation, what choice would he make? The answer is obvious. The moment he figured out the situation, a biting chill came from behind him. Retreat! All Eugene battleships! Retreat at full speed! As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of dense explosions and flames appeared in the fleet around him. The orange vertical pupils have shrunk into a straight line. The next moment, the blazing flames engulfed it completely. Human fleet. Baishwan cut off the communication with a cold face. He slowly stood up from the chair and squinted his eyes to look at the holographic projection in front of him. Professor Liu's judgment was not wrong. This Eugene civilization is really not a good thing. Without any hesitation, he said directly, give me my order. Target all enemy warships. The moment the words fell, the blue holographic projection instantly turned into blood red. And at the same time, a series of piercing alarms sounded in all the battleships. The expedition fleet, which had already entered the first level of combat readiness, completed the target locking task at the first opportunity. Every naval gun was pointed at a warship of the Eugene civilization in the distance. Weapon switch to warp missile. In 3 seconds, the fleet will launch a salvo. 3, 2, 1, fire! The war broke out without any warning. The faint light emitted by the missiles flashed across the vast universe, and the antimatter engines pushed them quickly away from the battleship. The next second, the warp drive started. Tens of thousands of curvature missiles disappeared directly into the visible universe at this moment. Only the powerful gamma ray fluctuations in place and the rapidly receding space-time fluctuations can prove their existence. The curvature missiles that exceeded the speed of light scattered under Zero's control and locked firmly on their respective targets. It didn't take long for them to catch up with the fleet. When it was about to reach the target warship, the missile broke out of the curvature state. This is to ensure the accuracy of the attack. Due to the short flight time of the missile, the particle accumulation effect caused by the curvature engine is not serious, but it is still enough to cause a certain blow to the small broken spacecraft of these third-level civilizations. The light of the overloaded magnetic field shield flashed past, and in an instant, the Eugene civilization's fleet lost one of its most important means of protection. Driven by the full force of the antimatter engine, the missile rushed towards the target warship at lightning speed. These curvature missiles attacked the target warship almost at the same time. Using curvature missiles to attack the fleets of level 3 civilizations is, in a sense, a huge waste. But this also satisfied Li Yongcheng's request, not giving Eugene civilization any time to react. Before the group of lizardmen could react, the missile had already hit the outer armor of the battleship. The missile loaded with antimatter was detonated. The energy generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter violently tore apart the armor of the battleship and instantly melted the intelligent life living inside it, accompanied by a circle of brilliant fireworks 100 million kilometers away. The 11 fleets of the Eugene civilization were completely destroyed at this moment. Chapter 701. This is a big step for Taladan civilization. In the cold and empty space, signals and lighting devices outline the outline of a huge fleet. A small fleet slowly approached it in the darkness. As the distance between the two continued to shrink, a behemoth broke free from the darkness, revealing its complete appearance in front of this small fleet. The next moment, this gigantic beast opened its majestic abyss mouth. The Titan mothership opened the giant port gate in its belly. An old starship full of traces of gunfire slowly sailed away from the small fleet. Under Zero's control, it slowly and steadily sailed into the glorious Titan mothership. At this moment, a bright fire lit up 100 million kilometers away, like a ball of fireworks, celebrating the occurrence of this historic event. The firelight passed through the portholes and was clearly transmitted into the interior of this old starship. But its forward movement did not stall at all. In the blink of an eye, the old starship sank into the belly of the Titan mothership. Then, the rest of the starships in the small fleet, like a swarm of frightened shrimps, scattered and swam towards their respective targets around them. When all the starships were successfully loaded into the cabin of the expedition fleet, and the Kepler 452 star system 9 light-years away suddenly burst into endless applause. Bai Yishuan slowly stood up from his seat with a faint smile on his face. "Everyone, let's go!" He looked around at everyone, with a touch of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. "It's time for us to welcome the new members of the Metahuman Federation." Aldan stood nervously by the porthole of the starship, looking at the extremely huge starship and port outside the porthole with a complex expression. "Titan mothership. How spectacular!" It sighed from the bottom of its heart, and a bit of self-consciousness appeared in its eyes involuntarily. Compared with the starships of human civilization, the starships of Taladan civilization are like small sampans from primitive tribes. Suddenly, a brilliant firelight came from a very far distance and reflected in its round visual organ, attracting its attention. What happened? There was a bit of restlessness and anxiety in Aldan's eyes. He knew that there were 11 fleets belonging to the Eugene civilization in that direction. Before he could think about it carefully, the firelight disappeared and was replaced by endless darkness. The starship sailed into the port of the Titan mothership. Aldan took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart, and once again thought about the next meeting process in his mind. In order to prevent accidents, the entire meeting process has been continuously rehearsed in its mind for 2 days. A huge blue holographic image suddenly appeared in the passage, completely dispelling the darkness in the passage, and at the same time marked the direction of the starship's advance with the simplest symbols. This magical scene caused bursts of exclamations to come from Taladan's flagship. Aerial projection imaging technology. Milo, who was squeezing on the porthole glass with the help of a stabilizing device, explained softly, "We have also studied this technology before. The energy consumption is very high, and the imaging conditions are also quite harsh. These are minor. The most important thing is that each projection device consumes a lot of real-time computing power and requires manual real-time maintenance." In desperation, the Academy of Sciences was forced to abandon this seemingly high-end display technology. Milo's eyes flashed with amazement. How did they achieve such a large-scale aerial projection imaging? It blinked its big, slightly deformed eyes, and said wistfully, "It would be great if I could see the detailed drawings and principles. Milo's words immediately aroused the approval of a group of scientists around him. Seeing this, Aldan could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Just now, the scientists of the Taladan civilization were already showing signs of rebellion. This group of black and white dumplings are like Grandma Lu, who has just entered the Grandview Garden. Every detail outside the porthole can cause them to exclaim and sigh. Amid screams of exclamation, Taladan's flagship passed through the initial guidance channel and truly entered the interior of the Titan mothership. Attention! We are about to enter the artificial gravity area ahead. Current gravity inside the ship, 9.8 meters per second. A line of sleek Taladan text appeared on the big screen in the command center. What? Milo was still sticking to the porthole, blinking his big eyes. What the hell? As soon as the words fell, a huge force came from underneath the body, and it was violently pulled away from the porthole. Bang! 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 One after another, dull sounds resounded in Taladan's flagship. Along with these weird noises, Aldan, who was originally standing on the deck, felt his body sink and sat down on the cold deck. Milo lay in confusion on the deck of the starship, blinking his big eyes again. The coolness of the deck spreads to its skin through the fine down on its body. It shivered subconsciously, and its brain gradually came to its senses. Milo's eyes suddenly widened, and strong excitement burst out from his eyes. Chief! Leader! It struggled to get up from the deck and reached out to help Aldan up. This is real artificial gravity. As he spoke, Milo raised his short arm and waved it twice. That familiar feeling instantly awakened its memory and raised its excitement to a higher level again. This is not the equivalent gravity provided by rotation. This is real gravity. Zanka is on top. How did they do it? Ever since the flagship entered the Titan mothership, this sentence has become the mantra of Milo and all the Taladan scientists. A slight vibration came from the deck under my feet. The starship has successfully landed. Current outside ambient temperature, 25 C. Air pressure. Atmospheric composition. Looking at the data presented one by one on the screen, Milo felt a touch of surprise in his heart. Perhaps it is a coincidence. Or perhaps it is inevitable. The environment in which human civilization lives seems not to be much different from their home planet, except for the large differences in gravity and air pressure. The deviations in atmospheric composition are not beyond the physical adaptation range of the Taladan people. In other words, as long as the Taladans undergo certain adaptations, they can survive directly in human starships. Not only Milo, but everyone in the command center discovered this magical phenomenon. For a moment, slight discussions came from all corners, considering the difference in microbial populations carried by civilized individuals on both sides. Please wear life support equipment as soon as possible. After 10 minutes, the hatch will open automatically. The smooth Taladan text continued to appear on the screen. Milo once again felt the power of the 5th level civilization. Before, these would have required manual operation by the Taladan crew. Milo, who was wearing a sealed life support suit, carefully followed Aldan in front towards the slowly opening hatch. This is the first, offline, contact between the two civilizations. Under the gaze of all the Taladans, Aldan, who was also wearing a life support suit, took firm steps and stepped onto the deck of human civilization. That's one small step for Aldan. One giant leap for Taladan civilization. Chapter 702. I suddenly regretted it. When Aldan stepped on the extremely solid deck, extremely complex emotions burst out of his heart. It can't explain the feeling. Happy? Panic? Confused? Still excited? Hot blood instantly poured into its brain, giving it a strong sense of dizziness. At this time, Aldan only felt that his mind was blank, and his body subconsciously followed the direction guide on the holographic projection and walked into the temporary disinfection facility. The robotic arms automatically extend one after another to completely eliminate the microorganisms carried on the life support suits at extremely fast speeds, in order to ensure the safety of the civilizations of both parties and avoid unnecessary trivial matters. This is a necessary process for a civilized meeting between the two parties. For convenience, the meeting point was set up directly in the hangar of the Titan mothership. Aldan followed the holographic guidance and walked out of the disinfection facility with a confused look on his face. Just one glance and it froze in place. The lush woods and various convenient facilities hidden in the woods. Everything made Aldan feel extremely familiar. This is Dokalil Central Park? The confusion in Aldan's heart dissipated instantly, and he quickly moved his short legs and walked forward. Soon, it came to a leafy tree. It carefully raised its hand and gently stroked the tree with various arc patterns growing on its surface. The claws passed through the trunk of the tree with ease. Its movements caused the entire tree to tremble slightly. The shaking quickly disappeared, and the scene in front of him returned to its original tranquility. Fake. Aldan had some realization in his heart. All of this is made by the aerial projection imaging technology mentioned by Milo. The source of the information is naturally the central computer of the Taladin fleet. Aldan gently retracted his arm. His eyes filled with sadness. There is none left. Docalier Central Park no longer exists. Even the rich home planet of Taladin civilization may no longer exist. Chief, Milo, who was following Aldan, reminded in a low voice. Someone is coming. How's it going? How's the restoration? A familiar voice came from a distance, through the radio device on the life support suit, and reached the ears of Aldan and the other Taladins. Do you like this meeting environment? When he saw the person coming, Aldan's heart beat violently several times, and his originally calm mood became restless again. That was the commander of the human fleet. His name was quite strange. It seemed like something. Bai Xuan? A series of basic information about what he had done over the past 2 days flashed through Aldan's mind. A problem occurred. There is no translation device or display device installed in the life support suit. Aldan's eyes were filled with confusion. I couldn't understand the words in Bai Xuan's mouth at all. Just when it was at a loss, a blue holographic image appeared beside it, and lines of round Taladin text quickly appeared in front of its eyes. Aldan breathed a sigh of relief. Level 5 civilization is really amazing. It sighed from the heart. Bai, Commander Bai! Aldan quickly stepped forward and followed the customs of human civilization, extending his right hand to Bai Xuan. Right paw. The picture is very realistic. I thought it was real at first. Bai Xuan smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking Aldan's hand through the life support suit. Welcome to the Galactic Metahuman Federation. The human fleet has entered curvature navigation and is expected to arrive at its destination in 4 months. I would like to ask, the target star system is probably in. Aldan's eyes moved slightly, and he asked in a low voice. Don't you know? Bai Xuan said with some surprise. There was a little misunderstanding with your detector at that time. Aldan's heart skipped a beat. A small misunderstanding? You sure? 9 light years away. A cry came from behind Aldan. It only takes 4 months to arrive? Zanka is on top. This is... Aldan quickly explained to Bai Xuan. I know. Milo, you are a civilized scientist. Bai Xuan looked at Milo with a smile and said in a seductive voice. Of course. Our fleet uses curvature navigation technology and can currently reach up to 30 times the speed of light. Want to know how it works? Hearing this, a light suddenly appeared in Milo's eyes, and he swallowed hard. Really? Is it really okay? Milo! Aldan shouted in a low voice. Pay attention to the occasion. Of course. Bai Xuan was not angry, and even said with a smile, according to the rules set by the Academy of Sciences, you can completely exchange for this technology through contribution points and credits in the future. Under the temptation of technology, Aldan's reminder was forgotten by Milo, and it subconsciously asked, what should we do to obtain enough contribution points and credits? Bai Xuan shrugged. You need to go to the Kepler 452 star system to know. The specific content will be introduced to you in detail by academician Li Yongchang, the chief scientist of human civilization. Milo withdrew his expectant gaze with regret. Aldan glared at Milo beside him and abruptly changed the subject. Commander Bai, the flagship of human civilization is so spectacular. It was the first time I saw it. Flagship? Bai Xuan interrupted Aldan. I need to correct one thing. Titan Mothership is only the secondary flagship of human civilization. At the same time, the current fleet is equivalent to a small squadron in terms of quantity and scale. Aldan's voice suddenly stopped, and the unfinished words suddenly choked in its throat. Yes, that's right. Aldan changed the subject abruptly again. The fire outside just now. Oh, that's the Eugene fleet. Bai Xuan smiled and waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, they are trying to threaten us and threaten to attack you. We had no choice but to destroy the Eugene fleet. The expression on Aldan's face seemed to be frozen, seemingly sensing Aldan's strange expression. Bai Xuan quickly added, don't worry. We launched a saturation strike with a curvature missile. There will never be a single survivor left on the battlefield. The possibility of information transmission is basically eliminated. You don't have to worry about the revenge of Eugene's civilization. What's more, the human fleet will not allow this to happen, Bai Xuan said firmly. Aldan, Is it worried about this problem? It looked at the perfectly reproduced Dokalil Central Park in front of it with tears in its eyes. And suddenly felt a little regretful. Taladan civilization. What kind of civilization has it joined? Chapter 703 The Impact of Cultural Blending. 4 months later. Earth calendar year 3622. Beyond the star system Kepler 452. Accompanied by a moderate fluctuation in space and time. A large-scale fleet suddenly appeared in the dead universe. The next moment, some fine meteorites located in front of the fleet instantly turned into powder, and became a speck of dust in the vast universe. At the same time, a tachyon message was transmitted rapidly toward the star system ahead. For months of life in the fleet gave the Taladins a general understanding of the living habits of human civilization. Human culture, with an unstoppable momentum, has integrated into Taladan civilization from every corner and crevice. Especially after understanding the history of human civilization. Taladan civilization is filled with a strong respect for human civilization. To them, the entire history of human civilization is an extremely tragic and magnificent epic. If the development history of human civilization is compared to a glass of strong wine, then the Taladan civilization, which has lasted for tens of thousands of years, is like a glass of cold drink without any fluctuations. They can hardly imagine how human civilization developed from a weak first-level civilization to the powerful fifth-level civilization in just 1,600 years. It is even more difficult for them to imagine the various crises that human civilization has encountered in the past 1,600 years. In the eyes of these black and white groups, not to mention the several wars between civilizations with disparity in strength. The solar crisis at the beginning alone was enough to wipe out this civilization in its cradle. It is precisely because of this that, unknowingly, signs of another faith appeared within the Taladan civilization. The object of faith is naturally human civilization. As a core figure throughout 1,600 years of history, Lu Yongchang, although we have not yet met, his image is deeply engraved in the minds of Taladan people. Over time, the seeds of faith will surely sprout in Taladan civilization. Correspondingly, the culture of Taladan civilization also invaded human civilization in reverse. Not only the expedition fleet, but also within the Kepler 452 star system. There is a trend of using arcs as beauty. For a time, various works of art outlined with mysterious arcs emerged one after another. These works of art have once again brought a positive promotion effect to Taladan civilization. The cultures of both sides continue to blend and merge. And the effects produced far exceed the scope of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Cultural integration has brought not only artistic progress to human civilization, but also scientific research progress. Perhaps because of a more open-minded mind. In the past 4 months, the speed at which the Academy of Sciences launched new research results increased by 50% compared to the past. Curvature nano-intrusion device. New antimatter naval gun. New space agricultural breeding system. In terms of theoretical research, the results are also impressive. Interstellar trade system. Interstellar cultural system. And interstellar economic system. The addition of Taladan civilization is like a pool of living water, once again accelerating the development of human civilization. The edge of the Kepler 452 star system. A fleet that had been waiting for a long time started the antimatter engine the moment it received the tachyon message. Under Zero's control, they slowly sailed out of the star system and greeted the triumphant returning expedition fleet. Zanka is on top! Aldan, who was wearing a life support suit, leaned forward, holding a short pause on the porthole of the Titan mothership. His round face pressed tightly against the mask of the life support suit, and his lips, hidden under the down, quivered slightly. He let out a low sigh. Is this the star system of a level 5 civilization? It's so amazing! Holy shit! A familiar sigh came from the side. That's awesome! There are actually 2 Titan motherships in this welcome fleet. Unlike Aldan, Milo, who is flexible in thinking, has already mastered some of the vocabulary of human civilization. Of course, under the influence of his ears and eyes, Milo was most familiar with those simple and effective syllables. Listening to the soul-stirring and well-spoken sigh, Aldan suddenly looked at Milo standing next to him with black lines on his head. At this time, Milo was completely gone. All the pandas climbed onto the edge of the porthole, staring with starry eyes, curiously observing the oncoming welcoming fleet. Watch your image! Aldan scolded in a low voice. As it spoke, it turned and glanced at the human crew members not far away, fearing that they would have a bad impression of the Taladan civilization. Apparently, it was overly concerned. These crew members looked at Milo with smiles on their faces, as if they were happy to see such a scene. Aldan sighed helplessly. It does know the reason for this. Never imagined. Aldan shook his head and murmured in a low voice. As a third-level civilization, the Taladan civilization is actually reduced to the point where it relies on looks to make a living. Isn't this bad? Milo looked curiously at those starships full of technology. Food and shelter are included. You can also exchange contribution points and credit points for various supplies. Having said that, our cultural materials have earned us a lot of contribution points and credit points. Thank you, Zanka, for the appearance. Aldan's breath suffocated slightly, and he glanced at Milo angrily. Can this be a good thing? If this continues, the development potential of Taladan civilization will be completely lost. I have a question, Milo asked. Chief, are you sure Taladan civilization still has development potential? Our scientific and technological research progress is getting slower and slower. Without human civilization, Taladan civilization would have perished in this universe sooner or later. This time a Eugene civilization came, and next time a Genu civilization may come. Who knows? Aldan's face suddenly turned ugly. The words were a bit ugly, but it knew that Milo didn't say anything wrong. Milo didn't look back, and still looked at the scene outside the porthole. Calm down, leader. What human civilization wants is ancillary civilization, not pet civilization. Now that we have just joined, it is normal to get some preferential treatment. It won't be long before Taladan civilization returns to normal. Don't believe it? Milo glanced at Aldan and shrugged it down on his body humanely. If you don't believe it, just watch it when the time comes. Aldan glanced at Milo suspiciously. It remained skeptical. By the way, Milo suddenly said again, the contribution points and credits earned from the cultural materials will be exchanged for some necessary technological resources for the Taladan civilization. Aldan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Milo's request. If you don't use it, you won't use it. Once interstellar trade is started, these credits will only be valuable if they flow. Chapter 704 Credit Point Interest-Free Loan. Do you want to know about it? The expedition fleet slowly sailed into the Kepler 452 star system and headed directly in the direction of Kepler 452b. The official meeting place between Taladan civilization and human civilization is set on the Earth, near Kepler 452b. As the Titan mothership gradually approaches Kepler 452b, the outline of the Earth gradually becomes clear, without any surprise. The scale of the flagship of human civilization once again attracted a burst of exclamations from the black and white dumplings. After an hour, Earth. In the carefully decorated reception hall, Lu Yongchang looked at the black and white dumpling wearing a life support suit in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Aldan! Welcome Taladan civilization to join the Galactic Metahuman Federation. Although he knew that Aldan had heard the sentence many times, Lu Yongchang still had to repeat it again. As the chief scientist of human civilization, the words he said were obviously more convincing than others. Aldan's expression moved slightly, and the fur on his body became a bit fluffy. It hesitated again and asked hesitantly, Dear Chief Lu, I have always had a doubt in my heart. I don't know, but it's okay to ask, Lu Yongchang said with a smile. The Galactic Metahuman Federation you mentioned currently has members. Aldan carefully looked at Lu Yongchang's face and asked in a low voice. The expression on Lu Yongchang's face suddenly became stiff. Ahem. He coughed slightly and tried to ease his inner embarrassment. As of now, you should be the third member of the Panhuman Federation, including human civilization, Lu Yongchang added again. The corners of Aldan's eyes twitched slightly. Sorry, there are only 3 civilizations in this federation? So far so good. At least this federation does not only have 2 civilizations, humans and Taladan. Aldan could only comfort himself in this way. It followed Lu Yongchang's words and continued to ask. Then can I know about the situation of another civilization? Please rest assured, I have no other intentions. I just want to get a general idea of my allies. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang sighed in his heart. It's over. I was chatted to death today. Chat ends.jpg. Ahem. Lu Yongchang coughed hard again. That's it. Currently, the second member civilization of the Panhuman Federation is still dormant in the biological laboratory of Earth. Mainly because of... Boom. Aldan only felt a thunder sound in his mind. But he didn't listen to the rest of the words. What the H.L. Members of the Metahuman Federation being dragged into a biology lab? A series of images that were difficult to pass the trial suddenly appeared in Aldan's mind. Uh-huh. Aldan's round body looked extremely strong at this moment. He bounced up from the chair and looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a defensive expression. Lu Yongchang opened his mouth, with a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Have to. It seems that he was misunderstood. It's impossible to explain it clearly using words alone. From this point of view, we can only show the scenes in the laboratory, although this is somewhat against the rules. For a level 3 civilization, let alone looking at images, even if various experimental devices are placed in front of it, it probably won't be able to do anything. The most important point is that as a rule maker, it is normal to break the rules occasionally. Right? While thinking about it, Lu Yongchang raised his hand and crossed it in the air. This scene further aggravated Aldan's misunderstanding. A look of despair suddenly flashed across its round eyes. Sure enough, it knows that there is no such good thing in the world. Will Taladin civilization finally die in its lifetime? In less than a second, it was even ready to apologize to Zanka after death. Well, Lu Yongchang's gentle voice came from the side. You can take a look at your allies. The body of black and white Tuanzi, who closed his eyes tightly, trembled suddenly, wanted to take a look. This human civilization is so cruel. Sure enough, what they have shown in the past 4 months is all a facade to paralyze the Taladin people. Chief, what a big tree! Milo's somewhat excited voice came from the side. Tree? What tree? Shouldn't it be a bloody anatomy scene? Aldan suddenly had some doubts in his heart. Yes, this is the individual of new civilization. Different from us. It is a plant civilization. The conversation between Lu Yongchang and Milo came from beside them again. Aldan was even more confused. It carefully opened its eyes and took a quick glance. Damn it! What a big tree! Aldan made the same exclamation as Milo in his heart. As pacifists, the Taladin civilization has an inherent affinity for these trees, flowers, and plants. Due to the limitations of new civilizations' living habits, we have not yet found an environment suitable for their survival. Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly. However, the fleet has sent a large number of interstellar detectors. If we are lucky, we will soon star systems suitable for their habitation can be found. With that said, Lu Yongchang turned to look at Aldan, who was still standing there blankly. Your Excellency Aldan, are you relieved now? With an embarrassed look on his face, Aldan took small steps and moved his chubby body back to his seat. Dear Chief Lu, it's understandable. Lu Yongchang still had a gentle smile on his face. I have seen the living environment of your civilization, and it is very similar to human civilization. Just in time, the interstellar probe discovered a potentially habitable planet 11.3 light-years away some time ago. We can help you transform the planet and make it a habitation for Taladin civilization. This is easy for human civilization to do. Before Aldan could be happy, Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. But if you want to get something, you must pay the same price. This is the first purpose of the Metahuman Federation. Aldan's heart sank, and most of the smile in his eyes disappeared instantly. Considering that you currently do not have enough credits to pay for this transformation work, after discussion, we decided to provide a 500-year interest-free credit loan service to the Taladin civilization. Of course, you can choose to transform the planet environment yourself. Lu Yongchang shrugged. However, I recommend that you still use this service. Next, human civilization will accelerate the rate of absorbing subsidiary civilizations. The resources in this star field are limited, and the credits and contributions that can be exchanged are also limited. So, it's the right thing to spend as much time as possible on valuable things. Chapter 705. Capitalists shed tears when they saw it. Aldan hesitated for a moment, and then made a decision. We use this service. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang suddenly showed a bright smile on his face. He straightened up slightly, and extended his right hand to Aldan. Your Excellency Aldan, happy to cooperate. Interstellar trade routes will be open soon. In order to celebrate Taladin civilization joining the Panhuman Federation, there will be no need to pay any fees for interstellar flights between the two for the next 100 years. As the leader of a third-level civilization, Aldan naturally knows very well what kind of development opportunities this policy will bring to the Taladin civilization. It's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you for your generosity. The black and white dumpling hurriedly stretched out his right paw and held it with Lu Yongchang's right hand. Correct. Lu Yongchang seemed to have remembered something, stretched out his hand and crossed it in the air, opening a new holographic projection again. This is the resource that Taladin civilization can currently exchange for using credit points. The credit point interest-free loan limit is abundant. You can choose carefully. Aldan and Milo looked at each other, and both of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Taladin Genome Enhancement Project. Gather rental business. Antimatter finished product. Ship-based laser cannon. Shipborne electromagnetic gun. Primary antimatter manufacturing plan. The exchange list will be gradually opened based on the level of contribution. Lu Yongchang's gentle voice came again. The various cultural resources of talent and civilization have brought considerable progress to human civilization. And this is also the source of your current contribution. Next, obtaining the contribution value is not that simple. As long as the contribution value is high enough, you can even exchange it for the finished Titan mothership. Aldan and Milo stared at the list in the holographic image with wide eyes. Then, the two of them swallowed at the same time. I really want to pack them all up and take them away. More than an hour later, Aldan and Milo walked through the disinfecting device in a daze, with light steps, and returned to their flagship. The two looked at each other again, and then smiled bitterly at the same time. The newly obtained credits have been squandered. And at the same time, the talent and civilization still owes a huge debt. Got to work, Aldan said sadly. Milo nodded sadly. I heard that there are a lot of mineral resources in the star system allocated to us. When the time comes, I will rent a Gadator to complete the mining project as soon as possible. It's not enough. Aldan interrupted Milo weakly. I made a rough estimate. We need to develop at least 10 valuable star systems to pay off this debt. Bang. Milo took off his life support suit, and his round body fell directly on the deck, making a dull sound. 10 valuable star systems. After completing this task, the exchange list should be updated again. Right. Aldan. The two Pandaren looked at each other again and sighed in unison. Why? After watching the Taladins leave, the corners of Lu Yongchang's lips that had been suppressed for a long time quickly began to rise. Yongchang, you are this. Fong Su next to him gave Lu Yongchang a thumbs up with admiration. The capitalists will cry when they see you. What's wrong with me? Lu Yongchang's smile grew stronger. There are so many outdated weapons and equipment piled up in the warehouse. What a pity it would be to throw them away. Hearing this, the look on Fong Su's face became even weirder. Are you sure those panda people are able to repay this debt? What are you afraid of? Lu Yongchang shrugged. Didn't you see that Milo's eyes were straight? Don't underestimate the appeal of these technologies to scientists. Fong Su. Awesome. Okay. Dot. Lu Yongchang waved his hand. Tell that Lin Shuguang that he will be the foreign minister of human civilization from now on, and leave the next affairs of talent and civilization to him. As for you, Lu Yongchang gently touched his chin and looked Fong Su up and down. Speed up to find low-level civilization. Zero's computing power is limited after all. If we want to ensure the rapid development of human civilization, we must develop a sufficient number of subsidiary civilizations as soon as possible. Fong Su nodded silently. Without warning, one more task has been placed on his shoulders. Capitalists will cry when they see it. At this moment, Fong Su suddenly felt similar emotions to the Taladin civilization that had recently left. After returning to the office, Lu Yongchang sat on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Busy working? Su Yutong's voice came from the side. How are the pandas? Are they cute? Lu Yongchang thought carefully. Then he replied sincerely. I don't know if he's cute or not, but I have to say, he's really quite silly. A good target for exploitation. Su Yutong. Calm down. Calm down. As if he noticed some changes in the atmosphere, Lu Yongchang quickly smiled and relaxed the atmosphere. When the interstellar trade routes are opened and the transformation of Kepler 452b is completed, interstellar tourism will also be a key project. And these Pandaren have purchased genetic optimization projects. Maybe you will be able to see them on the streets by then. Su Yutong expressed great satisfaction with the pipe painted by Lu Yongchang. Okay. Capitalist Lu. Please get busy. She snorted softly. I still have an experiment that I haven't finished yet. The sound of the door closing echoed through the office. Lu Yongchang leaned back on the chair and took a deep breath to calm down his inner emotions. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness came to the modeled space again. High-energy neutron storm. Matter disintegration cannon. Planet-level shield device. Planet-level curvature engine. Elementary planet fortress. Looking at the cursors with varying degrees of brightness in the technology tree, the look on Lu Yongchang's face became solemn again. Chapter 706. Reserve Projects of the Weapons Research and Development Department. After leaving the technology tree space, Lu Yongchang raised his hand in a familiar manner and passed through the holographic projection above his desk. Drop! A piece of top-priority information suddenly popped up in front of his eyes, attracting all his attention. Hiss! After checking it, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and called up a list. After careful consideration, He gently tapped his finger on a person's name. 0. Let Wilson come to my place. Copy that. The electronic synthesized voice responded quickly. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and tapped the knuckles of his left hand lightly on the desk in front of him, making crisp sounds. The right hand is writing something on the holographic projection on the desk. Earth. Weapons R&D Comprehensive Laboratory. The main goal of this antimatter central naval gun is to extend the attack range again based on the previous one. To this end, Wilson stood with a serious expression in front of a group of scientific researchers in white coats, loudly introducing the next research project. After becoming a level 5 civilization, although there has not been a war requiring the use of naval guns, the research on antimatter naval guns has never been interrupted. Today, the antimatter naval gun has been updated twice, and its power and range are much stronger than before. But Wilson was not satisfied, especially after the annihilation battle against Eugene's civilization. As for the reason, thinking of someone's face after the Battle of Eugene, the expression on Wilson's face became increasingly difficult to look at. It is precisely for this reason that he decided to start the intensive research mission of antimatter naval guns again. Fortunately, military research has always been at the top priority of the Academy of Sciences, so Wilson's request was quickly approved. Just when he was withdrawing his thoughts and preparing to discuss improvement plans with his scientific researchers, an inappropriate shout came from behind. Wilson! The well-spoken Chinese has a somewhat peculiar accent. The familiar snapping sound made Wilson's face darken instantly. What do you think is the feasibility of this transformation plan? Wilson took a deep breath, pretending that he was deaf, and continued to communicate with the scientific researchers in front of him. Wilson! The voice behind him obviously had a hint of anger, and at the same time, there was a rush of footsteps approaching from far away. Academician Wilson, behind you. A scientific researcher swallowed slightly and carefully raised his finger to point behind Wilson. Don't worry about that old guy. Wilson waved his hand angrily and continued. Look at this plan carefully. Wilson! You? As if after hearing Wilson's words, the shouts behind him became louder. Academician Yevgeny. Wilson's ears twitched slightly when the rapid footsteps came behind him. He slowly turned around and looked at him impatiently. You don't study your own missiles? What are you doing here? Correction. Yevgeny denied Wilson's words with exaggerated expressions and movements. It's a curvature missile, not an ordinary missile. Wilson. Hard. The fist is hard. Ever since the battle against the Eugene civilization, Yevgeny had become a lot more arrogant in front of him. Okay. Curvature missiles. Wilson gritted his teeth and said, Why don't you study your warp missiles? Yevgeny shrugged. We have made a breakthrough and significantly increased the missile's sailing speed. At the same time, we have also added a variable trajectory function to it. The accuracy and power of the new generation of curvature missiles will be greatly enhanced. When Wilson heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Come again? Is this breakthrough so easy to achieve? Unconsciously, his fist became hard again. Wilson, stop studying your antimatter naval gun that is as slow as a snail, Yevgeny said with a smile on his face. It is too powerful. What did I say? Kinetic weapons are the truth. Wilson's mouth twitched sharply. I admit that the breakthrough in curvature technology has opened up a new world for kinetic energy weapons. But the advantages of energy weapons are definitely not comparable to those of mere kinetic energy weapons. You, a guy who can only use brute force, will never feel the charm of energy weapons. The expression on Yevgeny's face suddenly froze. After just a few seconds, his stubble-covered face quickly turned red, like a cooked prawn, at a speed visible to the naked eye. What did you say? Kinetic weapons are brute force? Look at the war against the Eugene civilization. The level of detail is no less than a brain transplant surgery performed on you. Did those energy weapons you were so proud of have any effect at all? Wilson couldn't help but fell silent. No matter what, the war against Eugene civilization was an established fact that he could not refute. The large-yield kinetic energy weapon equipped with the curvature navigation function once again shined brightly in the interstellar war. By simply stacking the equivalent and increasing the speed, its lethality can be increased almost infinitely. Wilson had to admit that the kinetic energy weapons equipped with curvature technology made him feel a little powerless. He opened his mouth and suppressed his blush. There will always be a time when the fleets of both sides come into close contact. When the time comes, are your antimatter naval guns really powerful enough? Yevgeny interrupted Wilson. Wilson fell silent again. Drop! A crisp reminder sounded in the comprehensive laboratory, interrupting the conversation between the two. Academician Wilson, Professor Liu is waiting for you in the office. Please go as soon as possible. That cold electronic synthesized sound was like the sound of nature to Wilson's ears at this moment. Professor Liu has a new weapon plan? After a brief silence, Wilson and Yevgeny said in unison. However, the expressions on their faces were not quite the same. Wilson had a surprised smile on his face, while Yevgeny had a bit of embarrassment and resentment on his face. The slap in the face seemed to come too quickly. Old guy! Just wait! Wilson gave Yevgeny a provocative look, turned and walked towards the laboratory door. As for Yevgeny, he had already turned around and ran towards his experimental area. Everyone! What are you doing to rest? Has the finished product been made? No! How dare you rest if you don't? The other academicians stopped what they were doing and chuckled softly. A similar scene happens almost every few days. This has almost become a reserved project of the Comprehensive Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. It's just that during this period, Wilson has been being crushed unilaterally, which gradually made them feel bored. Now this change has made these academicians once again interested in watching theater. Chapter 707 Efficiency. More than 10 minutes later, Wilson sat on the chair in front of his desk with an anxious expression, carefully looking at the holographic image in front of Liu Yongchang. High-energy neutron storm. When he saw these words, Wilson frowned subconsciously. As the name suggests, this is a lethal weapon achieved with the help of high-energy neutrons. The main target of attack is naturally carbon-based organisms. As early as the age of the Earth, humans have mastered this destructive method. Neutron bomb. A small, low-yield hydrogen bomb that uses high-energy neutron radiation as its main lethality. After strengthening the radioactivity and weakening the power of the explosion, it will cause little damage to buildings and facilities, and will not cause long-term radioactive pollution. It is mainly used to kill living organisms in buildings. But such a weapon seems to be too weak now. There was a hint of disappointment in Wilson's eyes. Just now, in the report sent back by the interstellar probe, a planet with low-intelligent carbon-based life was discovered. Liu Yongcheng's voice suddenly sounded, as if he was talking to himself. According to various assessments, this planet has high transformation and colonization value. But those low-intelligent carbon-based organisms inside are a big obstacle. As he spoke, Liu Yongcheng raised his hand and made a gesture. In the holographic projection on the side, a faint blue planet quickly appeared. As the camera zoomed in quickly, Wilson gradually identified the source of these faint blues. A kind of vine-type plant. They have dark blue leaves, and the vines are connected with each other, covering the entire planet like a giant primeval forest. The camera continued to zoom in, and Wilson clearly observed that there were insect-like creatures of various shapes living among these vines. They eat plants, fight, or kill each other. Scenes after scenes constitute a primitive and wild picture. This is a planet numbered HIP 22580F, located 23.35 light-years away. Against the background of the holographic image, Liu Yongcheng's voice was somewhat ethereal and unreal. The star system it is in has 2 F-type stars. That's why there are a lot of anthocyanins in the leaves of these plants, which makes the leaves appear blue. Binary star system? Wilson murmured softly. Liu Yongcheng glanced at Wilson, and then returned to the clear holographic image. The masses of these 2 F-type stars are 1.53 times and 1.62 times the mass of the Sun respectively. Surface temperatures are around 6300 K and 6600 K. The radiation intensity in the star system is relatively high. Although it lacks certain gamma rays, it is still a habitable star system, new civilization. What's more, for the problem of gamma rays, we can think of another solution later. Hearing this, Wilson completely understood. Professor, are you planning to use neutron weapons to eliminate life forms on this planet? Liu Yongcheng nodded slightly. Not bad. The Italian net of new civilization has high scientific research value. It is an extremely wasteful thing to let it sleep in the laboratory. HIP 22580F is very good. The corpses of these life forms can provide enough nutrients for the growth of new civilization. Speaking of this, Liu Yongcheng's voice paused slightly. In order not to destroy its original surface structure, and at the same time, in order to solve this small matter as quickly as possible, I think neutron weapons are a good choice. Some people may think that this method of completely wiping out life forms and retaining only inorganic matter is too evil and cruel. But I choose to call it efficient. Wilson frowned slightly, his eyes full of hesitation. Professor, accelerating neutrons is not easy to achieve. Would it be difficult to carry out a high-energy neutron torrent strike covering the entire planet? Liu Yongcheng chuckled and opened a holographic image again. The image is densely packed with data and formulas. The Grand Unified Field is a product based on the Grand Unified Theory. Looking at Wilson's confused eyes, Lu Yongchang simply explained it. It's like a magnetic field can control the movement of charged particles. Theoretically, the Grand Unified Field can control the motion of all particles in current theoretical models. This provides a theoretical basis for emitting high-energy neutrons in large quantities. Then it's your business. In war, this weapon must also be effective. Wilson carefully examined the formula in the holographic image. The confusion in his eyes gradually reduced, replaced by a touch of excitement. Professor, I will lead the team to solve this problem. As he spoke, he hurriedly stood up from his chair and ran towards the office door. Although the high-energy neutron storm will not have much effect on the starships of high-level civilizations, for low-level civilizations, it is definitely a world-destroying weapon, not to mention these low-intelligent life forms living on the planet. Even most level 4 civilizations do not have very good means of defense against them. The reason is simple. Magnetic field shields cannot stop these uncharged high-energy particles. Civilizations at level 4 and below have no way to withstand such a terrifying blow except to pin their hopes on the radiation protection layer. This is the charm of energy weapons. Thinking of Yevgeny's livid face, Wilson's excitement became stronger again. Etc. Lu Yongchang called out to stop Wilson, who was halfway out the door. Is this enough? Wilson. After a few seconds, he sat back in his chair with anticipation, looking longingly at Lu Yongchang sitting in front of him. Professor, do you have any other weapon plans? Upon hearing Wilson's question, Lu Yongchang glanced at him strangely. Of course. High-energy neutron storm is nothing more than a ranged weapon to deal with low-level civilizations. If you want to deal with the starships of the 5th-level civilization, you will naturally need more powerful weapons. Upon hearing this, Wilson took a sharp breath. Coming. The highlight he's been waiting for is finally here. Lu Yongchang didn't pay attention to Wilson's nervous and excited expression, and just opened a new document on his own. This research is relatively difficult. I only have a small clue. Even the theoretical part has not been completely completed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped lightly on the holographic projection. Matter disintegration rays, based on a grand unified theory. Chapter 708, Forgotten Ship. Matter disintegration ray? Wilson's pupils trembled slightly, and he repeated Lu Yongchang's words in a low voice. Confusion and shock were written on his face. Just a noun made him feel the powerful power it contained. Wilson took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and asked in a low voice, Professor, how does this disintegration ray work? Lu Yongchang raised his hand, clicked a few times on the holographic projection again, and explained carefully, Disintegration ray. This name may have caused some misunderstandings for you. It is actually another way to use the Grand Unified Field. To be precise, it should be called the Material Disintegration Force Field. By disintegrating the electromagnetic interaction force between molecules and atoms, macroscopic matter in the conventional sense undergoes a disintegration reaction. Wilson gasped again. Professor, can this really be done? Theoretically, not only the electromagnetic interaction between molecules and atoms, but also the strong and weak interactions can be affected and controlled. Lu Yongchang shrugged and said with some helplessness, It's just that our current technological level is far from enough. Wilson subconsciously held his breath and stared blankly at Lu Yongchang in front of him. If the emergence of laser weapons means the beginning of energy weapons, then the material disintegration field based on the Grand Unified Theory completely opens another door to energy weapons. That's probably what happened. Lu Yongchang clapped his hands gently, stood up from his seat, and continued, I will personally lead this project, and you will be my deputy. He frowned and clicked his tongue softly. I will try to work out this theory during this time. You should solve the matter at hand as soon as possible. This project may consume a lot of energy and time. Lu Yongchang, who had not heard the response, subconsciously raised his head and looked at Wilson with a surprised look on his face. Is it okay? Wilson snapped back to reality. Facing Lu Yongchang's gaze, he nodded hastily and responded, No problem. Professor, wait a moment. I'm going to solve the project at hand. What a joke. Can the research on strengthening antimatter naval guns be compared with this thing? People's Federation Megastructure Engineering Department. Drop! A crisp voice came, breaking the peace in the office. Academician Tang Herong carefully finished the work in his hands, and then raised his head to look at the holographic image in front of him. In the blue interface, a yellow message appeared. The yellow light flickered slowly, seeming to indicate something. Tang Herong raised his eyebrows. with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Such high priority information? Is there another problem with resource supply? Thinking of Wang Man's old boy's complaining tone, Tang Herong trembled slightly and hurriedly opened the message with a yellow light. After a quick glance, Tang Herong froze on the spot. This. He swallowed hard, and a touch of ecstasy quickly emerged from his eyes. Finally come! The planetary fortress project can finally begin. Looking at the detailed document in front of him, Tang Herong stood up from his chair excitedly. A few years later, Earth calendar year 3630. The high-energy neutron storm research project was a complete success. Considering that the targets attacked by neutron storm are all very large targets, living planets, or low-level civilization fleets, the size and power of the entire device have also been greatly increased. To this end, the People's Federation's Megastructure Engineering Department specially designed and built a megastructure project for it. Such a powerful life-harvesting weapon has a poetic name, Forgotten Ship. The origin of its name is naturally the myth of the original Xia Kingdom Wanchuan River. Wanchuan Ship has a segmented structure, and its overall shape is fusiform. Energy system. Power system. Almost all components are installed on the head of the Wanchuan Ship. Of course, this also includes most of the components of high-energy neutron storm. As for the lower part of the Wanchuan Ship, it is made up of some long sheet-like claws that are similar to solar sails and are fitted together. After being activated, these devices, named Grand Unified Field Sails, will quickly expand to generate and control the Grand Unified Field. Its overall size even exceeds the planet-level Earth. For safety reasons, the first test of the Wanchuan Ship was arranged in space far away from the Kepler 452 star system. The target is a planet-class home ship carrying a large number of animals and plants. In order to accurately measure its power, except for the fact that this planet-class home ship is not equipped with a gravity shield, all other defense facilities have been implemented to the extreme. It can be said that in terms of pure radiation resistance, it even surpasses the flagship of human civilization, Earth. High-energy neutron storm. The first experiment begins now. Lu Yongchang stood on the command podium and gave the order with a solemn expression. Ship Wanchuan, unfold the sails of the Great Unification Field. The tachyon signal was transmitted to the outside of the Kepler 452 star system at an extremely high speed, and was quickly transmitted to the fusiform Wanchuan Ship waiting in place. The 6 large unified field sails located at the tail of the Wanchuan Ship slowly opened their claws like an octopus. The center of the claw was firmly aimed at the target starship in the distance. Start charging. Lu Yongchang continued to issue the order without waiting. Creating a high-energy neutron storm requires a lot of energy. Even the Wanchuan Ship, equipped with several of the latest antimatter engines, needs a certain amount of time to recharge. Time passed by minute. Watching the progress bar gradually fill up, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and issued the last instruction in a deep voice. High-energy neutron storm. Launch! The moment the words fell, dazzling light lit up on the 6 unified sails of the Forgotten Ship. In the dark and deep universe, it seemed as if a star with extremely powerful light suddenly appeared. As a special energy gradually gathers, the Grand Unified Field begins to gradually form. When the strength of the Grand Unification Field increases to the standard value, the gate at the claw center slowly opens. Endless neutrons spurted out from it, rapidly accelerated under the action of the unified field, and rushed towards the target ship with energy. A few minutes later, the high-energy neutrons that spanned a long distance were like a storm, sweeping through the target starship that was staying in place. The thick protective layer is as weak as a piece of paper in front of the high-energy neutron flow with a high enough energy level. In an instant, an extremely harsh alarm sounded inside the target ship. Chapter 709, Trouble? The alarm did not last long. A few seconds later, as the power of the high-energy neutron storm reached its peak, the control system in the target ship was completely destroyed, and the piercing alarm sound also disappeared. 3 minutes later, the light on the 6 unified sails of the Wanchuan Ship gradually dimmed, and the gate at the claw heart slowly closed. This extremely powerful high-energy neutron storm came to an end at this moment. The neutron storm gradually dissipated, leaving only a target ship with tiny holes on its surface, like a lifeless corpse, quietly staying in place. Those tiny, dense, large or small holes are radiation damage caused by high-energy neutrons. 0. Start the landing operation and send the robot in to conduct a comprehensive inspection. Receive. The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, A small landing ship left the safe area and sailed towards the target ship. There is still a lot of radiation left. Lu Yongchang looked at the various detection data sent back and murmured in a low voice. However, the radiation intensity is declining very quickly, and it will not take long for it to return to its original state. The landing ship slowly docked at the target ship's hatch. Since the control system was completely destroyed, Zero was unable to control the opening of the hatch. This is not a big problem for these landing robots equipped with radiation-resistant armor. The small laser cannon instantly bombarded the hatch and quickly melted the hatch full of holes. It didn't take long before a hole large enough for the robot to enter was cut out of the hatch. The part of the hatch that was cut off fell heavily into the target ship under the action of the laser cannon. After touching the deck, it quickly changed direction and drifted toward the interior of the starship. The artificial gravity system is disabled. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, "It seems that this neutron storm is really lethal to low-level civilizations." Under the influence of the propulsion device, the robot ran vigorously towards the biological zone inside the starship. A few minutes later, a tragic scene appeared in front of everyone. The originally peaceful home ship has completely changed its appearance. Various animal carcasses and decayed plant leaves float quietly in midair. The cabin was filled with a strong smell of decay and blood. A green light flashed and the vital signs scanner automatically turned on. No signs of life have been found. Looking at the line of text in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath again. "The effect is very good." He nodded with satisfaction. "Forgotten ship. Set sail tomorrow. Go to the HIP 22580 star system and perform a cleanup mission. Earth calendar year 3631. A small fleet appeared outside the HIP 22580 star system without any warning. Under Zero's remote control, the fleet did not make any stops and headed straight for a blue planet in the star system. In the empty star field 1.69 light-years away from the HIP 22580 star system and 24.97 light-years away from the Kepler 452 star system. A motley fleet is quietly traveling in the deep and dark universe. Every starship in the fleet is filled with traces of gunfire. It is not difficult to imagine that this is a fleet that has experienced countless wars. The direction they are traveling is exactly the HIP 22580 star system. Inside the central starship, a Eugene lizard man with fine scales on his body stayed in the listening room carelessly, looking at the starry sky outside the small porthole window with boredom. Bang! A loud noise came from behind, making it tremble in fright, and its orange vertical pupils shrank into a straight line. It turned angrily and looked behind it, only to see a strong Eugene lizard man looking at it with disdain. This burst of anger went away just as quickly as it came. The moment it saw the coming person, the anger in its heart disappeared without a trace. It put on a respectful expression and lowered itself as low as possible to show respect to the other person. This was difficult to do in a gravity-free environment. "Hello!" The Emperor sent an inquiry. The visitor looked at it with his thick nostrils and said angrily, "It has been so long. Has General Corey not sent back the news of victory?" Hearing this, it couldn't help but froze. General Corey? In the impression, it seems that he was sent on a mission? That third-level civilization with almost no armed forces, the adult said impatiently. It seems to be called the Taladan civilization. The Emperor values them very much. After so much time, has General Corey sent back any information? Its long-preserved memory quickly came to life, and it nodded repeatedly. "Sir, I remember it. But General Corey, there really hasn't been any news in the past few years." Seeing that the visitor's expression turned ugly, it hurriedly added, "Sir, this is normal. It is common for interstellar wars to last for more than 10 years. Perhaps General Corey wanted to surprise the Emperor." It guessed with difficulty. Seeing that the adult's face looked a little better, it calmly breathed a sigh of relief. "Escaped. Send a long-distance communication message to General Corey and ask him about the situation there." The adult's hoarse voice came again, making it suddenly lift its already fragile heart. It turned around hurriedly and started operating on the console in front. Time passes slowly. It received no response message. "What happened?" the adult behind him asked in a deep voice. "Why is there no response?" I don't know." A bad thought arose in its mind, and its limbs trembled slightly while it replied in a panicked tone. "Trash!" the Lord scolded angrily. "Show me the last message sent by General Corey." With trembling paws, it retrieved a message from several years ago. The information has a very low priority and belongs to the log information sent during normal navigation. Under normal circumstances, no one would look at this information. The adult quickly skipped all kinds of miscellaneous information and dragged the log information to the bottom. It watched helplessly as the adult's orange pupil shrank into a straight vertical line. Damn! Under its gaze, the adult glared at it fiercely, turned around and rushed out of the listening room. Someone! Get it for me! The moment he heard this, he felt his legs soften, and a stream of heat slowly flowed out of his buttocks. What happens? The moment the guard rushed into the listening room, it glanced at the log information on the screen. We encountered a fleet of advanced civilization. The civilization level is suspected to be level 5. In order to ensure the safety of the fleet, the talent and civilization capture mission will be suspended for 7 days. 7 days later, depending on the situation, I will report the information to the mothership again. It's over. This was the only thought that flashed through its mind. Chapter 710 Eugene Fleet. The Great Migration of Civilization? Eugene Civilization. Flagship Command Center. A tall Eugene lizardman sat in the command seat, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was recharging his energy. It was the 369th Emperor of the Eugene Civilization. No matter how you evaluate it, he is the most powerful emperor in the history of the Eugene Civilization. Under its leadership, the Eugene Civilization successfully established a foothold in this star field and created its great reputation today. Dear His Majesty the Emperor, His Excellency Eve is back. The moment the voice sounded, Emperor Eugene, whose eyes were slightly closed, slowly opened his somewhat white eyelids, revealing the orange vertical pupils inside. Emperor, His Excellency Eve. The lizard man who spoke hesitated to speak. Emperor Eugene's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the crew member who was speaking casually with his vertical pupils, and said in an impatient tone, If you have anything to do, just tell me directly. Do you also want to be a can? As soon as he finished speaking, the guard waiting on the side quickly took a step forward and stared at the sailor with eyes filled with murderous intent and bloodlust. His Excellency Eve seems to be in a panic. General Corey may be. Let it come to me. Emperor Eugene sat up straight, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. A few minutes later, accompanied by the sound of hurried and panicked footsteps, a lizard man stumbled up to Emperor Eugene. Bang! Under the equivalent gravity generated by its rotation, its body fell heavily onto the deck, making a dull sound. This situation made Emperor Eugene's face become more solemn. Dear Emperor, I'm afraid the fleet led by General Corey has encountered something unexpected. What? The moment he heard this, Emperor Eugene's expression changed drastically. He jumped up from his chair, stretched out his sharp claws, grabbed For's neck and pulled him in front of him. The talent and civilization is just a level 3 civilization without armed forces. How could something unexpected happen to General Corey? Emperor, His Majesty the Emperor. Ive's eyes turned slightly white as his neck was grabbed, and he said with great difficulty, the fleet is suspected of encountering a higher civilization. Higher civilization? Emperor Eugene relaxed his grip a little and gave Ive a chance to breathe. When did there be a 4th level civilization in this star field? Feeling the strength on his neck relax slightly, Ive took a few quick breaths. Yes, it's a level 5 civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Eugene took a breath, and his orange vertical pupils instantly shrank into a straight line. You could even see the fine scales on the Emperor's body standing up slightly. Obviously, his words had a huge impact on this powerful Emperor. Bang! The next moment, with a familiar dull sound, Eve was thrown to the ground again. Emperor Eugene sat back in his seat again, breathing heavily while reaching out his letter and licking the mucus on his eyelids. Tell me what's going on! Eve endured the pain radiating from all over his body, quickly adjusted his posture, knelt at the Emperor's feet, and explained quickly. After listening to Eve's explanation, Emperor Eugene's face became darker and darker, and the uneasiness in his heart became more intense. Go! Send a technician to check it out. Look what happened to Corey's fleet. People have been sent to check. The crew member on the side responded cautiously. It won't take long to get the results. Before the words could even be finished, panicked shouts from technicians rang out from the dark door. Oops! Your Majesty the Emperor. Something happened. All the battleships led by General Corey have lost contact. The quantum ultra-distance communication device is no longer working properly. The technician's shout confirmed Emperor Eugene's suspicion. Level 5 civilization. It sat on the chair, took a deep breath, and tried its best to calm down the panic in its heart. Damn it! How can there be a level 5 civilization in this star field? His sharply contracted vertical pupils still clearly showed the Emperor's inner panic. Although the Eugene civilization has never faced the fifth-level civilization directly, the Kore fleet disappeared inexplicably without even having time to send a warning message. This is enough to prove the power of the fifth-level civilization. What to do? Emperor Eugene's mind was racing. Rich war experience tells it the final answer, even though this answer made him extremely unwilling. After a long silence, Emperor Eugene took a long breath and issued the order with his only rationality. Demarcate that star field as a restricted area. Order all branch fleets to abandon all missions and stay away at all costs. It was silent for a while again, and continued to order. Speed up the fleet's sailing speed, and after replenishing necessary supplies in the target star system, immediately stay away from this star field. The destination, let's set it 500 light-years away. After the words fell, the command center was in an uproar. Dear Emperor, this is not necessary, a crew member asked cautiously. We have finally achieved our current status in this star field. Once we go to other star fields, I am worried. The sailor's words obviously aroused the approval of many people. For a moment, there was a burst of whispers in the command center. The sound was not loud, but to Emperor Eugene's ears, it was extremely harsh. Emperor Eugene turned his head sharply and stared directly at the crew member with his bloodshot orange pupils. Are you questioning my order? Take away. Canned. An order squeezed out from its sharp teeth. The moment the sailor was dragged away, the whispers in the command center disappeared instantly. I figured it all out. I am the Emperor of Eugene's civilization. Without me, could Eugene's civilization have developed to where it is now? Whose identity and status are you worthy of questioning me? It slightly narrowed its bloodthirsty eyes, looked at the figure that was drifting away, and spat disdainfully. Then, it looked at the surrounding crew members with its bloodshot eyes again, and shouted in a hoarse voice. What are you still doing? The fleet will speed up immediately. After completing the replenishment of supplies, start the great migration of civilization. The silent command center became busy again. Emperor Eugene waved his hand impatiently, asking the crew around him to disperse, and then closed his eyes again. Everything seemed to be back to how it was a few hours ago. But it can be seen from Emperor Eugene's constantly trembling white eyelids and the depressing atmosphere in the command center that the current Eugene civilization is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Chapter 711. Who did you learn this pie-making technique from? HIP 22580 star system. The dazzling light slowly dissipated, and the Wunschwan ship retracted its 6 open sails and returned to its original spindle shape. A 3-minute-long high-energy neutron storm has been emitted and is rushing towards the target planet at a speed close to the speed of light. The water of Lethe River surges endlessly, playing the music of death in this inconspicuous star system. Around the Wunschwan ship, there is a small escort fleet composed of Xuanwu frigates and Golden Crow battleships. Further away, silver-white spherical detectors whiz past the star system, carefully exploring the other planets in the star system. The camera switches to the target planet again. HIP 22580F. The high-energy neutron storm has crossed a long distance and rushed into the atmosphere of the target planet like a shower. Neutrons are not electrically charged, so you cannot see any fantastic aurora scenes with the naked eye. But as time passed, a strange scene appeared in the camera. A withered yellow circular area suddenly appeared in the area directly opposite the forgotten ship. Subsequently, the dry yellow round area rapidly spread towards the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. This planet, which originally appeared blue under the reflection of plants, is gradually turning into a dead yellow planet under the attack of the Wunschwan ship. The high-energy neutron storm is over. As the high-energy neutron flow gradually dissipated, the silver-white detector quickly headed towards the target planet and turned on the most powerful life detection instrument. High-energy neutron storm completed. No trace of life has been detected on the target planet. Looking at the flashing yellow information in front of him, Lu Yongchang put down his work and let out a long sigh of relief. 0. Prepare to land. Lu Yongchang glanced at the various data sent back by the detector and murmured hesitantly. The intensity of gamma rays is far from reaching the target. I don't know if these giant trees can adapt to the environment here. After struggling for a moment, he shook his head and slightly modified his original plan. First sow some seeds from the abandoned giant trees and see if they can survive. Let News wait a little longer. After the demise of the Forsaken Star, the offspring in the laboratory naturally inherited the title News. Roger. At the same time as the electronic synthesizer sounded, in the holographic image on one side, several small starships left the fleet and headed towards the withered yellow planet. Lu Yongchang turned his attention to the scene in front of him again, and shook his head helplessly. The theoretical basis of the material disintegration field should take a long time to complete. As expected, it was exactly as he thought. The development process of energy weapons of this level was definitely not that simple. He sighed softly, and turned his attention back to this difficult job again. 1 month later. Professor, the experiment failed. Zero's electronic synthesized sound interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts, and pulled him out of the theoretical model in front of him. What? What experiment? Lu Yongchang's eyes were filled with confusion. The seeds of the lost giant trees sown on HIP 22580 are all dead. The electronic synthesized voice continued to be heard. And at the same time, real-time image data from 23 light-years away was presented in front of him. Looking at the planet that was still withered in yellow, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but frown. Is it really still a problem with gamma rays? He stood up from his seat and walked out of the office. Let the fleet stay where it is. Receive. That's roughly the situation. Lu Yongchang stood in the laboratory and said with some helplessness. To some extent, the living conditions of new civilization are too harsh. But the formed new civilization will have a great impact on our subsequent research. As help. So let's talk about it. Is there any better solution? Artificially create gamma rays? Mao Jingji's voice came. Create several large-scale antimatter reactors in synchronous orbits. And use the annihilation of matter and antimatter to produce gamma rays on a large scale. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. This solution is not difficult to implement for current human civilization. But considering the materials it consumes, what a waste. Tao Yuda retorted without hesitation. Academician Mao, do you know how much antimatter is wasted? Let me give you a preliminary estimate. Considering new civilizations, absorption efficiency of gamma rays, and the dispersion of gamma rays. Tao Yuda dragged over a holographic image and started writing on it quickly. With Zero's auxiliary calculations, the results were quickly presented to everyone. Conservatively, we need to build a Dyson cloud system to specifically supply these antimatter reactors. Tao Yuda shrugged. I think this is outrageous. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and expressed his agreement. Even if human civilization does not currently lack energy, such wasteful behavior is not a normal development path after all. Then what method do you have? Mao Jingji's face turned slightly red, and he asked Tao Yuda. Don't tell me that you are going to give up on this star system, and then look for a suitable planet to provide habitation for new civilization land. I'm telling you, the biological laboratory is currently in urgent need of all aspects of testing data on the complete body new civilization, especially the data from the Italian network. We have initially completed the work on the correlation between bioelectric signals and human consciousness. As long as there is enough data to support it, maybe we will soon be able to grasp the mystery of human consciousness. Lu Yongchang glanced at Mao Jingji, whose face was reddish. In surprise. I never expected that Mao Jingji would lead the biological laboratory to advance this research project to this point without saying a word. Ahem, although there are no definite experimental results yet, I believe that with the help of new civilization, the biological laboratory will be able to produce experimental results soon. Seeing Lu Yongchang casting his vote looking at him, Mao Jingji touched the tip of his nose with some guilt, and explained in a low voice, Professor, you have to believe me. Lu Yongchang, you started to draw the pie when the Qingqing research was still in the theoretical stage. Right? I really don't know who you learned this technique of painting cakes from. Lu Yongchang complained in a low voice with black lines on his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy laboratory suddenly became quiet, looking at the strange looks in the eyes of the people around him. Lu Yongchang suddenly realized something. There was a bit of embarrassment in his eyes, and he changed the subject abruptly. Ahem! Tao Yuda, tell me your plan. Chapter 712, Stellar Core Reaction Interference Device. Although Lu Yongchang's way of changing the topic was very blunt, it still attracted the attention of most people in the laboratory. The reason? Naturally, it was because of Tao Yuda's impressive record in the laboratory in the past. Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Tao Yuda could only touch the tip of his nose with a slight embarrassment, and hesitantly expressed his thoughts. The main star of the star system where new civilization lived in the past would periodically emit gamma rays. I think, why can't we directly attack the two main stars of the HIP 22580 star system? As long as we add fire to the nuclear fusion reaction inside the host star and make it more violent, perhaps we can artificially create a shining star that is under our control. Since most of the energy is provided by the star itself, this solution does not consume much. As he spoke, Tao Yuda glanced at Mao Jingji next to him and made another stab. At least, it is much less than the plan proposed by Academician Mao Xingji. Although he felt a little aggrieved, he still swallowed this breath silently. There is no way. Anyone with a discerning eye knows how big the gap is between the two plans. Professor, what do you think? Mao Xingji shifted his gaze to Lu Yongchang, who was still silent. It's a good idea. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. But it may be difficult to implement it. Affecting the nuclear fusion reaction inside the star, let me think about it. Under the gaze of all the academicians, he slowly walked to a chair nearby, and then closed his eyes. Even Lu Yongchang was a little unsure about this whimsical plan at this time. Therefore, he could only seek off-site assistance. On the spot. Hang up. Come on. As for the other academicians in the laboratory, they are no longer surprised by Lu Yongchang's hobby. Tao Yuda shrugged and spoke first. It's all gone. According to usual practice, it may take a while for the professor to give us an answer. In the modeled background space, Lu Yongchang's conscious body floats in front of the bright white technology tree. Under the guidance of the technology tree, he turned on the switch in his mind again. Overclocking begins. Inspiration keeps coming like soap bubbles. The bright white technology tree has also gradually undergone some changes. A thin line slowly extends from the grand unified theory at the bottom, and extends all the way up to near the tip of the 5th level civilization technology tree. A dim cursor slowly emerged. Stellar core reaction interference device. Different from the ordinary cursors that grow on the trunk of the technology tree. This dim cursor is like an extra branch growing on the technology tree. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. This kind of scene has happened several times in the past. According to his experience, this often means that this technology is not the mainstream technology of the current civilization level. Generally speaking, it may be a prerequisite technology for a certain technology that can only be mastered by a 6th level civilization. As expected, after waiting for a moment, a thin line stretched out from the dim cursor again, and went straight to the fog at the top of the 5th level civilization technology tree. Without any hesitation, the thin line penetrated directly through the ceiling and penetrated deep into the mist. Lu Yongchang subconsciously widened the eyes of his conscious body, trying to see clearly the picture in the fog. The appearance of the thin line briefly weakened the density of the fog, which somewhat satisfied Lu Yongchang's desire to spy. Under his gaze, the thin line finally connected to an extremely dim cursor. Starburst. Before he could see the fonts above the cursor clearly, the density of the fog returned to normal again, and his sight was completely cut off from the fog. Although it was just a glimpse, the huge amount of information revealed made Lu Yongchang's heart beat violently. Starburst? Starburst. Involving the explosion of stars. What else could it be? Supernova explosion. This is one of the most extreme situations in the universe. A level 6 civilization is so powerful. He subconsciously held his breath and turned his gaze again to the technology tree in front of him. The dim, star core reaction interference device cursor attracted his attention like poison. In the quantum brain, inspiration continues to rise and disappear. Call! Lu Yongchang, who was lying on his back on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. He hasn't experienced such a feeling for a long time, since his brain was quantized due to the protection mechanism. He was forcibly kicked out of the technology tree system. Professor? Perhaps it was because Lu Yongchang's too violent reaction attracted Tao Yuda's attention. He raised his voice and asked Lu Yongchang loudly, Are you okay? Lu Yongchang did not turn his head, but waved his hand in Tao Yuda's direction and said in a slightly hoarse voice, No, it's okay. He took a deep breath to calm down the inspiration gushing in his quantum brain and the heart beating violently in his chest. The sound of footsteps came from far to near. Then my plan. Lu Yongchang raised his head slightly and met Tao Yuda's anxious and expectant eyes. The plan is very good. The feasibility is very high. Lu Yongchang gave his evaluation without hesitation. Really? Upon hearing this comment, Tao Yuda's eyes instantly brightened a little, and his speaking speed also increased a lot. Professor, I think the interference plan for the core of a star should be based on a grand unified theory. I have carefully looked at the grand unified field you studied some time ago. Perhaps we can use the grand unified field to affect the intensity of the fusion reaction in the core of the star. As Tao Yuda spoke, he hurriedly dragged a holographic image from the side. In the image, there are densely packed complex formulas and deduction processes. Lu Yongchang inspected it carefully, and a relieved smile gradually appeared on his face. Well said. This coincides with my thoughts, and the application of grand unified theory goes far beyond this. Through the grand unified field, Injecting enough powerful energy into the interior of the star can completely trigger a more violent fusion reaction in the core of the star. As he spoke, he raised his hand, pulled out his research records on the material disintegration field, and placed them side by side with Tao Yuda's deduction process. Do you know what this means? Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice, with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. Tao Yuda shook his head in confusion. One day in the future, when our technology is advanced enough, we can even directly detonate a star and artificially create a supernova explosion, Lu Yongchang said with great excitement. Control of stars is a technology that only level 6 civilizations can possess. Tao Yuda gasped subconsciously. He never thought that his accidental research would lead to such an exaggerated technology. However, this is just a theory at the moment. Lu Yongchang poured cold water on Tao Yuda in an understatement, cooling down his somewhat heated mind. What we need to solve now is the prerequisite technology of this technology. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang quickly integrated the inspiration in his mind and wrote out complex formulas on the holographic image in front of him. A new model based on the Grand Unified Theory gradually took shape under Tao Yuda's watch. Chapter 7:13 Awakening Ceremony. The progress of the theoretical system quickly broke through the original scientific research bottleneck. The research project on stellar core reaction interference device quickly got on track. At the same time, research work in this area also gave Lu Yongchang a lot of inspiration about the material disintegration field. The two complement each other and bring great promotion effects. 5 years later, Earth calendar year 3635, the first generation stellar core reaction interference device was successfully launched. According to theoretical data, this giant device, which is as large as the moon, can greatly enhance the nuclear fusion reaction in the core of the star and cause it to release powerful enough gamma rays. Of course, this is still far from triggering a supernova explosion. However, the successful launch of this device still ignited research enthusiasm within the Academy of Sciences. Same year, Kepler 452b has completed the final step of modification work. Looking at the huge blue and green planet outside the porthole, Lu Yongchang showed a bit of joy in his eyes. Although I don't know how long this peace will last, the completion of the new home has finally brought a lot of positive feedback to human civilization that has been wandering for a long time. He could clearly feel that the Academy of Sciences was filled with a festive atmosphere during this period. Almost every scientific researcher has a touch of joy and expectation in their eyes. Not only that, with Pandaren, the interstellar flights of the Taladan people have also been officially opened. The first batch of Taladan people who have completed genetic enhancement as envoys arrived in the Kepler 452 star system a few days ago. They are about to witness the largest and most solemn ceremony in the history of human civilization. Professor, Counselor Hung asks you to go to Kepler 452b as soon as possible. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Electronic synthesized sound sounded from the side, pulling him back from his divergent thoughts. Good. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, with a faint smile, and he walked steadily towards the shuttle not far away. At present, the starships of human civilization are too large to take off and land on the surface of the planet. Some types of very large starships are even forced to disintegrate due to tidal forces. Therefore, small shuttles have become the most convenient means of transportation. But the shuttle's transport capacity is ultimately inferior to that of a large starship. Lu Yongchang also had a vague idea in his heart. Perhaps, is it time for anti-gravity technology to be put on the scientific research agenda? In the past scientific research time, his understanding of the Grand Unified Theory has gradually deepened, and he has some clues about the implementation plan of anti-gravity. The shuttle's door suddenly opened, revealing the spacious interior. Lu Yongchang shook his head, retracted his free and divergent thoughts, and stepped into the shuttle. Under Zero's control, the shuttle smoothly drove out of the slowly opening port gate and headed towards the blue planet not far away. Awakening Ritual. As the name suggests, it is a ritual to awaken all the billions of humans who are still in hibernation. The shuttle landed smoothly on a vast and flat square, the central square of human civilization. The central plaza is located in the equatorial region of Kepler 452b. In the center of the square is a square monument with a height of 10,000 meters, the monument to the pioneers of human civilization. The venue for this awakening ceremony is arranged in the area below the monument. It can also be regarded as a prayer for the pioneers of civilization who have paid silently. The shuttle door slowly opened, and Lu Yongchang, dressed in formal attire, stepped out. The breeze on Kepler 452b blew across his face and slightly ruffled his hair. The cheers coming from not far away attracted Lu Yongchang's attention. He is a researcher at the Academy of Sciences. Looking at those familiar faces, Lu Yongchang suddenly felt extremely excited in his originally calm heart. He took a deep breath to calm down his inner emotions, then calmly raised his right hand and gestured to them. He was responded to with even more enthusiastic cheers. Not many people participated in the awakening ceremony. Apart from the Academy of Sciences and members of the Parliament, there were only a group of round black and white dumplings left. Like humans, the black and white groups of Taladin, who came as envoys, widened their eyes curiously and looked at the scene on the stage. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yongchang walked slowly towards his seat. Next to that seat sat an old man with gray hair. "Yongchang, you're here," Hong Qiming said with a gentle smile. Lu Yongchang's eyes were slightly dazed. At that moment, he seemed to have seen the gentle smile that the old council president showed to him thousands of years ago. "Yes, here we come," Lu Yongchang said in a dry voice. "You're not late, are you?" "Of course not." The smile on Hong Qiming's face became gentler. "For you, you are never late." Clang! Along with a melodious bell sound coming from all around, the originally clear sky suddenly dimmed as if it was covered by something. That's a giant color-changing curtain that unfolds from a synchronous orbit. Turning black, it firmly blocked the blazing light from the main star. The awakening ceremony begins. In the pitch-black darkness, the 10,000-meter-high monument to the pioneers of human civilization glowed with blue light. At the same time, the holographic image-generating device set up on the giant curtain began to work. The extremely huge holographic projection, from blur to clear, appeared directly in the dark sky. From the solar system to the Proxima Centauri galaxy, from the Gliese 555 star system to the Kepler 452 star system, human civilization has experienced countless hardships and setbacks. As Lu Yongchang's solemn voice came from the surrounding speakers, the supergiant holographic images in the sky also began to change one by one. The helium flash crisis, the battle of Proxima Centauri, the battle of later civilization, the death of painting, the battle of Bota civilization, and the Proxima Centauri tail-cutting plan. The tragic battle images appeared in front of everyone like a revolving lantern. In these crises and battles, countless people sacrificed themselves and paid the price with their lives for the continuation of human civilization. As the words fell, a dense string of names were projected into the sky. After the storm, there is a rainbow. All the sufferings that cannot bring down human civilization will eventually become the force that drives the progress of human civilization. In the giant projection, the transformation scenes of the Gliese 555 star system and the Kepler 452 star system are reproduced at extremely fast speeds. Everyone, today's human civilization already has basic self-protection capabilities. The era of catastrophe that lasted for 1,600 years has ended. Facing everyone's crystal eyes, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I announce, activate all home ships. The wake-up procedure begins now." After the words fell, the holographic projection in the sky instantly dissipated, and the giant color-changing curtain returned to its original transparent appearance. The light from the main star shines on Kepler 452b again. Lu Yongchang raised his head and looked at the cloudless sky. Earth, as well as the outline of the planetary fortress under construction, came into his eyes clearly. Chapter 714 Experimenting with Stars. The awakening ceremony came to an end. Lu Yongchang also returned to the Earth for safety reasons and to ensure the accuracy of experiments. Most laboratories are still placed on the Earth. He sat by the porthole of the office and turned to look out the window. Home ships docked one after another in the synchronous orbit of Kepler 452b. Small shuttles and space elevators operated at full power, sending batches of people who had awakened from hibernation to the ground. Zero planned everything in an orderly manner, according to the awakening plan provided by the School of Sociology. The awakening procedure for hibernating personnel still follows the usual practice, and the order of awakening is determined based on the level of contribution. Considering that most hibernators have been sleeping for more than hundreds of years, some have been sleeping for thousands of years, there is a huge gap between the knowledge system they master and the current human civilization. The knowledge system of some hibernating personnel even stays in the era of second-level or even first-level civilization. This is inevitable. To this end, the Faculty of Sociology and the Parliament launched a universal basic education action on Kepler 452. The first thing every hibernating person should do after waking up is to receive basic education ranging from 1 to 10 years. It is the same as the education method of the social public education system. Both content and time are taught according to each person's choice. This seems to have become inevitable for the development of civilization. Not everyone is Lu Yongchang. Regarding the huge and complex technological system of human civilization today, almost no one can master it in all aspects. 99.99% of people are aware of these novel high-tech gadgets, but don't know why. But as long as 0.01% of people can stand out from it, it is enough. When the public education system begins to fully operate and the population expands rapidly, even if the probability of a genius appearing is only 0.0001%, it will still be a number that cannot be underestimated. With Zero's help, everything seems to be in order, and there are no problems even in providing the huge resources needed for the lives of billions of people. Although most of the basic work is completed by a large number of weak artificial intelligence, the additional aggregation and processing tasks still occupy a lot of computing power. Normally, this computing power would be nothing to Zero. But now, we are in the stage of rapid expansion of human civilization. Not to mention the Academy of Sciences. Even the Parliament is eager to split the computing power into two parts. Countless interstellar probes are constantly expanding outward like locusts, exploring star systems one after another around the Kepler 452 star system. Today, the explored range of human civilization, or the territory of civilization, has reached a radius of 24 light-years. A large number of mining tasks and construction tasks have already filled the construction schedule for the next hundreds of years. There are only two options to alleviate this embarrassing situation. 1. Once again squeezing the performance of optical quantum computers. Zero's computing power has been greatly improved. The difficulty is not small. At least, the optical quantum computing laboratory led by Mo Ziyang has not yet come up with a feasible plan. Second, naturally, it absorbs a large number of affiliated civilizations. Even if it is a second-level civilization, its individuals can complete many tasks that weak artificial intelligence cannot complete after being trained and educated. This can reduce the computing power burden of Zero on a large scale. But this is not easy. At least within a radius of 24 light-years. The detector has not yet found a civilization with advanced intelligence. Of course, relying on the population of human civilization itself can also alleviate this problem to a certain extent. But this takes a lot of time. Today's human civilization, whether in terms of population size or average level of education, is like an incomplete civilization with an extremely developed brain, but extremely uncoordinated limbs. Drop! A crisp reminder sounded in the office, interrupting Lu Yongcheng's theoretical improvement of the material disintegration field. Professor, Academician Mao Jingji is waiting for you at the door. Zero's electronically synthesized voice reminded softly. Mao Jingji? Lu Yongcheng frowned. Why did he come to me? Is it related to new civilization? He murmured in a low voice, and at the same time raised his hand and gently rubbed the center of his brow that was a little painful from overthinking. Let him come in. Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, the closed office door suddenly opened. Professor, what a great discovery! What a great discovery! As the door opened, Mao Jingji's loud and exciting voice came from outside the door, which scared Lu Yongcheng and trembled violently. What big discovery? Looking at Mao Jingji, who hurried to his desk, Lu Yongcheng frowned again and looked at him with a somewhat unkind look. Although the stellar core reaction interference device has been completed, controlling the nuclear reaction inside the star requires a large amount of computing power. Resources are needed to cooperate. Zero's computing power is currently too tight. I'm afraid we have to put the matter of new civilization on hold. No. 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 Mao Jingji gasped and waved his hands repeatedly. Professor, you can't let it go. You absolutely can't let it go. The Italian network of new civilization might be able to help us solve our current big problem. Lu Yongcheng was stunned, and subconsciously stood up from the chair with his hands on his hands. He raised his voice and asked, What did you say? Mao Jingji took a few deep breaths to calm down. Professor, you also know that individuals of new civilization can transmit memory and knowledge through the Italian network. Yes. Lu Yongcheng frowned slightly, and a vague thought came to his mind. What do you mean? Right. Mao Jingji's eyes were full of excitement. He put his hands on Lu Yongcheng's desk and said loudly, When Lu Siyuan was studying the previous batch of data, he accidentally discovered the corresponding signals of bioelectricity and quantum consciousness regarding memory transmission. I just said that kid is a biology man. Ha ha! It's true. There was also a hint of excitement in Lu Yongcheng's eyes. If you can master memory transmission technology, then human civilization can make up for its current shortcomings as soon as possible. The harm caused by long-term hibernation will also disappear completely. The most important thing is Zero can release a lot of idle computing power. Yes. Mao Jingji slapped his thigh hard with his big hand. Professor, tell me about new civilization. Tomorrow, no. Tell the Megastructure Engineering Department to have Shiha set off immediately for the HIP 22580 star system today. Professor, the Megastructure Engineering Department is currently conducting the second startup test. Zero's electronic synthesized voice came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's words. Second power on test? Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows sharply. Just try it! With their petty experimental plan, what problems can be caused? Tell them to just try it on the stars. Send a fleet to escort us and set off immediately. Chapter 715 Shiha. Time flies. Earth calendar year 3637. A giant moon-sized device, escorted by a small fleet, broke away from the curvature navigation and arrived near the HIP 22580 star system. Stellar Core Reaction Interference Device. Codenamed Shiha. I have to say that the pipe painted by academician Mao Jingji is delicious enough. Xiangdo Academy of Sciences has upgraded the importance of matters related to new civilization to the second priority. Shiha slowly arrived near a star in the HIP 22580 star system. The moon-sized, Shiha, giant structure is as inconspicuous as a small sesame dot in front of the huge star. But this little sesame dot has the ability to make stars undergo earth-shaking changes. In the Kepler 452 star system 23 light-years away. According to Li Yongchang's order, Zero temporarily stopped all kinds of irrelevant calculation work and concentrated all the idle computing power on Shiha. Under Zero's remote control, the overall spherical structure, Shiha, slowly cracked open, revealing the complex grand unified field generating device inside. As the power of the antimatter engine continues to increase, the intensity of the grand unified field also continues to increase. A few insignificant ripples gradually appeared on the surface of the star. Next moment, a thick purple laser shot out from inside Shiha and rushed straight towards the star not far away. The purple laser beam containing huge energy instantly sank into the surface of the star and penetrated into the core of the star. To a star, this energy is nothing, but under the precise control of the grand unification field, it was like a domino, triggering a series of subtle and exquisite chain reactions. The whole process lasted approximately several months. Finally, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The fusion reaction inside the star begins to intensify, and powerful gamma rays begin to be released. Boom! The originally peaceful star exploded with unprecedented power at this moment. It was like a sneeze, spraying a burst of extremely powerful gamma rays around. Like a raging tide, this burst of gamma rays surges towards the entire star system. It surged across planets with an unstoppable momentum. If there is still life on these stars, then, if nothing unexpected happens, all these lives will perish in this stellar crisis, just like the solar system at that time. But this is the living environment that new civilization dreams of. When all test data met the standards, the seeds and small individuals of new civilization were transported to HIP 22580F. At the same time, the huge Italian network core was also placed in a suitable position to ensure that it could enjoy the maximum amount of gamma rays. As for the companion race of new civilization, the forsaken giant insects, they were naturally put into this planet that was full of decay. The lost giant worms that have undergone certain genetic modification projects can decompose and digest the organic matter left behind by the previous generation of civilization as quickly as possible, and provide necessary nutrients for new civilization. The seeds of life once again sprouted on HIP 22580F, the outer reaches of HIP 22580 star system. After several years of running around, a fleet finally arrived at its destination. Your Majesty the Emperor. A lizardman crew member crawled at the feet of Emperor Eugene and said, "The fleet is about to sail into the target star system, and the time to complete the supply of supplies is expected to be around 60 years. Emperor Eugene was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. 60 years is not a long time and is acceptable. 60 years later, the fleet will set sail for the star field 500 light-years away." It repeated the order it had already given, looking at the command center, which was silent and showed no objection. It nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead and get everyone moving. We don't have much time." "Yes." The crew member bowed his head and responded quickly, getting up quickly and preparing to go to his station. A piercing alarm sounded suddenly. The flagship of Eugene's civilization also trembled violently. "What's going on?" Emperor Eugene grabbed the armrests of the chair with his scaly claws and yelled, "Technician! What happened?" The originally peaceful command center suddenly became chaotic. "Category 1 exposure alert! Category 1 exposure alert! along with the constantly echoing sirens. A shrill shout came from a distance. Emperor Eugene's heart suddenly sank. Category 1 Exposure Alert. This is the most serious alarm message in Eugene's civilization. Normally, it will only be triggered when there is a face-to-face encounter with an unidentified civilization and your own fleet is attacked. Another violent tremor came, along with a spinning feeling. The equivalent gravity in the command center gradually disappeared, and a strong sense of weightlessness instantly swept through Emperor Eugene's body. Attacked again. Emperor Eugene's heart suddenly sank. The person who came here is not kind. But it didn't panic. During his time as emperor, he experienced countless more dangerous scenes. It was just 2 small-scale attacks. Even the armor of the battleship was not penetrated. There was nothing to panic about. It stabilizes its body as much as possible, and stabilizes itself on the deck with the help of fixtures. The attack method has been determined. High-energy laser beam attack. The flagship surface armor was damaged by 12.67%. Another crew member reported the damage to the hull in a hurried tone. The main damaged parts are: the power system has no obvious impact, and the weapons system has no obvious impact. Where is the enemy? Emperor Eugene's orange vertical pupils shrank violently. He opened his sharp mouth full of sharp teeth, and shouted loudly, "Locate the enemy's position immediately." Positioning successful. The enemy is directly above the fleet. 50 million kilometers away. The crew's voice drowned out the panic in the command center. The enemy ship image is being restored. Shrink the fleet. Emperor Eugene ordered loudly without any hesitation. Develop a defensive formation. Get ready to fight. As its voice fell, the huge Eugene fleet quickly took action. Countless interstellar wars have brought them rich combat experience. In a short period of time, the scattered fleets gathered together, with small battleships taking the lead, using their bodies to act as a shield for the central flagship. The power of the nuclear fusion reactor increased rapidly, and the magnetic field shield began to operate at full power. This war machine is adjusting its status as quickly as possible to cope with any subsequent attacks. Chapter 7:16. Isn't this a coincidence? When every crew member in the Eugene fleet was fully prepared for battle, the image data of the enemy ships gradually appeared on the large screen in the command center. When the picture became clear, the anxious atmosphere in the command center suddenly paused. In the originally noisy command center, for a while, there was only the slight noise made by the operation of the equipment. Emperor Eugene's nose twitched rapidly, and he looked at the screen in front of him in horror. In the picture, a large-scale fleet did not appear as he expected. Not to mention the fleet, it didn't even see a single battleship in the picture. In the deep and dark universe, there is only one inconspicuous white dot. On a scale of 50 million kilometers, this white spot is not even as conspicuous as those infinitely distant stars. The lens quickly zoomed in, and the images in the screen continued to enlarge and become clearer. In the end, what appeared in front of the Eugene fleet was a spherical silver-white aircraft. The size of the aircraft is not large, compared with the starships of the Eugene civilization. It can even be described as pocket-sized. No! Emperor Eugene's orange vertical pupils had shrunk into a slender straight line. At the same time, it opened its sharp mouth full of fine teeth and let out a severely altered howl. This is impossible! A strong chill instantly appeared on its back, and the fine scales on its body stood up. This scene was so terrifying that it didn't dare to imagine the hidden information behind it. The next moment, a purple light appeared in the lens. Then the flames of the explosion appeared. It was a small warship located at the outermost edge of the defensive formation. Although the style is a bit old, and the performance of the battleship is also a bit outdated, as the core strength of the Eugene civilization, it can also be regarded as the best among the third-level battleships. But this outstanding third-level battleship turned into brilliant fireworks the moment it was attacked. The person who issued this attack was actually a small detector. This huge sense of contrast immediately overwhelmed Emperor Eugene and left him breathless. The information hidden behind it is displayed in front of it like a bright card. There is a high probability that this detector comes from that level 5 civilization that we have never met before. The piercing alarm sounded again. The communication request from the other party was detected. A crew member reported in a hoarse voice. The message comes with a dictionary. Take it. Emperor Eugene stretched out his hand, holding on to the seat next to him, and murmured in a low voice with his eyes blank. In zero-gravity space, its movements actually have no real effect, but the cold touch from the heart of the claw still gave it some strength to maintain its image. Third warning. This star system belongs to the human civilization of the Milky Way. Any entry into the country without permission will be regarded as aggression by human civilization, and will be regarded as a declaration of war against human civilization by default. looking at the lines of text that appeared quickly on the screen. Emperor Eugene suddenly felt a strong bitterness rising from his throat. Third warning? Thinking of the 3 attacks on Eugene's fleet, it is not difficult to imagine that the extremely powerful laser beam with purple light was the opponent's warning method. That's just the other party's warning method. The image of the battleship exploding appeared in its mind again. It took a deep breath and entered a line of information with trembling fingers. Dear human civilization, we have no intention of offending your territory. We will leave immediately. Please, hold your hands high. Before the response message appeared, Emperor Eugene screamed, "Escape! Run away! The other party only has 1 detector. All warships, spread out their formations and escape." 23 light-years away, inside the Kepler 452 star system, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the quiet office, waking up Lu Yongchang, who was resting on the sofa. "Professor, an unknown civilization was discovered near the HIP 22580 star system." Before Lu Yongchang could fully wake up, Ling's urgent voice rang in his ears. "Preliminary judgment shows that the opponent is a level 3 wandering civilization." Lu Yongchang suddenly opened his somewhat hazy eyes, raised his hands, and rubbed his face vigorously. "Report the specific situation," he ordered in a deep voice. "Inform Zhao Zijie and prepare for battle." As he finished speaking, a blue holographic projection appeared in front of him. In the projection, the perspective picture from the interstellar probe is presented. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. "How do you feel about the style of this fleet? A bit familiar? Compared with the Eugene civilization we met earlier, the quality of this fleet is obviously much better. But the battleship models are still a bit mixed. Is this also a civilization of star thieves?" Lu Yongchang muttered to himself in surprise. "Are there so many star thieves in this star field? It's really unfair." "Professor, the other party responded to our message." Zero interrupted Lu Yongchang's soliloquy. "The dictionary comparison has been completed, and it is determined that the other party is the Eugene civilization." "Oh!" Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly filled with interest. "Isn't this a coincidence? We meet again!" "What did they say?" Lu Yongchang asked casually as he got up from the sofa, picked up the water glass, and took a sip of warm water. The information from Eugene civilization quickly appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. "Leave?" There was a faint smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Are you kidding me? After such a long time, we finally caught a level 3 civilization. Can we make you escape?" Before he finished speaking, another holographic image appeared on Lu Yongchang's side. "Professor," Zhao Zijie's voice came from the speaker. "Eugene civilization was discovered near HIP 22580. We leave no one behind. Catch them all." Lu Yongchang interrupted Zhao Zijie. "There are still many escort fleets near HIP 22580 that have not returned. You can remotely command this battle. The People's Federation is in short supply of labor right now. Try not to cause too many casualties." "Okay." Zhao Zijie nodded and agreed decisively. "Don't worry. I promise to complete the task." The holographic communication on the side was automatically cut off. Lu Yongchang held the water glass and sat back on his office chair again, looking at the holographic image following him with interest. "Spread out your formation and escape." He saw the intention of Eugene's fleet at a glance. "This commander is quite decisive. But, can you escape?" Lu Yongchang whispered to himself in a low voice, and at the same time raised his hand and crossed it in the air, opening another holographic image. "Zero, bring all the nearby detectors over and keep an eye on these battleships." Chapter 717, this is a clearly marked contribution value. HIP 22580 star system, with the transmission of tachyon information. The originally peaceful star system instantly became lively. The Golden Crow battleships and Xuanwu frigates that were originally responsible for escort missions and were doing nothing at this time quickly became active. As for the atmosphere inside the battleship, not to mention that 053C Golden Crow Battleship Combat Center, after receiving the order from Kepler 452, this group of crew members, who had been idle for more than a year, completed the pre-war preparations as quickly as possible and returned to their original posts. "I originally thought this escort mission would be boring. Yeah. I never expected that the mission is almost over and we can encounter such a good show. Hey! I'm almost out of sight these days. I finally have some tricks up my sleeve. How much contribution can you make from this operation?" "Contribution value? I'm not sure. It should be calculated based on the number of captured battleships." "Right." Just as the crew members were discussing, a loud shout came from the gate of the combat center. Let the labor and management be quiet. The noisy combat center fell silent instantly. Fan! H. Low Captain Fan. A crew member approaching the gate cautiously saluted the visitor. Yes. Fan Pingping nodded expressionlessly, then quickened his pace and walked towards his command position. After sitting in his seat, Fan Ping glanced around the combat center. After making sure that everyone was looking at him, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "The mission of this operation is very simple. Capture all Eugene battleships without causing widespread casualties. I can't tell you any ugly things now. If someone fires blindly, they will injure and maim those Eugene people, which will affect the final contribution value assessment. You should know the consequences. Captain, don't worry. We are measured." Not far away, a crew member shouted loudly, "Hurry up and give the combat order." "What's the hurry?" Fan Ping glared at the crew member who was speaking. "I've been studying the ancient culture of the People's League recently. There's an old saying that goes well. Haste makes waste. But, Captain, 054C has left the port." Fan Ping subconsciously looked at the holographic projection on one side. Really? The Golden Crow battleship beside him has slowly left the port. Looking at the light signal sent by the friendly forces, Fan Ping's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "His grandma's Sawaizo. You're using the front-running trick on labor and management again." "Right." Fan Ping's face turned red. He slapped the table in front of him hard and shouted loudly, "Let's go! Pull up the antimatter engine power. I want this boy Xiao Weijiao to know that he can't compare to me when he was in the academy. And he can't compare to me after leaving the academy." Boom! The moment the order was issued, the tail of the 053C Golden Crow battleship instantly sprayed out extremely strong gamma rays. Driven by the antimatter engine, 053C left the port like a wild horse and rushed towards the deep universe ahead. As for Fan Ping, looking at the escaping Eugene battleship in the holographic projection, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. These are all great military achievements. That's a real, clearly priced contribution. Eugene fleet. Emperor Eugene stood firmly on the deck, relying on the stabilizing device, looking solemnly at the big screen in front of him. "I don't know how human civilization will react," it thought worriedly. "Have you planned your escape route?" it whispered. "Find the nearest star system first. The battleship's energy reserves are running low, and it cannot support a long-term voyage." "Already planned." The crew member beside him quickly called up a star map and pointed out the navigation target for it. "Okay." It checked it and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that there was no problem. "Is that detector still working?" "There is no abnormal behavior." The crew member responded quickly. "Still parked in place. The fleet's dispersed escape has begun." A total of 9,639 warships went to 31 nearby star systems from different directions and completed the rendezvous mission 100 light-years away. "Are you sure that the detector didn't respond?" Emperor Eugene was a little worried and confirmed again. "Sure." The crew member responded with a positive tone while calling up the video data. Seeing that the silver-white ball was still sitting there stupidly, Emperor Eugene suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. And the anxiety and panic in his eyes also faded a little. Now it's right. Under normal circumstances, even if it invades the territory of other civilizations, the other party will not act excessively if the Eugene fleet actively avoids it. Eugene civilization has experience in this area. Not to mention that the opponent is still a powerful 5th-level civilization. And there is no reason to target a small 3rd-level civilization. Thinking of this, Emperor Eugene's expression became more relaxed. You can only be proud for 3 seconds. Along with a violent tremor, the piercing alarm sounded again in the command center. "The flagship is under attack. The flagship is under attack. The attack type determination is completed. It is a high-energy laser beam attack. The damage determination of the flagship has been completed, and 14.71% of the surface armor has been damaged." This familiar scene made Emperor Eugene gasp sharply, and his vertical pupils turned into a slender straight line again. PTSD belongs to yes. "Damn it! Didn't you say that the detector didn't move?" It turned around suddenly and slapped the sailor who had just reported the situation to it on the head with a paw. "Your Majesty the Emperor, this is not the original detector." A crew member next to him opened his mouth full of fine teeth and shouted in a horrified voice. "Yes, it's another detector. They are coming." Emperor Eugene trembled slightly and turned to look at the big screen in front of him again. On the screen, 3 silver-white spherical detectors were arranged in a Z-shaped pattern, quietly staying in the direction of the Eugene flagship. "Warn! This star system belongs to the human civilization of the Milky Way. Any entry into the country without permission will be regarded as aggression by human civilization and will be regarded as a declaration of war against human civilization by default. Seeing the same words, Emperor Eugene felt his eyes darken. It is ready to leave. But is it still considered an act of aggression? Why do you feel that this human civilization is more like the Star Pirate civilization than them? Please wait patiently. We will send relevant personnel to contact you immediately. Hack you! Waiting where you are? Do you really think they are that stupid talented civilization? Emperor Eugene finally couldn't hold it any longer and yelled. Hit! Beat these 3 detectors! Chapter 7:18. Slaps in the face always come so quickly. For the Eugene civilization with a strict hierarchy, the order from the Emperor was the highest order that could not be violated at any time. Even though the hearts of all Eugenists were filled with deep fear, they still had to follow their muscle instincts and began to adjust the parameters of various weapons. The warships that follow Eugene's flagship belonged to the elite of Eugene's civilization. Therefore, the various tedious preparations before launch did not take much time. Looking at the crosshairs firmly locked on the target on the screen, a stern look flashed at Emperor Eugene's eyes. Attack! It issued the final attack order. It doesn't believe it. What about level 5 civilization? Can just 3 small detectors block the escape path of Eugene's fleet? For a moment, high-energy laser cannon, electromagnetic gun, plasma cannon, all weapons that the Eugene civilization could use were launched. The attack has been launched, but it will take some time for the attack to take effect. Emperor Eugene held his breath and stared at the screen in front of him. Boom! For level 3 civilizations, the fastest weapon is naturally a high-energy laser beam flying at the speed of light. A bright beam of light spanned tens of millions of kilometers and accurately hit the vicinity of 3 spherical detectors. Something magical happened. Under the gaze of all the Eugene people, the trajectory of the high-energy laser beam suddenly deflected slightly. The laser beam deviated from the planned attack area and hit the side armor of the spherical detector diagonally. Hit! But not quite. A less obvious burn mark appeared on the side armor. The successful hit of the first laser beam was like blowing the clarion call for Eugene civilization to counterattack. Before the Eugene people could react, the dense high-energy laser beams had completely overwhelmed these 3 lonely detectors. What happened just now? Emperor Eugene's vertical pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. The image of the first high-energy laser beam being inexplicably deflected was still replayed in its mind, continuing to stimulate its fragile nerves. It's gravity! A voice sounded in the command center, attracting Emperor Eugene's attention. Dear Your Majesty, our instruments have observed a strong gravitational lensing effect. A lizard man explained to it in a respectful tone. The other party's detector used gravity to create a shield. Obviously, the gravity was not strong enough to completely deflect the laser beam we sent out. So the laser beam still hit the detector. Your Majesty, this is our chance. As the aftermath of the high-energy laser beam attack dissipated, the image on the screen became clear again. The 3 silver-white detectors, like a standing monument, floated quietly in front of the fleet, silently telling the Eugene civilization a fatal message: this road is blocked. They didn't move at all, and the distance between them didn't even change. This is the greatest contempt from higher civilization. Zoom the camera in! Emperor Eugene's face turned red, and his howling voice was full of panic. How is it possible that there is no damage? The picture on the screen changes rapidly. It also successfully saw the scene in its mind. The originally smooth and traceless silver-white detector surface had some traces of laser burns. The traces were not obvious and could only be regarded as skin injuries. This greatly boosted the morale of Eugene's civilization. They can cause damage to the detector. But the scene that appeared next was like a basin of cold water, directly extinguishing the courage that the Eugene people had finally mustered up. These scars are slowly disappearing under everyone's gaze. Within a few seconds, the surface of the silver-white spherical detector returned to its previous smoothness. There was dead silence in the Eugene flagship command center. After the laser, there are densely packed various kinetic and energy weapons. The explosions of electromagnetic cannons and plasma cannons once again flooded the entire lens with fire. Like laser weapons, these attacks successfully hit the detector, or, in other words, successfully arrived in the vicinity of the detector. But this time, the original joyful atmosphere was gone in the command center of Eugene's flagship. Emperor Eugene had silently closed his eyes, trying his best to hide the despair deep in his eyes. The consequences of an attack are predictable. I am afraid that only laser weapons can barely penetrate such a strong gravitational shield. As for other weapons, I'm afraid I won't even be able to touch each other. The fire of the explosion slowly dissipated, And Emperor Eugene also opened his eyes, although he was fully mentally prepared. The moment he saw the image on the screen, a sense of trembling still rose from the bottom of his heart. The three detectors were still the same as before, quietly declaring their power to the Eugene civilization. New communications! A hoarse roar attracted everyone's attention. On the screen directly in front, lines of text quickly appeared. Warn! Your actions constitute a substantial act of aggression. Human civilization officially declares war on Eugene civilization. The warships of human civilization are about to arrive on the battlefield. Please stop the unnecessary struggle and resistance immediately, and strive for leniency. Repeat. The warships belonging to human civilization are about to arrive on the battlefield. Emperor Eugene. Oh! It's over. Under everyone's gaze, the corners of its eyes twitched violently a few times. And it shouted again. Why are you standing there? Waiting to die? Continue to attack with laser cannons. Do you really believe that that warship is about to arrive on the battlefield? Emperor Eugene looked extremely gloomy. How much time has passed since we were discovered? It can't be that fast. The slap in the face always comes so quickly. A vague and powerful fluctuation of time and space came from not far away. Of course, the Eugene civilization was not aware of this fatal information, and they did not have the ability to detect the space-time fluctuations in the surrounding area. But the ultra-high-definition camera on the battleship brought them a terrifying message. The piercing siren sounded again. On the screen of the command center, a huge battleship suddenly appeared in the deep, dark and empty universe, and intercepted the forward direction of Eugene's fleet. The battleship is very large. A conservative estimate is that it is at least twice the size of the Eugene civilization flagship. With the appearance of the battleship, powerful gamma-ray radiation was transmitted, causing more sirens to blare. The Emperor! His Majesty the Emperor! A trembling voice came from beside him. Are we still going to attack? Chapter 719. Will you persuade me to surrender? Emperor Eugene glanced at the crew member who asked this question with a confused expression. Hit your ass! The corner of its mouth twitched and said angrily. Are you blind? Still fighting? Are you looking for death? The crew lowered their heads in silence, bearing the Emperor's wrath. Then, what should we do now? Emperor Eugene fell silent for a moment. For a long time. It opened its pointed mouth slightly, and squeezed out a word from the fine teeth. Wait. 053C, Golden Crow, battleship. Van Ping looked at the image data returned by the detector with great interest. This Eugene civilization is quite courageous. With such a huge power gap, they dare to take action? The deputy captain next to him smiled and responded. Star pirates are civilized. It's strange that they are not brave. But having said that, I feel like there is something wrong with this fleet. Old Fan, do you see it? The vice captain frowned slightly and said hesitantly. Van Ping looked a little solemn and nodded thoughtfully. It seems to be a standard battleship. Not bad. The deputy captain's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands hard and said with some excitement, It's a standard battleship. That's where the problem lies. Normally, the Star Thief civilization does not have standard battleships. At this point, both of them understood what the other meant. Van Ping stared straight at the battleship in the center of the defensive formation and swallowed hard. What do you mean? Did we hit a big fish? Big fish. It must be a big fish. As if he was afraid that others would hear. The vice captain subconsciously lowered his voice. Maybe. This is the small flagship of a certain detachment of the Eugene fleet. We have to do it as soon as possible. This contribution value, TSK. Van Ping's breathing became slightly faster, and his eyes also glowed with greed. At this time, in his eyes, what appeared in the holographic projection was not a fleet in a defensive state, but contribution points flying all over the sky and taken at will. Let's fight. The deputy captain's voice came again. Before anyone comes here, let's resolve the battle as quickly as possible and capture all these battleships. Van Ping thought in silence for a while. You can't hit him directly. He slowly shook his head and said, Our weapons are too powerful. In case there really is someone important. Van Ping's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a heartache on his face, I can't bear to give up this contribution value. Then what do you think we should do? Hearing this, the deputy captain also fell into a dilemma. Persuading to surrender? Will you persuade me to surrender? Me? Van Ping shook his head and asked in confusion. Why do you think I will persuade you to surrender? Do you know? The vice captain spread his hands and shrugged. What a coincidence. I can't do it either. Who can persuade a decent person to surrender? Van Ping. What should we do? The vice captain looked helplessly at the holographic image ahead. Why don't you give it a try? Eugene Flagship. Your Majesty the Emperor. A new communication request has been detected. A panicked voice sounded in the command center. The signal comes from that battleship. Connected. When Emperor Eugene heard the news, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At least the other party didn't directly use weapons to blast it into rubbish. After a short wait, the signal gradually stabilized, and a big, smooth face appeared on the big screen. Emperor Eugene shook his head subconsciously. No scales. So ugly. The big face on the screen also frowned subconsciously. Lizard people. So disgusting. A series of chirping sounds came from the speaker, and the translated text of Eugene also appeared on the screen. This is the territory of the Galactic Metahuman Federation. Eugene Civilization. What you have done has already happened. Please disarm all armed forces immediately, and accept the disposal. Otherwise, your fleet will be attacked by human warships. Emperor Eugene's vertical pupils quickly dilated, and there was an angry look in his eyes. Disarmament? Ever since it was elected as the Emperor of the Eugene Civilization, it has never been asked like this. Just when it was about to say something, the scaleless creature in the picture stopped its scripted chanting and said something else. Of course, you can also choose to join the Galactic Metahuman Federation. We can write off your previous offenses. Emperor Eugene. What the hell? After a brief moment of sluggishness, it finally reacted. Impossible. The free Eugene civilization will never become a subsidiary civilization of other civilizations. Never. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a violent explosion of flames came from the side windows, illuminating the entire dark command center. Taking action? Are you taking action now? Emperor Eugene just felt that his mind was blank. Shouldn't we discuss it again under normal circumstances? Why doesn't the opponent play according to the routine? Suddenly, it felt a little regretful. Did it refuse too decisively just now? Your Majesty the Emperor! They destroyed a detector. A hoarse roar came from beside him. Detector? Emperor Eugene looked at the speaking crew member in confusion. What detector? Our detector? No. It's their own detector. Emperor Eugene, perhaps seeing the rising anger in the Emperor's eyes, the crew hurriedly called up an image data. Look! The warship of human civilization just fired a cannonball. And then, one of the detectors exploded. Emperor Eugene stared blankly at the scene in front of him. That's right. Judging from the video data alone, such a bizarre incident did occur just now. For the first time since becoming Emperor, it felt that its brain was not enough. What kind of operation is this? Infighting in front of the enemy? But there is one thing to say. This attack is indeed very powerful. If he guessed correctly, it should be an antimatter weapon. If it hits the Eugene battleship, it shuddered violently, before its mind could completely turn around. The chirping sound came from the speaker again. To tell you the truth, this is the least powerful weapon in our battleship. You should have seen how much damage it can cause. Our human civilization is a race that advocates peace, and we are unwilling to use such powerful weapons against you. As long as you agree to join the Panhuman Federation, the previous misunderstandings can be wiped out. Otherwise, Emperor Eugene looked at the words on the big screen expressionlessly. Advocating peace? You call this advocating for peace? Aye. It calmed down and once again glanced at the silver-white detector that had long been reduced to ashes. On behalf of the Eugene civilization, I join the Milky Way Metahuman Federation. Chapter 720. What? Do you still have to pay for this thing? 053C, Golden Crow, Battleship. The deputy captain's eyes widened, and he looked at Fan Ping next to him in disbelief. Fan! Captain Fan! Is this the plan to persuade you to surrender? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Fan Ping shrugged and said matter-of-factly. Isn't the effect pretty good? The vice-captain frantically raised his hand and scratched his fluffy hair. No, it's not about the effect. Right. Look what you just did. Released the weapon lock restriction, and then fired an antimatter SHL at the detector. Fan Ping nodded calmly. Settling the battle with one shot. Very efficient. That's a friendly force. The vice-captain continued scratching his hair. His hair was as unkempt as a chicken coop from the constant scratching. Of course I know they are friendly forces. Fan Ping glanced at the vice-captain unhappily. Didn't I just say that our weapons are so powerful that one shot can probably destroy the entire Eugene battleship? How to calculate the lost contribution value? But you can't attack friendly forces. Perhaps because he felt that Fan Ping's words were reasonable. The deputy captain's tone became slightly weaker. The cost of this thing is very high, if nothing else. The vice-captain thought for a moment and said in a positive tone. You should be compensated. Van Ping's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell? Do you want compensation for this thing? But no one has ever told me about this. The vice captain was silent for a while again, and then said in a low voice, No one will attack their own detectors. Van Ping. Just look at it. The vice captain held back his smile, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder gently. Everything has two sides. To a certain extent, you can be regarded as leaving your name in history. Maybe there will be a few rules specifically related to you later. After all, behind every outrageous regulation, there is one or several more outrageous real cases. Listening to the vice captain's words, Van Ping Yuan's originally blue face even faintly showed bursts of black light. Is there anything so comforting? Forget it. Van Ping slapped the deputy captain's claw off his shoulder angrily, and turned his attention to the holographic image again. As long as its contribution is enough, the compensation will be paid. Boss, you're awesome. The vice captain gritted his teeth and gave Van Ping a thumbs up. Van Ping. As the two communicated, Eugene's civilized response slowly appeared in front of him. Van Ping stared blankly at the white text in the holographic projection, with deep doubts in his eyes. This. He raised his hand, pointed at the lizard man standing upright and talking in the holographic projection, and said to the deputy captain with an extremely strange expression, Is this guy so loud? It also represents Eugene's civilization. I accept its surrender on behalf of human civilization. Van Ping couldn't help laughing. I'm just the captain of a small team. It sounds like it's true. There was no smile on the deputy captain's face. He stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him, and looked at the picture in the projection again. The speaking lizard man stood in the center, with the crew surrounding him like stars over the moon. From the body movements, it can be vaguely seen that the surrounding lizard people respect the speaker. Wrong. The vice captain shuddered suddenly and lowered his voice to stop Van Ping's laughter. Something serious has happened. This guy doesn't look like the captain of the squadron. Van Ping glanced at the holographic projection blankly. You mean, this isn't a big fish? The moment the words were spoken, Van Ping felt a throbbing pain in his heart. Contribution. His contribution value is gone. You even have to pay high compensation. Vice Captain. Who taught you Chinese before? Wait. I understand. What you mean is... After seeing the look of the deputy captain looking at a fool, Van Ping's mind suddenly turned around. What kind of extraordinary identity does this guy have? As he spoke, he looked at the holographic image in front of him with bright eyes. Move slowly. The vice captain glared at Van Ping fiercely. Don't scare it. That's a vain contribution. Yes. Yes. Van Ping clasped his hands together and apologized repeatedly. It was my negligence. Now what? Find a reason to ask its identity? Nonsense. If you delay it any longer, someone might come. Looking at the two scaleless creatures who were communicating in low voices on the screen, as well as the uncomfortable and strange eyes, a chill suddenly appeared in Emperor Eugene's back. How does it feel? Shouldn't it surrender? Thinking of Eugene's civilization's attitude towards prisoners, the chill behind Emperor Eugene grew deeper, facing those eyes that seemed to be looking at the goods. It once again confirmed its plan. Pretend to surrender first to stabilize the opponent, then find a chance to escape. Although the chance of success is slim, it is better than being blasted into cosmic dust by a cannon. Ahem. Just as it was thinking carefully, the scaleless creature in the picture spoke again. Human civilization temporarily accepts your application to join. To show your sincerity, please immediately disarm all armed forces and open up the shipboard computer permissions. Emperor Eugene. Disarm all forces? Open computer permissions? This is tantamount to handing over everyone's lives to the other party. As Emperor Eugene, he would never agree to such an excessive request. Just when it was about to refuse, it noticed a key piece of information. Accept it for now? It slightly opened its mouth full of fine teeth and stared at the screen in front of it in confusion. What does this mean? The meaning is very simple. You are currently not a member civilization of the Pan-Human Federation. Human civilization will conduct a comprehensive evaluation and review of Eugene's civilization based on various information. Only after passing the review can you join the Galactic Metahuman Federation. I hope you can understand that we are taking the elite route, and not just any random civilization can join. Emperor Eugene, feeling offended, although it felt extremely aggrieved, but its strength was inferior to humans. It could only swallow the gloomy air in its chest and asked in a good voice. Then what if Eugene's civilization does not pass the review? Oh, that's easy. According to the Metahuman Federation Act, the Eugene civilization has declared war on human civilization. So naturally we will. Chapter 721 The Perfect Labor Force? Emperor Eugene suddenly widened his eyes, and his orange vertical pupils shrank into a straight line again. Etc. We disarm immediately. It only felt that its brain was throbbing and aching. How to talk about this? The opponent doesn't play according to the routine at all. Remember to open the control rights of the shipboard computer. After leaving the last line of information, the communication link was severed. Emperor Eugene was left standing there gritting his teeth and looking at the remaining fonts on the screen. Your Majesty, do we really want to hand over control of the central computer? The crew member beside him reluctantly asked. The central computer stores detailed information of all subfleets. Once control is handed over, the consequences are disastrous. Eugene's civilization will be completely reduced to a subsidiary civilization of human civilization, and there will never be a chance to turn around. The words of the crew members caused Emperor Eugene to fall silent. He naturally understands this truth, but in his opinion, the future of Eugene's civilization cannot be compared with its personal safety. So what? For the Emperor's safety, they should sacrifice their lives. Emperor Eugene said, of course. Disarm and open up control authority. Don't make me repeat the order a second time. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding crew members with cold eyes. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Yes. The crew members, who originally had objections, lowered their heads again. The inertia formed by long-term high-pressure rule is difficult to break, and they are accustomed to obeying the Emperor's orders, even if this order will bring civilization to a dead end. 053C, Golden Crow, Battleship. Control permission successfully obtained. Reading relevant information. Civilization risk value is being determined. Shortly after the communication was cut off, lines of exciting text messages began to appear in the holographic projection. Then Ping exerted slight force on his right hand and subconsciously grasped the armrest of the chair. He looked expectantly at the holographic screen in front of him. What is the identity of the other party? How big of a fish did they catch? Most importantly, how much contribution value will they receive? All this will come to a conclusion. Preliminary analysis work has been completed. As a line of crystal white text emerged, a large amount of information appeared in front of everyone like a waterfall. This? Hack! I'm going to strangle my own mother. In just a short moment, the Golden Crow battleship was filled with howls of ghosts and wolves from every crew member. It's going! It's going! Lao Fan! We sent it! Do you know? The deputy captain's face turned red, and he stretched out his hand to shake Fan Ping beside him. Emperor! That turned out to be the Emperor of Eugene's civilization. Speaking of which, the Emperor is quite poor. He only has a few frigates. As he said this, he curled his lips in annoyance. No! Fan Ping corrected. This should be just an abnormal state caused by the fleet being dispersed and fleeing. In normal times, maybe this Emperor. Fan Ping's voice suddenly paused. The next moment, his breathing suddenly became heavy. Old Fan? The vice captain subconsciously turned to look at Fan Ping. Go on. What's going on in normal times? Fan Ping ignored the deputy captain's question and just looked straight at the holographic image in front of him. Old Ding. You are right. We are really going to send it this time. As he spoke, he stood up from his chair and pointed at the holographic projection in front of him. Look at this information. These are the detailed coordinates and information of all subfleets of the Eugene civilization. Did you hear that? Everything. Everything. Including the floating ion fleet wandering dozens of light years away. Like the deputy captain, Fan Ping's face turned red at this time, thinking of the countless contributions he was about to receive. He even felt a little out of breath. Compensation for damage to the detector? It's nothing in front of these contribution values. If he weren't afraid of being punished, he would even want to fire another shot to celebrate. Quick! Report the results quickly! Because he was so excited, Fan Ping's voice even became a little hoarse. It has been reported automatically. A crew member responded with a red face. Headquarters requires us to escort them back to the Kepler 452 star system as soon as possible. 1 year later, the Kepler 452 star system once again welcomes a group of new faces under the care of robots. The Eugene people wearing life support equipment walked in neat queues towards the meeting area set up in the Earth hangar. Compared with Taladan civilization, the treatment of Eugene civilization is obviously several levels worse. The most basic point is that the environment of the meeting area is arranged according to the preferences of human civilization. The bright and open environment makes many Eugene residents feel uncomfortable. But who cares? Welcome to the Metahuman Federation. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Shuang, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Federation, extended his right hand to Emperor Eugene, who was standing at the front. Emperor Eugene looked past Lin Shuguang and towards a black and white panda standing to the side. Tower, Taladin! It suddenly widened its eyes. The next moment, the night panda showed it a provocative smile. Looking at this combination, Emperor Eugene felt his eyes darken. It's over. Yongchang, is it really okay to absorb Eugene's civilization? Fang Su's voice came from Lu Yongchang's office. Although currently, the performance of these Eugene people is pretty good. But don't forget, the civilization risk value assessment result given by 0 is 46 to 49. This is a very dangerous value. I even doubt their intention to surrender. Lu Yongchang did not reply, but watched with interest the conversation between Lin Shuguang and Emperor Eugene in the holographic projection. Take it easy. He waved his hand calmly. The School of Sociology has already made a series of plans. With 0's surveillance, they won't be able to make any trouble. The biggest problem now is not here, but the motivation of these lizard people to work. Huh? Fang Su frowned. What do you mean? Take a look. Lu Yongchang raised his hand and called up a holographic report. This is the analysis result from the sociology branch. At present, we have captured almost all the free Eugene fleets, and the total population of Eugene people has reached 10 billion. Eugene civilization was extremely efficient in growth and reproduction, and could be said to be a perfect labor force. It is precisely because of this that they have the custom of making cans. This problem is very serious, at least within the Pan-Human Federation. Still have a question. They have no sense of belonging to the Pan-Human Federation, and they have never had the habit of engaging in production and business activities. We're simply not realizing the potential of this workforce right now. Chapter 722. They did the same thing. Lu Yongchang's words immediately made Fang Su fall into silence. Affiliated civilizations that cannot play their due role, to a certain extent, might as well be destroyed. That's really a problem. Fang Su frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. I just looked at the data provided by the School of Sociology. Even the credit point redemption mechanism does not have a very good incentive effect on Eugene civilization. On the way to the Kepler 452 star system, the credit redemption mechanism worked on a trial basis for a period of time. The plan that is effective for the Taladin civilization has no appeal to the Eugene civilization. This group of lizardmen who are insecure have not even redeemed a single piece of technology. Not only that, they also did not apply for the credit point interest-free loan service. Lu Yongchang nodded and answered again. The School of Sociology also gave the answer to the specific reasons. On the one hand, it is a problem of civilized behavior caused by biological habits. Judging from the history of the Eugene civilization, even on their home planet, before they became an interstellar civilization, they still lived by plundering. This is a legacy of civilization's history. This kind of civilization that uses plunder as a means of development has a scientific and technological system that is not only messy, but also has serious problems of omissions. On the other hand, it's a matter of civilized institutions. The strict hierarchical system leaves more than 90% of Eugene people without a voice of their own. This can be seen from the credit point redemption mechanism. After Emperor Eugene's words, scientists from Eugene have never made any request to redeem technology. These two problems have been accumulating day after day. To this day, without the help of external forces, it is impossible for them to correct the direction of civilization development by their own strength. You mean? Fang Su looked at Lu Yongchang in surprise. Are you going to help them re-establish a complete civilization and technology system? Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Fang Su with extremely strange eyes. How is that possible? Do you think I am doing charity? That's good. Fang Su raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The education work of human civilization itself already takes up a lot of computing resources. If we add a Eugene civilization, the scientific research work of the Academy of Sciences will be affected to a certain extent. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Basic standardized education is still needed, and it won't waste much computing resources. You can think of them as artificial intelligence that's a little more flexible than one. After completing basic education, Zero's computing power can be further liberated. Of course, these must be based on the premise that Eugene civilization changes the status quo. What are you going to do? Fang Su's expression quickly became serious. He subconsciously turned his head and looked around. He and Lu Yongchang were the only two people in the office. He suddenly had a bad feeling. According to usual practice, there is a high probability that this matter will fall on him again. This has to go back to the system of Eugene civilization, Lu Yongchang said with a smile. Although this feudal system has had an extremely bad impact on the development of civilization, for us, it is actually very good. As long as the problem of Emperor Eugene is solved, the School of Sociology can transform Eugene civilization into a screw of the Pan-Human Federation as quickly as possible. As he spoke, a holographic image unfolded automatically. There is a green low priority prompt message. So what should I do? Fong Su looked bitter and asked directly. Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped clicking on the holographic image and raised his head in surprise to look at Fong Su at the desk. What? Fong Su looked confused. Are you telling me this to give me a new mission? Lu Yongchang. Suddenly, he looked at Fong Su in surprise, with a bit of guilt in his eyes. The children have been squeezed into stupidity. I just wanted to ask if you have any reliable solution. Speaking, Lu Yongchang sighed helplessly. At the moment when Fong Su gradually became red and warm, he once again turned his attention to the prompt information in the holographic image. Mao Xingji sent another recent research result. Since the transformation of the HIP 22580 star system was completed, new civilization lived normally on HIP 22580F, and the Italian network gradually matured. The biological laboratory has continued to make gratifying progress one after another. According to the report of academician Mao Xingji, the biological laboratory has made considerable progress in its research on Italian net. The conversion model between bioelectric signals and quantum consciousness has also been improved a lot. Looking at the information in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly. At that moment, a good idea seemed to flash through his mind. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pursued the precious flash of inspiration with the help of his quantum brain. If we can directly modify and control the thinking of Eugene civilization, Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice. Maybe this is the best plan. Fong Su's eyes widened, and he subconsciously took a step back. A thin layer of cold sweat also broke out on his back. As the second in command of the Academy of Humanities and Sciences, he immediately realized the significance behind this technology. This is an extremely dangerous technology. Yongchang! Fong Su swallowed hard, and his voice was trembling. Is this technology really possible? Facing Fong Su's inquiry, Lu Yongchang did not respond immediately, but silently stared at the data in the holographic image. A long time, he exhaled softly and said in a very vague tone, Who knows? Theoretically, with the help of bioelectricity, it is completely possible to implant a false memory deep in the consciousness of intelligent creatures. Just like the memory inheritance of new civilization, I think this level of difficulty is even much lower than memory inheritance. After all, we only need to implant a very brief memory. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang turned to look at the side window and said with blurred eyes, They may have done the same thing. Another inexplicable chill rose behind Fong Su. Them? Who are they? Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked meaningfully into Fong Su's eyes. Sweeper. When he heard these three syllables, Fong Su subconsciously held his breath. Remember the Bonan civilization? They have a fanatical belief in a scavenger civilization. I don't think a normal level 5 civilization would be so ignorant. Lu Yongchang said to himself. At present, it seems that the sweepers are most likely to have mastered this technology. It is precisely because of this that they can develop subsidiary civilizations unscrupulously. Chapter 723 Sub-Dangerous Technology. The moment the words fell, Lu Yongchang felt a slight dizziness coming from the depths of his consciousness. The dizziness is not intense and lasts only a short time, but the information behind it was something he couldn't ignore. Without any hesitation, he leaned directly on the back of the chair and closed his eyes. The eyelids firmly covered the faint orange light under his eyes. Yongchang? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang's abnormal action with a confused look on his face. What are you? A dull response followed. Let me think about it. His consciousness sank quickly, and he came to the familiar yet unfamiliar technology tree space. A dazzling orange-yellow light shines through the model technology tree background. On the side of the bright white technology tree, a cursor with an orange background also appeared, ideological stamp. Every change is full of warnings. Lu Yongchang's heart sank slightly. He was lucky enough to see this model of the technology tree once. Unlike this time, the technology tree space, that time turned directly into blood red. Human cloning technology. By the standards of the technology tree, that is truly dangerous technology. Steel seal of thought. Lu Yongchang stared at the orange cursor and murmured in a low voice. As the name suggests, this is the technology he just envisioned. A false memory fragment is implanted in the consciousness of intelligent creatures to control the thinking of intelligent creatures.
Is this also dangerous technology?
He whispered to himself and focused his attention on the orange cursor. Just like the original human cloning technology, the development history of several civilizations was clearly presented in his mind like a movie. His eyes gradually became complicated. More than 10 minutes later, under Fong Su's gaze, Lu Yongchang opened his eyes with a complex expression and exhaled a long breath. It was slightly different from what he expected. Thought stamp is not a dangerous technology. If forced to classify it, Lu Yongchang prefers to call it sub-dangerous technology. The difference between the two is also very simple. Dangerous technology has no possibility for a separate civilization to solve the negative effects it brings. The civilization will eventually perish under its influence. Sub-dangerous technologies will also lead to the demise of civilization. But that is only a high probability event. This means that there are always a few talented civilizations that can solve the negative image brought by ideological stamp and rely on it to achieve rapid development of civilization. Risk and return always correspond. Ideological stamp, the high risks involved in technology will inevitably bring high returns to civilization. Just like the sweeper civilization if it really relies on thought stamp to control subordinate civilizations.
Yongchang.
Fong Su stared at Lu Yongchang's changing face and said after careful consideration,
This technology has high potential risks.
Lu Yongchang nodded silently.
I know. The risks involved in controlling the thinking of intelligent creatures are certainly not low. It may even lead to the destruction of civilization.
Fong Su hesitated to speak.
Then you.
He wanted to persuade Lu Yongchang to give up this technology.
It has to be studied.
Lu Yongchang did not give him this opportunity.
Although the risk is high, human civilization needs this technology. It will bring new development impetus to human civilization. It's enough to drive human civilization to rapidly expand to level 6 or even level 7 civilization. As for the risks, the sweeper civilization can master this technology safely. So naturally we can do the same.
Fong Su suddenly showed a bitter smile on his face. He had guessed that this result would occur. From the first step out of the earth, human civilization, led by Lu Yongchang, has been betting on that illusory little chance of life. Level 5 civilization seems very powerful. But Fong Su, who had seen, painting, and the sweeper civilization, did not feel that today's human civilization could sit back and relax. Therefore, although he was emotionally opposed to this proposal, rationally, Fong Su still supported Lu Yongchang's decision.
I'll go to the biology laboratory right away.
Lu Yongchang stood up from his office chair, took off his loose white research coat, and put it on his body.
The management of the Academy of Sciences will be left to you for the time being. You should be very experienced in this area, so I won't talk nonsense.
Good. Fong Su responded in a brief tone. Earth. People's Federation First Biological Laboratory. The closed door suddenly opened, attracting the attention of many scientific researchers.
Professor Liu? Hello. Chief Liu.
There were shouts of surprise. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded to everyone, and asked directly,
Where is Academician Mao? Professor, Academician Mao is studying the Italian network data just sent back.
Some familiar voices came from the side.
I remember you. You are? Lu Xiyuan?
The smile on Lu Yongchang's face grew stronger.
Mao Jingji told me about you. Well done.
After being praised by Lu Yongchang, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiyuan's face. He raised his hand, gently touched the tip of his nose, and said with some embarrassment,
It all depends on the cultivation of Academician Mao.
Lu Yongchang looked at Lu Xiyuan with interest and joked,
Your nose-touching action is not much different from Mao Jingji. Have you learned so thoroughly?
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of suppressed laughter from around him. Seeing Lu Xiyuan's face getting redder and redder, Lu Yongchang laughed and waved his hand.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Take me to Mao Jingji. I have a big research project here.
Hearing this, Lu Xiyuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the shyness on his face instantly disappeared.
Really? Professor, come with me.
Half an hour later, Mao Jingji frowned, tapped his fingers lightly on the experimental table in front of him, and made a tut-tisk sound in his mouth unconsciously. Obviously, Lu Yongchang's request caused him great trouble.
Very difficult?
Lu Yongchang's confused voice came from the side.
Professor.
Mao Jingji smiled bitterly and shook his head.
This level of difficulty cannot be described with just the word.
Hi.
I understand what you mean. Affecting people's thinking patterns by implanting fragmentary memories. Theoretically, this is indeed possible. But in actual operation, I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Chapter 724 Emotional Memory Input Experiment.
What's the reason?
Lu Yongchang cast a doubtful look at Mao Jingji. Mao Jingji thought for a while, organized some words and said,
Professor, during this period of research in the biological laboratory, the mechanism of memory transmission in new civilization has been initially analyzed. We can even use bioelectric signals to generate some memory information in individuals of new civilization. I know.
Lu Yongchang nodded in response.
It was precisely because I saw this breakthrough research result that I thought of the thought stamp technology.
Hearing this, Mao Jingji couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head.
Professor, this result is nothing. If this result is regarded as the first step, then the complete memory implantation technology will have to be at least 100 steps later. As for the thought stamp technology that you describe that can change the beliefs of intelligent creatures, I'm afraid it will take 300 steps.
Looking at Lu Yongchang's disbelieving eyes, Mao Jingji explained again.
Professor, the memory information we implanted in the new civilization individuals is just the simplest emotional fluctuations and does not contain any effective information, such as joy, sadness. Moreover, this achievement is based on the special structure of new civilization itself. If there is no intentional network, the difficulty of achieving this operation may be increased several times. Also,
Mao Jingji hesitated and said,
belief is an extremely complex thing, and it cannot be changed by simply implanting it in memory. You can think of it as a subconscious made up of countless tiny fragments of memory. How should I explain to you?
Mao Jingji raised his hand and knocked on his head in distress.
For example, I input a false memory to you through technical means. The memory is simple. You woke up in the morning and ate a piece of bread. If you master the memory transmission technology, this operation is not difficult to complete. But if you want to make it your belief to get up in the morning and eat a piece of bread, I'm afraid you need to build a lot of false memories in your consciousness. For example, from birth to now, for hundreds of years, you will eat the same piece of bread after getting up every day. If you don't do this, you will encounter all kinds of unexplainable disasters.
Mao Jingji shrugged.
Of course, this is just an example. The actual operation of building beliefs is much more difficult than this.
Even so, at Lu Yongchang's insistence, Mao Jingji put down his original research work and began to devote all his efforts to conquering the thought stamp technology. Previous research results from the biology laboratory are significant. In a sense, that is a prerequisite for realizing thought stamp. If information cannot be input into the consciousness of intelligent life forms, then everything is empty talk. With this in mind, Lu Yongchang's first step was to retrieve all records of emotional input experiments. At the same time, in order to obtain a complete data model, he reproduced the experiment again on new civilization. All operations are paid and with News's consent. This is also how new civilization earns credits and contribution points. But it has to be said that this method is indeed a huge profit. As of now, the Taladan civilization is saddled with a lot of debt, and the Eugene civilization is still lying flat in ruins. In other words, the new civilization has become a little rich man. Relying on the biological laboratory, they basically don't need to exchange technology. Most of the time, these credits are used to exchange for certain necessary services, such as the breeding and reproduction of the associated lost giant insects, and customized services for the gamma ray intensity of primary and secondary stars. It is slightly different from the last emotional memory input experiment. The observation object of this experiment is not the core of the Italian network and the individual news individuals, but the entire new civilization. With the support of a large amount of resources, countless probes have accurately penetrated into every individual and Italian branch of new civilization if we compare it to humans. All the nervous systems in the body have been installed with precise detection device. These probes can accurately detect the bioelectric signals and quantum signals generated by new civilization during the experiment, and at the same time, model and analyze the entire experimental process. There is no doubt that this requires a lot of computing power. For this moment of experiment, Zero even suspended many giant projects that were under construction and other unimportant calculation work. 10 minutes later, as the last bioelectrical signal slowly dissipated, the second emotional input experiment came to an end.
News, how do you feel?
Lu Yongchang asked while sorting out the experimental data with a frown. Zero was responsible for translating Lu Yongchang's words into the language of new civilization and inputting them into the Italian network area of new civilization. Dear Chief Scientist, There is almost no difference from the last experiment. I felt an inexplicable pleasure. As comfortable as taking a sunbath. Please don't get me wrong. I have no memory of sunbathing. It's just that this feeling reminds me of sunbathing. In front of Lu Yongchang. Nusi was still a little cautious. It explained its feelings to Lu Yongchang in as much detail as possible. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully.
Okay, I understand. This experiment is over, and the credit points and contribution values should have been settled. You can exchange it for a gamma-ray surge from the main star and enjoy a sunbath.
Thank you for your generosity. That's exactly what I thought. The communication link is down. A holographic image automatically appeared next to Lu Yongchang. Looking at the soaring power of the Shiha stellar core reaction interference device in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang showed a faint smile on his face. Quite a nice little guy. It is a pity that the development potential is limited by its own race. Otherwise, there should be a place for new civilization in this vast universe.
Professor, the modeling work has been completed.
Zero's electronic synthesized sound came from the side, breaking Lu Yongchang's contemplation.
Release the changes in the bioelectric signals of the entire new civilization during the experiment.
Lu Yongchang straightened his expression and ordered in a deep voice. Next moment, when the lights in the laboratory suddenly dimmed, a huge blue holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. It's a complex model with lots of twists and turns. Thick or thin tree roots are intertwined to form the shape of a planet with the help of a large amount of gamma rays. New civilization has turned the entire planet into its own territory. Chapter 725, Biological Quantum Brain. Under Lu Yongchang's gaze, a bright blue light burst out from the core area of the Italian net. That was the bioelectrical signal input at the beginning of the experiment. Under the instinct of new civilization, bioelectrical signals are automatically converted into quantum signals. Quantum signals are rapidly transmitted to every corner of this huge civilization. Each key node was lit up one by one. And in just a moment, the entire model became brighter. The originally dim laboratory was also illuminated by this blue light. The bioelectrical signal does not stop, but beats at a special frequency. Under the leadership of Yi Core, the entire model was like a broken electric light, flickering brightly and dimly. This flickering is obviously regular.
Huh?
Lu Yongchang let out a sigh, and his originally relaxed brows wrinkled. Under the gaze of all the scientific researchers, he slowly moved his steps and changed his observation angle.
Mao Xingji? Professor?
Lu Yongchang suddenly raised his hand and made a silent gesture.
I seem to have discovered something incredible.
Seeing Lu Yongchang's gradually accelerating pace and the excited light in his eyes, Mao Xingji lowered his voice and said,
Professor, I want to say, why don't you just rotate the hologram and observe it?
Snapped. Lu Yongchang's hurried steps suddenly stopped. He stood silently, turned his head, and glanced at Mao Xingji with extremely complicated eyes.
Suggestion is very good. Don't suggest it next time. Also, Zero, don't you know how to actively rotate the hologram?
Zero? The blue holographic image began to rotate slowly, presenting every angle in front of Lu Yongchang. After a few seconds, Lu Yongchang became impatient. He clicked his tongue softly.
Zero, speed up the experimental process and rotation speed 10 times.
The moment he finished speaking, the dim biological laboratory was like a bar, filled with flashes of light. The surrounding scientific researchers narrowed their eyes, trying to alleviate the stimulation caused by these lights. Only Lu Yongchang opened his eyes wide and captured every detail of the model transformation as much as possible. A few minutes later, the model that had been run several times stopped running at Lu Yongchang's gesture.
Professor, what did you find?
The moment the laboratory lights came back on, Lu Siyuan, who was waiting on the side, asked impatiently. Lu Yongchang slowly turned around and looked at Lu Siyuan and Mao Xingji in front of him in amazement.
It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that new civilization could bring me such a big surprise.
Seeing the blank expressions on the faces of the scientific researchers, Lu Yongchang did not show off and said bluntly,
The Italian network node of new civilization adopts a brand new three-dimensional architecture. What do you mean?
Mao Xingji's eyes became more and more confused.
You mean those root systems? Hasn't the structure of this thing been studied long ago? Not the root system. To be precise, it's the Italian network pathways and Italian network nodes inside the root system.
Lu Yongchang licked his lips that had become dry due to excitement.
I observed the operation of these nodes and found that it is very similar to our optical quantum computer. But the way it's structured is very novel, even more advanced than humans.
This time, Mao Jingji completely understood.
His.
He subconsciously took a breath.
Professor, you mean to say that new civilization has evolved into a large quantum computer by relying on its own power?
Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and shook his head hesitantly.
I can't say that. Unlike a quantum computer, it cannot be programmed and cannot implement the various functions of a quantum computer, but it can host the collective quantum consciousness of new civilization. Therefore, I prefer to call it biological quantum brain, which can be regarded as a unique technology of new civilization. Like your brain?
Mao Jingji suddenly asked. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then nodded with uncertainty on his face.
Probably? No, that's not right.
Mao Jingji shook his head and denied his opinion.
My intuition tells me that your brain should be more advanced than this. Let's not discuss this topic yet.
Lu Yongchang looked at Mao Jingji with a strange expression and brought the topic back. When discussing my own brain with biologists, I always feel like something is strange, especially since this biologist always stares at his brain with fiery eyes.
In short, this new architectural method may inject new vitality into our optical quantum computers,
Lu Yongchang said in a positive tone.
0. Send the experimental data to Imo Ziyang. Let him try this new structure.
Earth. Optical Quantum Computer Experimental Center. Imo Ziyang sat in his seat with a gloomy expression, raised his hand, and scratched his messy hair vigorously. The holographic projection in front of him showed a warning yellow color.
Failed again. Has the performance of optical quantum computers really reached its limit?
Imo Ziyang lay back on the chair, staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds presented in the holographic ceiling, and let out a long sigh.
Academician Imo, how about we try another plan?
The voice of his companion came from beside him.
Xian. I look at Xian,
Imo Ziyang said weakly, still lying on his back.
The most promising plan has failed. Can a miracle happen with those defective products? Our optical quantum computer experiment center has not produced results for a long time.
The atmosphere in the laboratory became even more depressing.
Drop!
A crisp sound came from the speaker. At the same time, the lights in the laboratory were instantly extinguished, and a slowly rotating, complex holographic model that flickered on and off appeared above everyone's heads. The sudden change caused a commotion in the originally quiet laboratory. Imo Ziyang, who was lying on his back on the office chair, suddenly widened his eyes.
Stop arguing!
He straightened up, stood up from his seat, and looked carefully at the slowly rotating holographic image. Just one look. Just one look. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, started beating violently again. His instincts kept screaming, "That's it! That's it! It is the architectural solution that I have been pursuing for a long time."
Academician Imo Ziyang, you have a message from Chief Lu Yongchang. Do you want to check it?
The electronic synthesized sound that sounded in the laboratory once again verified his suspicion. Chapter 726 The Future is Promising. Of course, Imo Ziyang didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his hand and clicked on the small holographic image beside him. A line of bright white text instantly appeared in the blue picture. Academician Imo. This is an accidental discovery I made while studying the quantum consciousness of new civilization. The three-dimensional architecture of Italy has an extremely complex node structure internally. Observed from different angles, it has different architectural methods. I believe that this new architectural approach may bring new impetus to our long-stagnant optical quantum computer technology. The message is not long, but the amount of information contained within it is extremely large. Imo Ziyang looked away from the message in a daze, and looked again at the slowly rotating holographic projection in the sky. As the holographic model slowly rotated, similar but obviously different sections were constantly presented in front of Imo Ziyang's eyes.
Everyone!
Imo Ziyang's eyes showed a bit of obsession, and he murmured,
"We have finally waited."
After receiving the message from Lu Yongchang, the atmosphere of decadence in the Optical Quantum Computer Experiment Center was swept away. For these researchers, a clear and promising scientific research goal is even more important than their lives. The research and development of a new generation of optical quantum computers has started again. Different from the past few times, this time, almost all scientific researchers have strong confidence. The first thing to do is to convert the Italian network node model of new civilization, replace it with the computing model in the optical quantum computer, and then use this computing model to conduct computing power tests. Without hardware support, software simulation alone cannot fully unleash the power of the new architecture, but it is enough to see its potential. After all, Italian net is something that new civilization has evolved through countless years, and its compatibility with new civilization is unquestionable. But the compatibility with the optical quantum computer of human civilization, I'm afraid it won't be ideal. Regarding this issue, Mo Zedong also made full psychological expectations. The next step in research and development is to transform this new architecture to make it suitable for the optical quantum computer of human civilization. This process is one that requires a lot of calculations and trial and error.
Academician Mo.
A researcher wearing a white scientific uniform hurriedly ran to Mo Zedong and whispered,
The calculation model has been completed and can be tested at any time. Good.
Mo Zedong's eyes lit up slightly, and he stopped what he was doing.
Get ready for a computing power test.
Benefiting from the existence of zero, the work of converting the Italian network node structure of new civilization did not take much time. This tedious task can be easily completed by consuming only part of the energy and computing power. The moment the order was issued, the computing power test quietly began. Looking at the rapidly rising numbers in the holographic projection, Mo Zedong subconsciously clenched his fists. It must succeed. Perhaps because he heard the cry from the bottom of his heart. The data in the holographic projection passed the originally set threshold extremely smoothly after a brief pause. Boom! 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 Seeing this scene, Mo Zedong's originally calm heart began to beat violently. At this point, the experiment can basically be declared a success, regardless of the future achievements of this architectural approach. At least for now. Its potential far exceeds every previous architectural solution. But Mo Zedong didn't stop. Looking at the upward curve and the rapidly changing numbers, Mo Zedong's heartbeat became even more intense. Perhaps? Can it work miracles? Under the gaze of all scientific researchers, the test results were slowly presented on the giant holographic projection. Mo Zedong opened his mouth slightly, his face filled with a complex expression of surprise and fright.
Is there any problem with this data?
He couldn't even believe his eyes. According to the data from the computing power test, the optical quantum computer using the new civilization biological quantum brain architecture has a computing power increase of at least 50%. This is just a rough simulation test. They haven't made any optimization or improvement measures. And they don't even have corresponding hardware support. Even so, the computing power increase can reach an astonishing 50%. What does that mean? For the first time, Mo Zedong felt the lack of imagination. He couldn't imagine how much Zero's computing power would be improved once the optical quantum computer using the biological quantum brain architecture came out. But he was certain of one thing. That is, the current human civilization will no longer be constrained by computing power. And the development of human civilization will accelerate again. Mo Zedong tapped on the holographic projection several times with trembling fingers before he successfully closed the test results in front of him. He turned around, looked at his equally excited companion, and took a deep breath.
Cancel all vacations from now on. Recall all furloughed personnel. I want to see the first optical quantum computer using biological quantum brain architecture come out in the shortest possible time.
The cancellation of vacation did not arouse dissatisfaction among everyone, and even caused a strange light to shine in the eyes of some scientific researchers.
Academician Mo. Is the laboratory still open after 2 o'clock in the morning?
A researcher with a slightly smooth head asked excitedly. Mo Zedong looked at his reflective scalp with black lines on his head.
Not open. Ah.
The moment Mo Zedong's voice fell, a frustrated wail suddenly came from the laboratory.
Academician Mo. This technology is an important technology related to the future of the People's Federation. The sooner we develop the test machine, the sooner the People's Federation can achieve large-scale expansion. Academician Mo. Do you want to live up to the expectations of the people of the People's Federation of China?
The black lines on Mo Zedong's forehead became thicker and thicker. He was about to refuse again, but looking at the expectant eyes of everyone in front of him, he could only swallow the words on his lips and replace them with another sentence.
3 o'clock at the latest. After 3 o'clock, everyone should go to rest. 0. Pay close attention to the physical condition of all scientific researchers. Received.
The electronic synthesized voice sounded.
According to the latest physical examination report, Academician Mo Zedong, your body is too tired and may cause illness at any time. Please go to the medical cabin immediately to complete the 1-hour basic treatment.
Listening to the bursts of suppressed laughter around him, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly.
Okay, I get it.
As the person in charge of the laboratory, he naturally could not break his promise. So he could only turn around and walk towards the room where the medical cabin was installed. Not long after he left, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the laboratory behind him. The corners of Mo Zedong's mouth raised slightly, and his steps became noticeably brisker.
The direction has been taken, and the future is promising. Chapter 727 Memory Transfer. 1 year later. Earth calendar year 3641. New civilization has become a frequent visitor to biological laboratories. During further research, Lu Yongchang also discovered a magical phenomenon. Look! Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand and circled a part of the holographic projection data. Compared with bioelectric currents under normal circumstances, these memory-related biocurrents have a higher frequency and greater intensity. And the quantum signal fluctuations they generate are more spectacular. It can often cause fluctuations in the entire Italian open system. Mao Jingji reached over and carefully checked the contents of the holographic projection. Then nodded and said, "That's true. But so far, we have only found this special bioelectric current in the core area of the network. That's why emotional memory input experiments can only be implemented in the core area of the mind network. Is there anything in this?" Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. "I have a guess. Wait a minute. I'll ask News to verify it." As he spoke, he turned to the communication channel on one side and said, "News, can you transmit and read the memories of civilized individuals?" "Of course, Professor Lu. This is an easy thing for me." "Then can they do it?" Lu Yongchang asked again. "Can they also actively transmit and read each other's memory information?" "Professor, I don't understand what you mean." "Individuals of New Civilization. Do they have this ability?" New Civilization did not immediately respond. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved, and he turned to look at the holographic image in front of him again. The entire Italian network once again erupted with strong biological currents and quantum signals. Apparently, New Civilization is trying Lu Yongchang's proposal. For a long time, the strong biological current and quantum signals slowly subsided. And News' response also appeared in the holographic image on the side. "Sorry, Professor. This seems difficult to do. This feels like it is." News was silent for a while again. "It's like letting your hands control your brain to think." "I understand. Thank you." Lu Yongchang nodded and looked at Mao Jingji again. "Sure enough. My guess was right. This memory-related bioelectric current is controlled only by the collective consciousness of New Civilization. In other words, this special biological current can only be produced by the core of the internet. Individuals of New Civilization can only passively receive memory infusion and cannot actively upload their own memories." Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief. "This is a good thing. This top-down memory transmission mechanism ensures the purity of the core memory bank in disguise. At the same time, it saves us a lot of work." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang opened a new holographic image. "This is all the experimental data from this period. We tried several experiments modeled on this particular bioelectric current. With a large number of samples, I have basically completed the deciphering of this type of bioelectrical signals." It has to be said that with the addition of Lu Yongchang, a humanoid plugin, and the tilt of the computing resources of the Academy of Sciences, the research and development progress of the biological laboratory has reached a bottom that Mao Jingji could not have imagined. In just 1 year, the research on ideological stamp has achieved a phase breakthrough. The completion of the deciphering of special bioelectrical signals means that human civilization can implement memory transmission and reading, just like News. But this is limited to New Civilization. There is no way. In this regard, New Civilization has unique conditions. Lu Yongchang once believed that this was nature's compensation for New Civilization. Although there is still a long way to go before thought stamp technology, he is not too discouraged. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and scientific research work must be advanced step by step. After completing the memory transmission technology for New Civilization, can the memory transmission technology for other intelligent life forms be far behind? Therefore, a new experimental plan was quickly put on the agenda to create a false memory for News. A few months later, the end of the Earth calendar year 3641, after obtaining News' consent and paying a large sum of credits and contribution points, the experiment officially began. After Lu Yongchang gave an order, the electrodes inserted into the core area of Italian network began to simulate that special biological current, sending carefully woven memory information to New Civilization. In order to prevent accidents, the fabricated memory information was not informed to New Civilization. Even according to Lu Yongchang, the current experiment is only the test phase of the formal experiment, and no memory information will be transmitted to it under the observation of the probe. Not long after the electrodes started working, the Italian network core took the lead in starting to flash. Driven by it, The entire planet-sized Italian network began to flicker. Seeing this familiar scene, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yongcheng's face. At this point in the experiment, it can basically be said that it is more than half successful. The biological current slowly dissipated, and the flickering web of thoughts gradually dimmed. News! How are you feeling? As soon as the experiment ended, Lu Yongcheng sent a concerned greeting to News Civilization. There is no other way. If you want to confirm the success of the experiment, you can only rely on the stupid method of asking the person involved. I didn't feel anything strange. Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. He pretended not to care and said, "That's good. By the way, I saw that you applied for a main star gamma ray surge yesterday. How do you feel?" Very comfortable. For some reason, yesterday's gamma ray surge seemed stronger than previous ones. Lu Yongcheng took a breath of cold air and turned to look at Mao Jingji beside him. Success? There was no gamma ray surge at all yesterday. This memory is completely a false memory fabricated by the biological laboratory. Yeah. Lu Yongcheng suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a casual tone again, "Can you tell us the specific situation? There may be some unknown influencing factors. We need to send a robot to check Shiha's status. Otherwise, there may be a bad situation in the future where the gamma ray tide goes out of control." Regarding its own practical interests, News Civilization instantly became nervous. Chapter 728 Major Accident. Yesterday, at 6 o'clock in the morning, People's Federation time, I applied for the gamma ray tide of the main star, because this matter is related to his future sunbathing. News carefully recalled all the details of yesterday. I remember clearly that because the main star has been more active recently, it has become much more difficult to create a gamma ray surge. It took about 2 people for the Shiha to start working. Looking at the words appearing one by one in the holographic projection, Lu Yongcheng nodded with an imperceptible amplitude. This memory has been tested many times. And apart from one obvious flaw, there are almost no logical flaws. Gamma rays are a necessity for News Civilization to survive. Therefore, Shiha has always maintained the grand unified field. The primary and secondary stars of the HIP 22580 star system have also been continuously emitting gamma rays. It is for this reason that unlike the first wave of gamma rays, the subsequent wave of gamma rays does not require a long preparation time. However, in order to save energy, the intensity of these gamma rays is not very high, and at best it can barely meet the daily needs of News Civilization. Therefore, the high-intensity gamma ray surges from primary and secondary stars have become a luxury for News Civilization to improve their lives with the help of credits and contribution points provided by the biological laboratory. They purchase almost every few. It will be redeemed once every day. The Shiha was very efficient and soon triggered a powerful wave of gamma rays. When I felt that the gamma ray intensity began to slowly rise, I spread out all my branches and leaves, ready to enjoy the sunbath. The dazzling light penetrates the atmosphere and shoots straight towards this vibrant planet. Professor, that scene is really spectacular. Lu Yongcheng laughed dumbly. Dazzling light? Is that a scene from the perspective of News Civilization? If it were a human being, there would be powerful radiation everywhere that could kill people. The 18 levels of H.L. are probably nothing more than this. But a problem arises. The speed of this gamma ray enhancement was beyond my imagination, and it quickly exceeded the Shiha's preset threshold. But it's not over my limit. At that time, I thought it was the Shiha that had adjusted the intensity of the gamma ray tide. It wasn't until I saw the warning on the information display screen that I realized that something unexpected had happened. But having said that, yesterday's sunbathing was the most comfortable sunbathing I have ever enjoyed. Lu Yongcheng even saw News Civilization as deep nostalgia for that virtual sunbathing from the text. By the way, Professor, when will we start the memory transfer experiment? News Civilization finally remembered the business and asked Lu Yongcheng. Experiment? Lu Yongcheng was silent for a moment and said softly, "It's over." What? You mean to say I didn't redeem gamma ray tide at all yesterday? Is everything a fabricated false memory? How is this possible? In the holographic projection in front of Lu Yongcheng, information from News Civilization was refreshing at an unprecedented speed. Obviously, Lu Yongcheng's words greatly shocked this honest tree. Professor, you won't keep doing this forever, right? Seeing this line of text, Lu Yongcheng couldn't help but be stunned. When he realized the meaning of this sentence, the expression on his face suddenly became strange. Ahem. Don't worry. Human civilization is not going to use your labor force for nothing. That's good. Lu Yongcheng
What an upright civilization.
But, News, did you really not find a flaw in this memory? Since you haven't experienced a gamma-ray surge, your stored energy shouldn't have increased. Didn't you notice this?
Faced with Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Nusi was silent for a long time. But, the energy stored in my body has definitely increased. Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath and widened his eyes.
How can this be? Professor, this is indeed possible.
Mao Jingxi's voice came from the side.
In humans, psychological suggestions strong enough to cause physiological changes are the best example of this. Mass hysteria. I think a similar situation should have occurred in News civilization. For News, who is building a collective consciousness, the impact of changing memory is extremely powerful.
Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. He suddenly understood the reason why Thought Stamp was a sub-dangerous technology. He took a deep breath and spoke to News again.
According to the experimental plan, we will conduct another memory input experiment on you. The size of the memory input this time is larger, which may have a bad impact on you. Do you agree?
After waiting for a few seconds, a line of bright white text faintly appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. I'm ready. Different from the memory input in the first time, the memory input in the second experiment involves the history of News civilization. In the second fabricated memory, News civilization was born in the HIP 22580 star system. Yes, they are trying to tamper with the most ingrained memories in News's memory bank. Once this experiment is successful, the Thought Stamp technology will be more than half complete. This means that human civilization can completely modify the underlying memory of a civilization and artificially create a subsidiary civilization that is absolutely loyal to human civilization. Just like the sweeper civilization. Perhaps because the memory data involved this time was too large. The second experiment was obviously more difficult than the first experiment. Even the entire Italian Open showed extremely unstable and explosive flashes. Despite the concerns of all scientific researchers, the experiment ended safely. But Nusi civilization, as reaction made Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly tighten.
News, how are you?
Faced with Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Nusi civilization did not respond for a long time. The detector set up on HIP 22580 even observed that the huge root system of News civilization was twitching like crazy. As for Italy, an unprecedented and extremely strong bioelectric and quantum signal broke out. Everything seems to tell all scientific researchers one fact. A major accident occurred in the experiment.
Activate emergency plan.
Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and shouted loudly.
Completely reshape Nus's memory immediately.
Chapter 729 Instinct. The second memory input experiment involves the most basic part of memory of News civilization. The degree of danger is foreseeable. But this is the threshold that Thought Stamp technology cannot bypass without modifying the basic memory. It is impossible to imprint a human stamp on the consciousness of intelligent creatures. In order to ensure the safety of News civilization, an emergency plan was created. At Lu Yongchang's suggestion, the biological laboratory backed up the basic memory of News civilization. You can imagine how difficult it is to completely back up the memory of a civilization that has survived for tens of millions of years. Maybe the sweeper civilization can. But today's human civilization certainly cannot. Therefore, Lu Yongchang could only do the next best thing, and only backed up part of the memory content that conflicted with the fabricated memory. Although this will increase the risk of the experiment, it is a helpless move after all.
Professor,
there was a hint of surprise in Mao Jingxi's cry.
The state of News civilization is recovering.
Lu Yongchang was stunned and immediately turned to look at the surveillance screen. As expected, the Italian Open, which was originally in a violent state, is returning to its former calm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The thick root systems on the surface of HIP 22580F quickly returned to peace. Looking at the deep ravines on the planet's surface, Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched slightly.
What happened? Is the emergency plan effective?
He looked at Mao Jingxi with some confusion.
No.
Facing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Mao Jingxi swallowed lightly.
The emergency plan has not been officially launched yet. How can the speed of transferring memory be so fast? That is.
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. But more importantly, there was worry.
Did this experiment succeed? We can't tell yet.
Mao Jingxi's breathing was slightly rapid.
Professor, we are currently unable to judge how much impact this memory modification has on News civilization. If its swarm awareness is impaired. News, can you receive the message?
Lu Yongchang's expression darkened and he asked again. No respond. In the monitoring equipment,
Italy network has entered an unprecedented state of tranquility, with only a few occasional bioelectric and quantum signals proving that it is still alive. The scene before him made Lu Yongchang's heart sink. This was the first time he had experienced the destructive power of sub-dangerous technology, perhaps because of the help of the science and technology tree. For Lu Yongchang, the road to scientific research has always been an endless road since he left the Earth. Occasionally, there will be a few inconspicuous stumbling blocks, but they will not have much impact. This was part of the reason why he chose to challenge sub-dangerous technology without hesitation. Another part of the reason is naturally that he sees the high returns that sub-dangerous technology can bring. So high that he subconsciously ignored the warning given to him by the technology tree. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes full of solemnity. He couldn't help but question himself in his heart, whether he had lost his respect for science. The answer is negative. He still maintains a reverence for science, but he underestimates the dangers hidden behind sub-dangerous technologies. The mistake has become a fait accompli, and regret has no effect. What he has to do now is to help new civilization restore its original appearance as much as possible. At least, it cannot be in this vegetative state.
Read Italian network information.
After compiling his mood, Lu Yongchang said,
monitor and analyze all bioelectrical signals. When trying to read the core memory content of new civilization, you must first find the problem.
Just as the biological laboratory was preparing to carry out rescue work on new civilization, a strong biological current broke out from the core area of Italy,
etc.
Lu Yongchang, who saw this bioelectrical signal, shouted loudly,
stop all operations and give news some more time.
The quantum signal caused by this bioelectric current instantly lit up the entire Italian network. It's like restarting a computer. The originally silent Italian open quickly regained its former activity.
News?
Lu Yongchang said tentatively. Dear Chief Lu. H. Lo. Looking at the words appearing in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Not only him, but all the scientific researchers in the biological laboratory breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Jingzi raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Professor, I was scared to death just now. I thought we were going to become sinners in history.
The crisis is temporarily over. Mao Jingji also had the heart to tell cold jokes.
News? What just happened? How are you doing now?
Lu Yongchang did not respond to Mao Jingji's words, and asked Nusi again eagerly. Professor, I'm in good shape. The moment the experiment ended, I noticed a huge confusion in my memory. A wave of completely unfamiliar yet familiar false memories entered my consciousness. In that memory, I was born on the planet HIP 22580F. Lu Yongchang slowly opened his eyes. Different from the first experiment. In the second experiment, Muse actually identified false memories. This means that the second experiment failed completely.
You found out that it was a fabricated memory.
I didn't notice it at first. Thus, there was a huge conflict in my core memory. Lu Yongchang was stunned and relaxed slightly. It seems that the experiment was successful at the beginning. This will also be the next research direction of the biological laboratory. Later, I successfully identified the false memories and completed the work of sorting out the core memories. Lu Yongchang, is this gone? What about the process?
Ahem. Can you tell me how you did it?
I have no idea. Maybe it's instinct? I seem to compare all memory information with two conflicting memories. But I don't know how? Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. The experiment has reached this point, and the current results are satisfactory enough.
Thanks a lot. In view of the impact of this experiment on you, the experimental contribution and credits will be doubled.
Thank you for your generosity. Can you tell me the time of the next experiment? Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly. He shook his head and said,
it's not certain yet. There are a lot of issues we need to address. But don't worry. There is a place for you to earn credits.
Chapter 730, Virtual Machine. The communication link has been severed. The atmosphere in the laboratory also became heavy again.
This experiment was unexpected.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath.
I bear the main responsibility. I underestimated the dangers of this technology, which led to such a big mistake. After the experiment, I will conduct a self-examination at the Academy of Sciences meeting. Fortunately, new civilization is not seriously injured. Otherwise, human civilization may lose an extremely powerful boost.
Those present are all scientific researchers who study biology. They know better than anyone else the biological contribution of new civilization to human civilization. Therefore, no one refutes Lu Yongchang's words.
Why?
Mao Jingji sighed softly.
Professor,
I bear the secondary responsibility. Like you, I made the grave mistake of underestimating scientific research. Arrogance is the source of the destruction of civilization. I also need to self-examine at the Academy of Sciences meeting.
Looking at Mao Jingji with a regretful face, Lu Yongchang nodded lightly.
Ideological stamp, technology is an extremely sharp double-edged sword. I think the next experiment is not suitable to be carried out directly on news. Admittedly, this would significantly slow down our research. But news, as the most loyal ally of human civilization, should not be the first experimental subject. As for a solution, I think there will always be one. The voting will begin next.
After speaking, Lu Yongchang took the lead in raising his right hand. Mao Jingji and Lu Siyuan on the side also unanimously expressed their agreement. After a few seconds,
very good. The proposal was unanimously approved.
Lu Yongchang glanced around, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. 1 month later,
Professor, at present, we can only analyze the quantum consciousness and bioelectrical signals of new civilization.
Mao Jingji's extremely distressed voice came from Lu Yongchang's office.
I tried to analyze the consciousness of the white mouse, but I did not succeed. In the field related to consciousness, new civilization has unique conditions. But news happens to be the collective consciousness of the entire civilization. Once something unexpected happens. Why?
Mao Jingji sighed heavily again. The whole experiment seemed to be in trouble because of this. Lu Yongchang slowly raised his head and stared at the Italian network bioelectrical signal model that was slowly rotating on the table. The meaning of thinking in his eyes became more and more intense.
How about letting news become a core player in Italy again?
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself.
It's just like it was at the Forgotten Star. What do you mean?
Mao Jingji was stunned, and his originally confused eyes gradually became brighter.
I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and having a lot of communication with news.
Lu Yongchang exhaled a strong breath, stood up and left his seat, and opened a holographic image.
Conducting experiments directly on the core of the Italian network will inevitably affect the cluster consciousness of new civilization. This can also lead to all kinds of unpredictable situations. If we conduct an experiment on a blank Italian network core, all information will be blocked and filtered by the blank Italian network, and then read by news, so that accidents can be completely blocked. To put it simply,
Lu Yongchang hesitated for a while.
It is equivalent to running a small virtual machine in the Italian network of new civilization.
Mao Jingji suddenly realized.
Is this feasible? News is not a computer. Can it really do this?
Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became strange.
In a sense, new civilization probably knows more about computers than you do. I told news about this idea. It thinks it's an easy little thing that it can do as long as it has enough energy.
Mao Jingji. After 1 day, after the experimental plan was approved, the Shiha, which was 20 light-years away, began to operate at full power again. Strong gamma rays surged through HIP 22580F like waves, bringing abundant energy to new civilization. A brand new Italian network core slowly appeared on the surface of the planet as time went by. Different from Forsaken Star, the new core generated this time does not need to bear the heavy responsibility of racial continuation. Strictly speaking, this newly manufactured Italian open core is a defective product. Because of this, the resources and time consumed by this manufacturing task are far less than that of the Forgotten Star manufacturing task. Earth calendar year 3642. After the new core was manufactured, the memory transmission experiment was restarted again, consistent with what Lu Yongchang said. With the help of this virtual machine system, New's impact on the experiment was greatly reduced. Lu Yongchang and all biological researchers have also thoroughly witnessed the dangers hidden behind this dangerous technology. During the experiment, the core of the virtual machine crashed several times, and the internally stored memory was completely confused, thanks to the existence of News. After each core collapse, News can easily put things in order and reorganize the chaotic memory contents. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but marvel at this magical ability. He asked more than once, but each time he got a similar answer. News himself didn't know how he did it. It has tens of millions of years of civilization memory, and processing a virtual core with only a few hundred years of memory is as simple as breathing usually. People cannot explain in detail how they breathe passively. When you think about it, you have moved from passive breathing to active breathing. Everything is instinctive. In order to analyze the mystery, after confirming that it would not affect the state of new civilization, the biological laboratory finally let go and began a series of high-intensity memory transmission and modification experiments. A large number of high-intensity experiments are rapidly promoting the research progress of thought stamp technology. The experiment has also entered the second stage. Analytical work on the consciousness of other living beings. The experimental subjects are tentatively scheduled to be frequent users of biological experiments, such as mice and orangutans. With a lot of experimental experience and the help of Lu Yongchang, the analysis work went smoothly. The memory output link was barely conquered, and the experimental progress was stuck in the memory input link. Simply put, at present, biological laboratories can read the memory of experimental creatures such as mice, but cannot input memories into them. The memory input scheme that worked well on New Civilization turned out to be full of problems when used on these creatures. At worst, the creature dies. At worst, the memory is confused. In short, so far, the success rate of memory input experiments on mice and other creatures is still zero. Lu Yongchang frowned deeply while looking at the strange viewing angle of the image data in the holographic projection. Question: where did it come from? Chapter 731. The ghost is actually me.
Professor, I thought of a possibility.
Just as everyone was struggling with this issue, Lu Xiyuan's voice came from the side.
You say?
Lu Yongchang came back to his senses and looked at Lu Xiyuan, who was standing behind Mao Jingji with a smile.
I feel that the success we have achieved in memory transmission experiments in the past does not depend on our own technology.
Wow! Before he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the originally quiet laboratory. Even Mao Jingji frowned subconsciously and turned to glance at Lu Xiyuan, who looked serious.
Xiyuan, what do you mean?
He said with some dissatisfaction.
The memory transmission technology of New Civilization has basically matured. This is the conclusion drawn from many experiments. How can you say? Let him finish.
Lu Yongchang interrupted. Facing Lu Yongchang's gaze, Lu Xiyuan took a deep breath and started to explain again.
What if? What if? Our memory transmission technology has problems, and the Italian network core can solve this problem for us? I think that might explain the failures that the lab has experienced during this period.
Lu Yongchang couldn't help but froze on the spot. Not only Lu Yongchang, but everyone in the laboratory was stunned. It has to be said that this blind spot in thinking is indeed something that all scientific researchers have not noticed. During this time, everyone was trying to solve possible problems with mice and other experimental organisms. But what if the problem is the technology itself?
As for the verification method, I have a simple idea.
Lu Xiyuan's voice continued.
Use that experimental Italian open core as a transit point. Use that small core to conduct memory transmission experiments on other creatures. If the experiment is successful, it proves that we are the fault.
For today's biological laboratories, this experimental plan is not difficult to implement, especially after paying part of the credits and contribution points. New Civilization vigorously cooperated to make the transformation and reshape of the small Italian network core. The experiment soon began, under the transfer of the Italian network core. This experiment was a complete success. A white rat that had never walked through a maze easily passed an extremely complex maze after the experiment and received the food at the back of the maze. The entire process took far longer than that of a white rat that had undergone extensive training.
So, the mole is actually myself?
Lu Yongchang looked at the experimental results dumbfounded and shook his head helplessly. Although the problem was found, the subsequent solution became a big problem.
The current findings show that this has a lot to do with the bioelectrical signals we create.
Mao Jingji reported the research results to Lu Yongchang with a solemn expression.
Perhaps due to the zero-based algorithm, there are some extremely subtle differences between the biocurrent signals we simulated and the biocurrent signals generated by the Italian network core. In simple words, it is equivalent to a software problem and has nothing to do with hardware facilities.
Lu Yongchang tapped his fingers lightly on the desk.
Is there a solution?
Mao Jingji nodded, then shook his head.
So far, we have only found a stable and reliable solution.
What? Lu Yongchang picked up the water glass on the side and took a sip of the warm wolfberry tea inside.
Using the Italian core as a converter. Cough. Cough.
Lu Yongchang couldn't hold it back and spit out the wolfberry tea in his mouth.
This is also called a solution? But that's the fact.
Mao Jingji spread his hands and said helplessly.
The small Italian core made by New Civilization is the best choice. It can accept our simulated creatures very quickly and stably, current and convert it into an electrical signal suitable for experimental organisms. But?
Lu Yongchang hesitated before speaking, and raised the water glass again to take a sip of wolfberry tea.
There are big safety issues if you do this. The new civilization is a foreign race after all. As the old saying goes, it is not my race.
Mao Jingji sighed softly.
The problem lies here. I have been looking for a suitable alternative recently, but I don't have any clue yet. Can I imitate the core of Italy net? It's difficult.
Mao Jingji shrugged.
I don't know how this tree evolved. At least the current human civilization cannot imitate it perfectly. Experiments on consciousness and memory cannot tolerate even the slightest error. So,
Lu Yongchang put down the water glass and tapped his fingers on the desk in front of him again. His eyes drifted to the holographic projection on one side. There, a report on results from the Optical Quantum Computer Experiment Center was presented.
You just said it might be a problem with the basic algorithm? Yes. The cost of changing the zero basic algorithm is too high, and may even lead to extremely serious consequences. So,
Mao Jingji explained quickly.
That'll be easy.
The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, and he said in a relaxed tone.
Go back and let everyone rest for a month. After a month, start the experiment again.
Mao Jingji looked at Lu Yongchang blankly.
Professor, what do you mean? The experiment is just about the last step. Shouldn't we?
Lu Yongchang interrupted Mao Jingji again.
In 1 month, a new optical quantum computer based on the biological quantum brain architecture will be released. Changes in infrastructure will inevitably change Zero's basic algorithm. By the time, the central optical quantum computer where Zero is located is the second Italian network core. The Zero Control Optical Quantum Computer Array is the second Italian network. This will be an Italian network unique to mankind. While computing power resources are greatly increased, problems caused by basic algorithms will also be solved.
Mao Jingji's eyes widened instantly. He held his breath and asked cautiously.
Are you getting results so soon? Of course.
Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic image with a smile.
Ever since we got the biological quantum brain architecture, the entire Light Quantum Experiment Center has gone crazy. Everyone has canceled their vacations. And there are even a few who are desperate to sleep in the medical bay every day to ensure that they have enough energy. With Zero watching, there won't be any big problems. However, after we succeed, I have to give them a good scolding. Especially that Emoza Young. Zero even sent me a warning message. Tell me, is there anything rolled like this?
Mao Jingji smiled and scratched his head. He suddenly felt that the biological laboratory needed to strengthen its ideological work in this area. Chapter 732 The Self-Correction Ability of Consciousness. The following month, thanks to the efforts of the Optical Quantum Computer Experiment Center, the first generation of optical quantum computers based on biological quantum brain architecture was successfully launched. After multiple inspections to ensure that it was safe and stable, Zero moved into his new home. As a strong artificial intelligence, Zero actively changes its basic algorithm to adapt to the new architecture of optical quantum computers. The prototype of Italian network core was born. However, this Italian network core carries Zero, a strong artificial intelligence without emotions. Compared with previous optical quantum computers, the new optical quantum computer born from the biological quantum brain is obviously more suitable for Zero, a strong artificial intelligence at this time. Zero has evolved to an extremely deep level relying on a large amount of data. Within the constraints of the core code, it cannot give birth to emotions. It is also true that Zero can only continue to approach super artificial intelligence through constant evolutionary iterations. But it will never become super artificial intelligence. But even so, Zero at this time is still worse than the quantum consciousness of new civilization that has survived for tens of millions of years. The optical quantum computer based on the biological quantum brain architecture has undoubtedly greatly liberated the performance that Zero should have. The increase in computing power even surprised Lu Yongchang. Computing resources, which were gradually stretched, became abundant at this moment. Insufficient number of interstellar probes, causing expansion to slow down? 1 more billion detectors. Lack of resources? Build 10 more galaxies and mine all the minerals in the surrounding star systems for me. The Weapons Research and Development Center applies for computing power to conduct material disintegration field simulation calculation experiments. Agree. Is it enough to give 10 times more computing power? Lu Yongchang swore that he had never fought such a rich battle since he left the Earth. Under the extremely violent computing power frenzy, the expansion speed of human civilization has once again increased dramatically. At this moment, the 35 light-year star field around the Kepler 452 star system has been classified as the territory of the Milky Way Metahuman Federation, while human civilization once again sounded the clarion call for great expansion. The memory transmission experiment in the biological laboratory was quietly restarted. As Lu Yongchang said, the zero after changing the algorithm can already perfectly simulate the bioelectric current signal at the core of the Italian network. White mice. Chimpanzees. The memory input experiments on various experimental creatures have been declared successful. A few months later, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly as he looked at the experimental report in front of him. Although the memory transmission experiment was declared successful, this does not mean the success of the thought stamp technology. Memory transmission is just the precursor technology of thought stamp technology.
Report on the discovery of a pervasive self-correction capacity in biological consciousness.
Lu Yongchang whispered the report in the holographic projection.
Yes.
Mao Jingxi's voice came from the side.
The biology laboratory has recently tried dozens of animals and discovered this phenomenon. Different animals react with different intensity to false memories input from the outside world. But one thing is for sure. The more intelligent a creature is, the stronger its response to false memories will be. Correspondingly, it becomes easier for them to discover problems with this memory, thereby completing the error correction behavior of their own memory. Simply put, the more intelligent a creature is, the less effective memory input will be.
Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully.
Not only that,
Mao Jingxi paused and said again,
the intensity of the self-correction phenomenon of consciousness is also closely related to the content of the input memory. The higher the degree of inconsistency between the input memory and the organism's self-cognition, the stronger the self-correction phenomenon and the lower the memory input effect. Let's use an analogy. If I want to input a memory to you, tell you that water is highly toxic and oxygen is also highly toxic, this memory is extremely deviated from your self-perception, and it is very likely to cause conscious self-correction. And this input memory will also become a piece of garbage in your memory. This was also shown when conducting memory input experiments on New Civilization.
Lu Yongchang looked a little more solemn.
But this is what the thought stamp technology is going to do. Yes.
Mao Jingxi sighed heavily, opened his mouth and hesitated.
Actually, the biological laboratory has come up with a solution.
Lu Yongchang raised his eyelids and looked at Mao Jingxi in surprise.
What? High-frequency memory transmission.
Mao Jingxi said with difficulty. High-frequency memory transmission technology. As the name suggests, it uses memory transmission technology at extremely high frequencies to forcibly break down the self-correction defense line of biological consciousness and firmly implant erroneous and false memories into biological consciousness. It's like brainwashing. But everything has two sides. High-frequency memory transmission has extremely powerful side effects on living organisms. The worst case may be death. The worst case may be loss of consciousness.
This little guinea pig passed the experiment?
Lu Yongchang followed Mao Jingxi and looked at the white mouse in the isolation cabin in surprise.
It is.
In the isolation cabin, a snow-white mouse was walking in a strange posture. This strong sense of disobedience made Lu Yongchang's forehead twitch slightly.
Cough.
Mao Jingxi scratched his head in embarrassment.
We input some memories about birds into it. For now, it should think it's a pigeon.
The moment the words fell, the little white mouse jumped suddenly, and at the same time, its short forelimbs flapped hard twice. Lu Yongchang's forehead jumped again. If he saw it correctly, this should be the pigeon taking off. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and said,
after the observation is over, euthanasia will be carried out.
Mao Jingxi nodded quickly.
Where are the other experimental animals?
Lu Yongchang asked softly.
Cough. So far, only this white mouse has passed the experiment.
Mao Jingxi called up an experimental record and showed it in front of Lu Yongchang.
The experimental mortality rate reached 83.1%. The rate of major injuries, such as dementia and vegetative state, reached 16.8%. Don't look at this little white mouse jumping around right now. But its intelligence has been greatly damaged. And its original memory has become extremely confusing.
Mao Jingxi sighed again.
If it were an intelligent creature, conservatively estimated, it would also be a schizophrenia.
Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched again. Who dares to use such technology?
Can the ability of native consciousness to self-correct false memories be suppressed?
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said,
it's hard.
Mao Jingxi shook his head.
This period of research made me realize a problem. There are too many mysteries hidden in the consciousness of living things. The technology we currently have is simply not enough to touch the consciousness of living organisms.
Chapter 733 Entropy of Consciousness. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into silence. Mao Jingxi's words made him feel helpless. In the process of scientific research, the more I study, the more ignorant I feel.
Even though human civilization has now become a level 5 civilization, it can even decide the life and death of a planet at will. During the research process, he could still feel a deep sense of powerlessness and awe at all times. We have to find a way to solve this problem, Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly. If human beings can only be called an apprentice in their research on consciousness, then New Civilization's mastery of consciousness may be enough to be called a master. 0. Contact news. Under Mao Xingji's gaze, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up, and he gave the order with a slightly excited expression. Professor, you finally remembered me. In the holographic projection ahead, a line of bright white text appeared quickly. The biology laboratory hasn't called me for help during this period. I haven't had credit points for a long time. Professor, tell me, what should I do? Is it still the last memory transfer experiment? I am ready. Ready to start. Lu Yongchang. He glanced at Mao Xingji beside him with a strange expression. Speaking of which, it seems that this is really the case. After the zero completion algorithm change, the memory transmission experiments in the biological laboratory have not relied on New Civilization. Ahem. Lu Yongchang coughed lightly. I'm not calling you this time just for an experiment. What? Not doing an experiment? Then do I still have credits and contribution points? Looking at the obviously missing words, several black lines appeared on Lu Yongchang's forehead. Is this New Civilization really out of the eyes of money? Not really. Lu Yongchang thought for a while. If you can complete this mission, you can get more credits and contribution points. Only, the difficulty is much higher than previous experiments. Professor, believe me, I can definitely do it. When he heard that there were contribution points and credits, Nusi lost his composure for an instant, and lines of white information quickly appeared on the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang considered his words and put forward his request to news simply and straightforwardly. Self-correction ability of consciousness? Professor, are you talking about the self-healing effect of consciousness? Lu Yongchang's eyes moved. Do you know it? Of course. The self-healing effect of consciousness is important. Of course I know that. Then do you know how to suppress this effect? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked eagerly. News asked, why do you do this? Once the self-healing effect of consciousness is inhibited, consciousness will sooner or later fall into a state of disordered disintegration. During this period, I use credits and contribution points to briefly learn some of the technologies of human civilization. I think the self-healing effect of consciousness can be well explained by the entropy increase theory. In an isolated system, if no external force does work, its entropy value will continue to increase, which means it will tend to be chaotic and disordered. The same goes for consciousness. The consciousness of a creature can be regarded as an isolated system. Without the help of the self-repair effect of consciousness, the entropy of consciousness will continue to increase, and the consciousness of the creature will eventually become chaotic and disordered. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the words in the holographic projection, different from the calm look on his face. At this moment, there was a storm in his heart. New Civilization should be the most scientific civilization he has ever seen. In the field of biological consciousness, even a 5th-level civilization human can only act as an ignorant apprentice in front of it. What is the self-healing effect of consciousness? Lu Yongchang lowered his head slightly and asked, news, very humbly. Is that an existence independent of biological consciousness? The self-healing effect of consciousness is a collective term. It can be any information input from any outside world. So, the self-healing effects of consciousness are almost impossible to suppress. And I don't understand why you would want to suppress it. Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji looked at each other. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yongchang pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind, and explained the principles of the thought stamp technology to news as straightforwardly as possible. He also told it about the recent difficulties encountered by the biological laboratory. The experiment has come to a standstill, and that's why we haven't contacted you. Professor, you should have told me earlier. Lu Yongchang was suddenly startled. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see deep annoyance and heartache in the message sent by news. My contribution points and credits. It seems it's not an illusion anymore. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic image in front of him numbly. After calming down, he asked, News, can you solve this problem? Certainly. The self-healing effect of consciousness is a double-edged sword. When working normally, it can easily resolve abnormal memory fragments in consciousness and bring the creature's consciousness back on track. But if it is influenced by the outside world, it will become an accomplice.
dragging the creature's consciousness to a deviated path. When it comes to the areas he is good at, News talks eloquently. This is not a secret within our civilization. This is how we treat mental and consciousness problems that arise in civilized individuals. Lu Yongchang gasped again. The amount of information contained in this text is too huge.
You mean?
He swallowed hard.
You can affect the self-healing effect of the consciousness of living organisms?
I can do that for our civilized individuals. But to other intelligent creatures, I haven't tried it yet. And I'm not completely sure. As long as you connect the consciousness of the experimental creatures to the Italian network, I can give it a try. Lu Yongchang. What does that mean? This means that if this experiment is successful, the self-healing effect of biological consciousness that has troubled mankind for several months can even become a branding iron that imprints the steel seal of thought in the hands of new civilization. After asking about the details of various experiments, Lu Yongchang cut off the communication link with a numb look on his face. He turned to look at Mao Xingji, who was also numb beside him, and moved his lips.
That should be the wisest decision we made.
Mao Xingji nodded with deep understanding.
Fortunately, we did not attack new civilization directly at that time, but absorbed it into a subsidiary civilization. Otherwise, I'm afraid human civilization will lose a lot of incredible things.
Chapter 734 Branding Experiment. Earth Calendar Year 3645. A mobile experimental ship loaded with various experimental animals slowly sailed into the HIP 22580 star system. In the past few years, with the efforts of Lu Yongchang, Mao Xingji, and a group of scientific researchers, various technical problems related to the connection between experimental organisms and the consciousness of new civilization have been solved one by one. The thought stamp experiment has officially begun. Yes, this experiment is no longer a simple memory transfer experiment. Substantially changing the basic memory of living things already belongs to the category of thought stamp technology. According to the plan proposed by News, the scientific researchers in the experimental ship brought experimental creatures one by one to the planet where new civilization lives. In the specially constructed radiation-proof laboratory, these experimental creatures were sent to the experimental platform one by one after being anesthetized through sections of specially made probes and conduction devices. The brains of these experimental creatures are connected to the core of the Italian network of new civilization. This formed a strange scene in the radiation protection laboratory. The area on the left side of the laboratory is filled with a large number of dark brown tree roots that are filled with a wild atmosphere. The roots twist around each other and reach toward the electrodes and probes located in the center of the laboratory. On the right side of the laboratory, there is a high-tech style that is simple to the extreme. In the bright and clean laboratory, experimental creatures lay quietly on the experimental table. Slender probes and wires are attached to the heads of these experimental creatures. These wires extend to areas invisible to the naked eye, making the entire experimental bench look extremely neat. The laboratory, which is based on white, is filled with large or small blue holographic projections. In these projections, the real-time status of each experimental creature is accurately displayed.
All pre-experiment inspections have been completed.
After Lu Siyuan completed the last part of the inspection task, he solemnly said to the holographic projection on the side,
"Apply to start the first thought stamp experiment. Approve."
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the loudspeaker and echoed in the clean and tidy temporary laboratory. Thought stamp, the experiment officially begins. With the activation of the experimental device, the consciousness of various experimental creatures began to connect with the consciousness of News. For News, who has lived for tens of millions of years, the consciousness of these experimental creatures is like plankton in a vast ocean. Small, insignificant. News slowed down his movements as much as possible to prevent the powerful waves he inadvertently generated from scattering these weak little guys. This is not out of love and care for living beings. On the contrary, in News' view, there is a huge difference in life level between these weak and small living beings. Just like humans look at bacteria, no one should feel sad or guilty because washing hands kills billions of germs. Not even knows. From News' perspective, only the life level of human civilization is far higher than it. It is precisely because of this that it is willing to obey the arrangements of human civilization. Not to mention that it can also get a lot of benefits from this. At this moment, all its caution are for one reason only in this experiment. The settlement method of contribution value and credit points is based on the experimental results. If the experiment fails, it can only get a part of the basic credit points, not even half of the contribution value. Rather than credits, it wants to gain contribution points. Although the scientific and technological system of human civilization does not involve consciousness, all roads lead to Rome. And many theories are connected. Just like the entropy of consciousness. This is the conclusion it draws, with the help of the technological system of human civilization. Even though it is limited by its own race, it still has a progressive heart. This is also a common feature of all potential civilizations. According to the experimental plan proposed by Chief Lu, every time an additional experimental creature completes the thought stamp experiment alive, its credit points and contribution value will be greatly increased. From Nusi's point of view, this is simply a God-given opportunity to increase credit points and contribution points, thinking that he could immediately get a large amount of contribution points and credits, and enjoy 24 people's uninterrupted sunbathing. Nusi, as consciousness fluctuated slightly, News could swear that it was just an extremely subtle fluctuation. It's just that a trivial bioelectric signal was generated somewhere in the core of Italy, which couldn't even resonate with the core of Italy, let alone the entire Italy. But even so, from News' perspective, these light spots of consciousness that were so subtle that they were almost invisible were extinguished by the wave of fluctuations. A strong feeling of heartache came over me. Just that moment ago. How much contribution points and credit points did it lose? Nusi hurriedly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and tried his best to calm the insignificant fluctuations in his mind. Then, it controlled its own consciousness, wrapped up those small light points of consciousness, and used its own instinct to exert external force on these light points of consciousness. After waiting for a while, News carefully observed the state of these subtle consciousnesses. After confirming that there were no problems, it carefully transmitted a message to the outside world. You can start imprinting. Inside the temporary laboratory. As soon as the experiment started, a large blue holographic projection turned orange, or even blood red. A piercing siren sounded. Academician Lu, a researcher shouted in panic. Does this need to terminate the experiment? As the person in charge, Lu Xiyuan's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head and rejected the proposal. Wait a little longer. Give News some time. As he finished speaking, the alarm gradually stopped. Pieces of orange-yellow holographic projections also returned to the original blue one by one. But the blood-red holographic image remained the same. Among the soft blue, sporadic blood red appears particularly dazzling. Remove these experimental creatures, Lu Xiyuan said softly. In the thought stamp experiment, death is a normal thing. The current mortality rate is 8.91%. A researcher completed the statistics. Is the mortality rate so high before the experiment even starts? Not only Lu Xiyuan, but also Li Yongchang and Mao Jingji, who were far away in the Kepler 452 star system, felt their hearts sink. They were originally full of confidence, but now they gradually lost confidence. This is already the last move to realize the thought stamp technology, at least, before humans have a deep understanding of biological consciousness. This is the last possible solution. Chapter 735 Sub-Dangerous Technology, Ideological Stamp. You can start imprinting. As the condition of the experimental creatures gradually stabilized, a line of bright white text appeared in front of everyone. Lu Xiyuan calmed down and directly issued the order to officially start the experiment. The originally set memory template followed the conduction line and rushed toward the experimental animal lying on the experimental table. In order to know exactly the success rate of thought stamp, the biology laboratory fabricated dozens of different memory templates. Unlike the most primitive memory information, the content of these memory templates is not detailed. It has almost no detailed content. However, its internal logic has been scrutinized countless times, and it is determined that there are no obvious loopholes. All this is due to the efforts of new civilization. The self-healing effect of biological consciousness will automatically fill in the details in the information template after being affected by a strong enough external force. Since these detailed contents are generated based on the organism's own original memory content, it is far superior to the original high-frequency memory transmission technology in terms of logic, stability, and memory diversity. Likewise, this also significantly reduces the burden on biological consciousness. Under the gaze of all the scientific researchers, the progress bar in the holographic projection advanced little by little. As the progress bar fills up the last bit of space, the experiment is over. To everyone's expectation. Unlike the scene before the experiment started, the entire experiment process seemed extremely calm. As expected, the scene of a large number of experimental creatures dying did not appear. Lu Xiyuan even showed a bit of doubt in his eyes. Did the experiment really succeed? Is thought stamp really imprinted on the consciousness of these creatures? He directed the scientific researchers and scientific research robots to remove the sleeping experimental creatures one by one from the experimental table and put them into separate isolation cabins. Next, it's an extremely boring wait. When the anesthesia wears off, they will be able to clearly see the experimental effects of thoughts damp.
Professor, the first batch of mice have awakened.
Electronic synthesized sound sounded in Lu Yongcheng's office. And at the same time, a holographic image automatically appeared in front of him. In the picture, a white mouse with no variegated color lay quietly on the spot. Everything seems to be fine. But for some reason, an inexplicable sense of disharmony arose in Lu Yongcheng's heart. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Lu Yongcheng's eyes widened suddenly. Since waking up, this little white mouse has not taken a single breath, and its abdomen has not risen at all. As a siren sounded, Zero's electronic synthesized voice came again.
Professor, it passed out.
The mouse's abdomen undulated slightly again. Apparently, the comatose rat continued to breathe. Lu Yongcheng's fingers trembled slightly as he manipulated the holographic projection and called up the ideological seal that was exclusive to this little white mouse. The air is poisonous. HIP 22580 star system. Inside the temporary laboratory.
Mouse no. 1190. The steel seal has confirmed that the branding was successful.
Lu Siyuan's calm voice sounded.
For sleep. Waiting for the steel seal elimination experiment.
The moment the words fell, a slender needle slowly stretched out under the operation of the robotic arm and was accurately inserted into the body of the mouse. Lu Siyuan stepped forward and walked towards the next awakened experimental creature. That's a chimpanzee. It looked at the water bowl in front of it, with a look of extreme horror in its eyes. Its entire body huddled in the corner of the isolation cabin, as far away from the clean and translucent water bowl as possible. Thought stamp, water is poisonous.
Chimpanzee number C479. The steel seal has confirmed that the branding was successful.
Lu Siyuan's voice sounded again.
For sleep.
He took steps and continued to move forward. Not all living things have such extreme stamps on their consciousness. The ideological imprints in the consciousness of most experimental creatures are related to human beings. For example, the gray wolf in front of me. Lu Siyuan took a deep breath and stood still in front of the gray wolf. Through the thick transparent aluminum partition, he slowly raised his right hand. The fan sucked Lu Siyuan's odor into the isolation cabin. The gray wolf, who was originally grinning, twitched the tip of his wet nose, and the ferocious expression on his face gradually softened. Under the gaze of the scientific researchers, it laid down in front of Lu Siyuan, whimpering and exposing its belly. Thought stamp, humans are the leaders of the gray wolf population. After completing all the inspection work, Lu Siyuan suppressed his excitement and sent a good news to the Kepler 452 star system 20 light-years away. Ideological stamp, branding experiment success rate, 91.09%. Except for those experimental creatures that died at the beginning. All the other experimental creatures successfully completed the branding experiment.
News. Do you know the reason why those experimental creatures died in the first place?
In the spirit of scientific research, Lu Siyuan sent an inquiry to News. Rarely, News did not respond to his inquiry immediately.
News?
Lu Siyuan frowned slightly and urged again. Yes. Sorry. That is my reasons. I did not control the fluctuations of the good intentions network, and the too strong fluctuations of consciousness completely washed away their consciousness. Can you not deduct my credit points and contribution points? Lu Siyuan. Before he could speak, Lu Yongcheng's somewhat excited voice sounded.
Nusi, you mean?
Under normal circumstances, the success rate of ideological steel seal imprinting can reach 100%?
No. Chief Lu. The success rate will definitely not be 100%. Except for deaths caused by some accidental factors. Some creatures with too weak consciousness cannot withstand this branding process. In general, it should be possible to achieve a success rate of more than 95%.
Okay.
Lu Yongcheng's hearty laughter came from the speaker. Lu. Chief Lu. Can you not deduct my contribution points and credits? The bright white text once again appeared on the blue holographic projection.
Don't worry. It won't be deducted.
Lu Yongcheng's voice was full of smiles.
If the thought stamp erasure experiment is successful, I promise that your contribution value and credit points will increase by 10% and will be settled uniformly.
Stimulated by credit points and contribution points. New civilization is more energetic in its work. It accurately controls its own mind and cooperates with the thought stamp erasure program to eliminate the imprints on the consciousness of all experimental creatures. The moment the experiment was successful, Liu Yongchang, who was far away in the Kepler 452 star system, looked at the orange cursor in the technology tree space with a faint smile on his lips. The sub-dangerous technology, ideological seal, has been conquered. Chapter 736 Emperor Eugene, Free Genetic Enhancement Plan? Thought stamp. The maturity of technology made Liu Yongchang turn his attention to the group of lizard people who were still disregarding in a star system 27 light-years away from the Kepler 452 star system. Lizard people dwell on starships. Some of these dilapidated starships, large or small, are wandering in the starry sky, while others are running in synchronous orbits of planets. Good. Unlike the Taladan civilization, the Eugene civilization did not choose to live on the planet. Even if that planet is carefully selected, the environment on it is 90% similar to that of their parent star. Tell me why. On the one hand, it is a matter of habit. As a star pirate civilization, the Eugene civilization has been accustomed to wandering in the vast universe from the moment it left its home star. The long wandering experience made them completely forget what it was like to live on a planet. On the other hand, Emperor Eugene still had a trace of illusion in his heart. Sooner or later, it will wait for an opportunity and lead a small fleet to escape from this dark prison. In Emperor Eugene's view, this star system is a cage that imprisons Eugene's civilization. Human civilization will regularly send material supplies, but those materials are not enough to meet the needs of all Eugene people. This used to be an initiative of the School of Sociology. They tried to use hunger to tell the lizard people who were accustomed to plundering that only by engaging in production and business activities could they obtain sufficient supplies. But the effect of this measure was not good. Only the lizard men with the lowest social status suffered from hunger. They are numerous, but have no say in this star system assigned to the Eugene civilization. They not only have to endure hunger, but they may also be canned at any time. It is also true that the population of Eugene civilization has been slowly declining during this period. Eugene civilization's response measures really shocked the academicians and researchers in the School of Sociology at the time. They tried numerous measures, but to no avail, and the Eugene civilization also declined bit by bit over time. In a sense, this subsidiary civilization not only failed to create any value for human civilization, it even held back human civilization. And Emperor Eugene was also happy to do so. He was showing off and making little tricks secretly at the same time. Of course, these little tricks cannot be hidden from Zero. After the fleet's central computer was controlled, every move of the entire Eugene civilization was under Zero's surveillance, including Emperor Eugene's childish jailbreak plans. In Zero assessment, what Emperor Eugene did not even increase the risk value of Eugene civilization. Around this star system, there are tens of thousands of detectors and a small patrol fleet composed of ship-based drones, not strong in combat. To a civilization of the same level, a star system with these defensive capabilities is like a larger stone on the roadside. But for the Eugene civilization, this little defensive power is enough to crush all conspiracies. While Emperor Eugene continued to have futile fantasies, a tachyon communication was transmitted to the flagship where it was located. Free Genetic Enhancement Program? Emperor Eugene looked at the screen in front of him suspiciously. His orange vertical pupils filled with confusion. Human civilization. Are you so kind? It had heard that the group of pandas had spent a lot of credit points to obtain a genetic enhancement plan tailored for them by human civilization. Can the Eugene civilization get such a good thing for free? There is no free food in the desert. This is a saying that has been circulating in Eugene civilization. Thinking of these words, Emperor Eugene shook his head and subconsciously raised his hand to reject the goodwill from the People's Academy of Sciences. Another new message appeared on the screen. Emperor Eugene narrowed his eyes slightly, and his orange vertical pupils quickly shrank into a straight line. As a price, the Eugene people who accept the transformation need to pay their own labor for a period of 10 years. It murmured these words under its breath. Has human civilization not given up on its transformation plan yet? Emperor Eugene sneered angrily. They are not like that bunch of trash in Taladan, who only dare to stay on the planet and farm. Eugene civilization is destined to belong to the starry sky. Thinking of the scenes during the Interstellar War, Emperor Eugene's vertical pupil suddenly felt hot. But after thinking about his current situation, he let out a sigh of relief and slumped down on the chair. After thinking for a long time, it responded to the message. It has already thought of letting those canned reserves explore the truth. If everything is true, Then the Eugene civilization can take this opportunity to enhance its own strength. Eugene Civilization Genetic Modification Project. Needless to say, this is definitely fake. It was just a bait to lure Emperor Eugene. Its true nature is to carry out, thought stamp, experiments on the people of Eugene. Professor, what do you think the content of Thought Stamp should be? In the biology laboratory, Mao Xingji looked at the holographic image in front of him and frowned slightly. In the holographic projection, there are suggestions on the content of the Thought Stamp imprint. One of the proposals is to directly change the basic thinking of these lizard people and completely correct their deep-rooted predatory ideas. At first glance, it looks pretty good, but this was the first proposal that Lu Yongchang vetoed. The reason is simple. A Eugene civilization that can only engage in production and business activities has little value. Upon hearing Mao Xingji's inquiry, Lu Yongchang raised his eyelids slightly and scanned every proposal in the projection again. There was a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Obviously, for him, this is not a decision that can be made at will. It is necessary to preserve the original potential of Eugene civilization, but also to allow them to engage in production and management willingly. Lu Yongchang's eyes narrowed, and his eyes fell on a proposal. He stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly. That's it. Chapter 737, New Emperor. Memory Replacement. Memory Modification Technology based on memory transmission. The operation is relatively complicated, but the effect far exceeds memory transfer. Even if the conscious self-healing effect helps perfection, the transmitted memory will ultimately be false, although it has been scrutinized by scientific researchers and zero on a large scale. Who knows whether there are one or two subtle logical loopholes hidden in it? But memory modification technology is different. It is based on the biological original memory. Simply put, it can modify and replace the concept of emperor in the consciousness of Eugene people, equating the imperial power of Eugene with human civilization. This is a thought stamp, tailor-made for the Eugene civilization. The feudal monarchy that Eugene civilization maintained for countless years has become a boost to human civilization at this moment. The difficulty of imprinting ideological steel seal has been greatly reduced, and the effect of the steel seal is also very significant. Theoretically speaking, from the perspective of the Eugene people who have completed the imprint of steel seal of thought, human civilization is the emperor who has ruled them for countless years. Of course, until the experiments begin, everything is just theory, because the operation of memory replacement and modification is relatively complicated. The biology laboratory also spent a lot of time, and even produced the corresponding program after reading a large number of Eugene people's memories. Afterwards, there was the imprinting ceremony of steel seal of thought. These low-level lizardmen, who were regarded as cannon fodder by Emperor Eugene, were anesthetized and sent to the experimental platform. With the help of New Civilization, ideological stamp officially started imprinting. The whole process didn't take much time. About an hour later, the first batch of experimenters were sent to the isolation cabin. At the beginning of the experiment, Mao Xingji, Lu Yongchang and others were still a little worried. After all, compared with Earth creatures, Eugene people are completely another species. Who knows if thought stencil can be effective on these lizard men? Under the watchful eye of all scientific researchers, the entire experiment developed in the direction expected by everyone. Tubbo, a lowly Eugene native, when it learned that it had been selected as a test subject for a genetic enhancement project and was about to be sent to human civilization, its heart was filled with extremely complex emotions. For a moment, it didn't know whether it should be happy or desperate. Desperate. Naturally, he was treated as a test subject. In its memory, test subjects often don't end well. The good news is that it can get rid of the title of canned reserve. It was sent to human civilization and escaped the fate of being canned. In this way, with complex emotions, it followed the orders issued by human civilization and walked into a spacious and bright room. Looking at the experimental tables, as well as the electrodes and wires on the experimental tables, there was a bit of sadness in its eyes. Sure enough, it still couldn't escape its fate. The moment it lay on the experimental table, its consciousness sank and it fainted. I don't know how long it took, but it slowly opened its eyes. My brain was confused and I didn't know what was going on. It raised its head and tried to take in the surrounding scene. Suddenly, its body froze. A blue holographic projection appeared beside it, and in the projection was a completely unfamiliar creature. Its brain tells it that it is human. Its brain also tells it that humans are the emperors who rule over them. Thump! Its body trembled slightly, and its whole body fell to the ground. Respected Respected Emperor. It whispered in a trembling tone. The next moment, a string of familiar words came from the loudspeaker. After a few seconds. Yes, my dear Emperor. As you wish. As Tepos spoke, he lowered his body to the ground. The projection slowly dissipated, but it still maintained this posture. It was not until 5 minutes later that it tremblingly climbed up from the cold ground. Under the gaze of the hidden camera, it opened the holographic image on the side, followed the content on the screen, and began to learn the operating procedures of the Renlian 1 planetary mining machine. Successful. Lu Yongchang looked at the pictures flashing quickly in the holographic projection and breathed a long sigh of relief. The thought stamp has been successfully imprinted. The current branding success rate is 99.97%. Mao Xingzi's slightly excited voice came from the side. Professor, we can start promoting it. Lu Yongchang nodded seriously. Tell the School of Sociology to start enforcing the ideological stamp. Every Eugene must bear this mark. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. Since then, the new emperor of Eugene civilization was born. The moment the order was issued, the School of Sociology, which had been dormant for a long time, took action again. This is the first time that the School of Sociology has implemented coercive measures against an affiliated civilization. Battleships full of war robots appeared next to the Eugene battleship. Under the supervision of robots, tens of billions of Eugene people went to the HIP 22580 star system in batches, from Emperor Eugene to the canned reserves. Without exception, this also brought the most generous credit points and contribution value to new civilization in history according to the contract. Every time a ideological seal is successfully branded, new civilization can get some insignificant credit points. Although the unit price is low, it cannot support the large quantity. After the branding work was completed, the eyes of new civilization became the shape of credit points. News happily calculated his remaining contribution points and credits. Suddenly, a burst of violent fluctuations broke out in its mind. You can actually enjoy uninterrupted sunbathing service for 1,000 years. News excitedly waved the tree roots on the ground. It's a pity that the accompanying giant insects were once again subjected to an unreasonable disaster. Replace the imperial power. Although it is not as good as the method of replacing beliefs of the sweeper civilization, it still achieves good results. At least, under the pressure of the imperial power, the Eugene people with lower social status began to try to learn various knowledge about production and management. The population advantage of Eugene civilization also began to gradually come into play, as these Eugenics were sent to various star systems for mining. Zero's basic computing power was further liberated. What surprised Lu Yongchang the most was not the above results. It is the advantages shown by the Eugene civilization in military operations. Under the influence of the imperial power, the fighting spirit that was not afraid of death allowed the Eugene civilization to exert a combat power that far exceeded that of civilizations of the same level, especially after equipping them with some weapons and equipment that have been eliminated by human civilization. The strength of Eugene civilization has been further enhanced. During this period of territory expansion, the detectors discovered many low-level civilizations below level 3. Not all civilizations are face-conscious. In the past, when encountering those indifferent Tayatuba civilization, the People's Alliance fleet was often dispatched to conquer people with virtue. But this will consume a lot of resources after all. Let's not talk about the cost of firing a few shots at the destination. Just talking about the fuel cost for the round trip is already somewhat more than worth the gain. At this time, the greatest role of Eugene civilization became apparent. The Eugene fleet, which has been transformed by the ideological seal, is just like before, following the detectors eliminated by human civilization, wandering in the territory of the human alliance like stars in the sky. Once they encounter a low-level civilization that they can beat, they will swarm in and use a big stick in one hand and a big stick in the other to persuade them to join the Panhuman Federation. Chapter 738 Anti-Gravity. The research on ideological stamp has come to an end. Under the leadership of Mao Xingji, the biological laboratory started a new research project Consciousness. During the research process of Thought Stamp, human beings' shortcomings in consciousness technology were completely exposed. A dignified fifth-level civilization cannot even compare to a tree. Neither Lu Yongchang nor Mao Xingji can accept this fact even if this tree is an extremely partial science guy. As for Lu Yongchang, after leaving the biological laboratory, he naturally returned to his original research project, the material disintegration field. The research on Thought Stamp took a lot of time, although there is no leadership from Lu Yongchang, relying on the foundations he laid in the early stage.
The academicians and researchers in the laboratory are still steadily advancing this extremely difficult project. Of course, the speed of advancement is not that ideal. At least for Lu Yongchang. This research speed is a bit slow. After so many years, the research project on the material disintegration field has only just entered the final stage. He spent several days in the office, systematically sorting out the scientific research results produced by academicians during this period. Then, he got up and left the office. Within a year, the material disintegration field technology is bound to be taken down. The following year, People's Federation First Laboratory. Under the gaze of all the academicians, Lu Yongchang slowly stopped his movements and took one last look at the giant holographic projection in front of him. Finally, he nodded firmly and gratifiedly.
This is it. Tell Wilson that the theoretical basis of the material disintegration field has been established. And the next step is up to him.
Before anyone could react, Zero's electronically synthesized sound came from the speakers.
Receive. Message sent successfully.
The electronically synthesized sound had not yet fallen, and a slightly belated celebration sounded in the laboratory. Amid the celebrations, a small holographic projection appeared beside Lu Yongchang, and the flashing information on it attracted his attention. The yellow flashing warning sign, which was different from ordinary information, clearly announced its high priority to the surroundings. When Lu Yongchang saw clearly the sending address of the message, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Anti-Gravity Research Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. When I read this line, memories from a few years ago came back to me. Yes. After the awakening ceremony, he arranged a research project on anti-gravity technology. Perhaps it was because the Anti-Gravity Research Center had been silent. Or perhaps because he had been too busy in the past few years. For a while, he actually forgot about this project. Did you encounter any difficulties? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, thinking about the difficulties he might encounter during the research of anti-gravity technology. His unusual expression soon attracted the attention of several academicians around him. Under the curious gazes of Mao Xingji and Lu Xiyuan, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his hand and lightly clicked on the message with a yellow warning mark. The frown quickly relaxed, and a thick smile appeared on his face again.
Professor?
Seeing this, Mao Xingji hurriedly squeezed to Lu Yongchang's side and looked curiously at the small holographic projection.
What good thing happened?
With a faint smile on his lips, Lu Yongchang said softly,
a breakthrough in anti-gravity technology. In the future, our large starships can also land on planets.
Anti-Gravity Research Center of the Academy of Facial Sciences. The laboratory door suddenly opened, and the eyes of all scientific researchers were attracted. Seeing the figure at the door, Armstrong Joseph's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down his work and went forward.
Say hello to you, Chief Lu.
He smiled heartily and said,
I heard that the theoretical framework of the material disintegration field has been completed. Congratulations.
Lu Yongchang paused slightly and looked at the visitor with some curiosity.
You are quite well informed. I just came out of the laboratory over there, and you heard about it.
Joseph laughed and gestured to the distance.
Professor, look who that is.
Lu Yongchang looked in the direction of Joseph's finger. A familiar figure caught his eye. Lu Yongchang was stunned, obviously not expecting to see him in this laboratory.
Wilson? Why did he come to your place?
Joseph shrugged and said in a loud voice.
Professor, he has been a frequent visitor to our place recently. As for the reason, you'd better ask him yourself.
Joseph's voice woke up Wilson in the distance. The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, he hurriedly ran over.
Professor.
His face turned slightly red, and he waved his right hand to Lu Yongchang excitedly.
I've been waiting for you.
Lu Yongchang.
It is said that. Are you a regular here?
Lu Yongchang looked at Wilson in front of him with suspicion, and said with some surprise,
Does this thing have anything to do with you? Have you finished studying matter disintegrating rays?
Wilson, who rushed to Lu Yongchang's side excitedly, his expression suddenly froze, and he slowly turned his head to look at Joseph beside him.
Joseph, you...
His face, which had yet to smile, had a look of disbelief that he had been betrayed by his friend. Joseph shrugged again, crossed his arms and said,
Don't look at me. The research resources of the Anti-Gravity Research Center are planned, and I can't make the decision.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and cast a questioning look at Wilson again.
Professor, it's a long story.
Wilson sneered, scratched his head, and whispered,
Then let's make a long story short. Then we have to start talking about 3 years ago.
Under the leadership of Joseph, Lu Yongchang and Wilson slowly walked towards the core area of the laboratory.
In general, that's it.
Wilson licked his slightly dry lips and stared directly at Lu Yongchang's expression. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows.
Rely on the gravity interference and cancellation technology of the unified field to break the gravitational shield of the opponent's starship. It's somewhat similar to the method of cracking magnetic field shields. Is this why you are looking for Joseph?
Lu Yongchang said to himself thoughtfully.
Indeed. The anti-gravity technology he studies is based on the grand unified field theory.
Wilson looked at Lu Yongchang anxiously.
Do you think this plan is feasible?
He did not respond, but turned to look at Joseph, who was leading the way.
Here. I want to ask you something. Tell me what you think.
Chapter 739, Material Disintegration Cannon. Apparently, Joseph had been thinking about this issue for a long time. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, he did not hesitate and said directly,
Theoretically, this is feasible. But compared with cracking the magnetic shield, it is more difficult to crack the gravitational shield. We need higher precision grand unified field generation and control units. Not only that, compared to breaking the magnetic shield, breaking the gravitational shield probably requires higher computing power. Don't worry about the computing power,
Lu Yongchang said with a faint smile.
Since you think it's possible, I'll leave this research project to you. Professor, anti-gravity technology has been broken through, and the laboratory has enough free time to conduct this research. So,
Joseph said in a hurried tone. Suddenly, his eyes widened.
What did you say? Do you agree to this research project?
Lu Yongchang stopped with a smile and looked at the scene in the open door ahead.
Why don't you agree? In scientific research, you have to try to get results. Just give it a try. What if you succeed?
The scenery inside the gate was clearly reflected in Lu Yongchang's eyes. It was a non-magnetic metal ball that was not too big. The metal ball is sealed and smooth, and there is no engine port on the surface. In the artificial gravity field of Earth, it floats quietly in the air, as if something invisible is holding it up. As Lu Yongchang and others approached, the metal ball began to float slowly. Under Zero's control, it briskly drew beautiful arcs in the air.
How much does it weigh?
Lu Yongchang stared at the metal ball that was making irregular movements and asked softly.
Including the internal control device and antimatter battery pack.
Joseph thought for a moment and gave an answer.
About 30 tons.
Earth calendar year 3655. On the basis of theoretical research, the material disintegration cannon and the shield-breaking device for gravity shields were successfully developed almost simultaneously. Of course, such rapid progress naturally requires the help of Lu Yongchang. Both weapons passed laboratory testing. But if they want to go to the battlefield, they still need to conduct actual combat exercises. The target, as usual, was the standard combat force of the human fleet, the Golden Crow battleship. Inside the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang sat in his seat, watching the two Golden Crow battleships gradually receding in the holographic projection. Not far away, Wilson and Joseph were whispering. Beside them, Yevgeny stared gloomily and silently at the universe outside the porthole. People's joys and sorrows are not connected with each other. At this time, he only felt that the two people around him were noisy. This is the command center. What a laugh. Thinking of the scene where Wilson showed off the material disintegration cannon to him some time ago, Yevgeny clenched his teeth again. It is difficult to continue to improve the power of antimatter cannons, unless human civilization's technology makes breakthrough progress, such as becoming a level 6 civilization. But by that time, will the antimatter cannon really still be useful? Thinking of this, the sense of crisis in Yevgeny's heart became more solid. A burst of light laughter came from beside him. TSK. Yevgeny moved quietly, staying as far away from the two people around him as possible. Are you so happy? No. He has to make a more powerful weapon. Thinking this, his face became increasingly gloomy. This scene completely fell into Lu Yongchang's eyes. He already knew about the grudge between the two and didn't care, and even chuckled with interest. The laughter attracted the attention of Zhao Zijie beside him. Looking at the confused look on Zhao Zijie's face, he shook his head slightly, then stood up from his seat.
The first actual combat exercise of the material cracking cannon begins now. The material disintegration cannon starts charging. Launch the gravity shield jamming device.
As the words fell, a miserable green light lit up from the muzzle of one of the Golden Crow battleships. That huge muzzle. You can tell at a glance that it is a product of transformation that mixes technology and ruthlessness. At the same time as the miserable green light lit up, the side hatch of the Golden Crow battleship quickly opened, and hundreds of small ship-based drones swarmed out and chased the target ship ahead. These ship-based drones are equipped with gravity shield jamming devices.
This is the flaw of energy weapons. Since it has no carrier, it needs additional devices to help it break through enemy gravity shields unless it is extremely close. Xiao Zijia's voice also sounded. Target ship. The shield system is operating at full power. Try to maneuver to avoid enemy ship attacks. Under the orders of 2 commanders, 2 Golden Crow battleships began a chase outside the Kepler 452 star system. With the same battleship performance, the main controller is 0. The pursuit between the two suddenly became meaningless. Every maneuver of the target ship will be analyzed in real time by the attack ship, and prediction and locking will be completed. It's almost like fighting each other. After waiting for a while, Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly and directly gave the final order. Activate the gravity shield jamming device. Fragmentation cannon. Fire! The moment the words fell, a green beam of light spurted out from the muzzle and shot straight towards the target ship. That is the guiding beam of the material disintegration field. At the same time, the gravitational shield interference device mounted inside the ship-based drone also launched a unified field to crack the shield system of the target ship. A trace of doubt suddenly flashed in Wilson's eyes in the distance. Doesn't this present a problem? Can Zero crack his own defense system? Before he could think about it, the green beam of light had already arrived near the target. The shield of the target ship suddenly fluctuated. Taking this opportunity, he directed the beam of light to drive straight in and shine directly on the target ship. Obviously, Zero didn't make the stupid mistake I hit myself with. It proactively reduced the computing resources allocated to the target ship's shield system. The moment the miserable green beam hit, a magical and strange phenomenon occurred. The electromagnetic interaction force between molecules and atoms began to dissipate, and the complete macroscopic matter, like a brick wall with steel bars and cement removed, began to collapse rapidly. Golden Crow, the extremely solid surface armor of the battleship, is melting at an extremely fast speed, like snowflakes encountering a red-hot iron. Under the action of the material disintegration cannon, both the surface armor and the internal instruments and equipment, without exception, they have all turned into the most basic structure molecules or atoms. Then, it quietly disappeared into the vast universe. Not much time passed. The target ship, whose power was completely dissipated, disappeared. What was left in place was a misty cloud composed of countless atoms and molecules, like a miniature nebula. Chapter 740. Too much stimulation? The Earth command center fell silent instantly. The original whispers turned into dust and disappeared into the air instantly, as if they were attacked by a matter-cracking cannon. But the silence didn't last long. After about a few seconds, there was an uproar in the command center. Discussions that were countless times noisier than before filled the entire laboratory. In the holographic projection, the huge battleship with a length of 5,000 meters collapsed at an extremely fast speed under the illumination of the miserable green beam, along with a final explosion fire. These dense particle fog dispersed in all directions at extremely high speeds. Under the reflection of the firelight and the miserable green beam, a strange and grand scene was formed. This scene deeply shocked everyone present, including Lu Yongchang and Xiao Zijia, who were sitting in the command position. Of course, this also includes academician Yevgeny sitting not far away. His thick Adam's apple trembled slightly, and he swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva with great difficulty. Changed. Times have changed. Looking at the slowly spreading miniature nebula, this thought flashed through Yevgeny's mind. The matter disintegration cannon in the holographic projection is just a prototype, not even a real first-generation product. This means that the matter-cracking cannon in the future will be smaller and more powerful. Perhaps, one day, those ship-based drones equipped with gravity shield interference devices can also emit this terrifying green beam. By that time, are kinetic energy weapons really still necessary? None of the current kinetic energy weapons can achieve such power. Even the latest ship-based antimatter cannon, when the gravity shield is broken, it cannot resolve the battle face-to-face. On the one hand, enemy ships can quickly evade. On the other hand, enemy ships can also release the matter barrier in advance to consume the antimatter contained in the antimatter cannon in advance. But the material cracking cannon is different. From the chase just now, the advantages of the material disintegration cannon have been completely demonstrated before his eyes. When a gravity shield is breached, it is virtually undefendable, coupled with the ridiculously exaggerated attack power. He subconsciously held his breath. After more than 10 seconds, the suffocation caused by lack of oxygen swept through his brain. But his thoughts became particularly clear. He found some inspiration? Yevgeny! Yevgeny? A call from beside him awakened him from his reverie. Yevgeny let out a long sigh and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Wilson was looking at him with a smile on his face. How? Can your proud antimatter cannon also reach this level? Wilson's tone was full of provocation. This has almost become a traditional skill for both of them. There is almost no one in the entire Academy of Human Resources who does not know about the grievance between Wilson and Yevgeny. Just like this, the moment Wilson finished speaking, the scientific researchers in the command center turned their heads and looked at them with excitement. Eating melons is a human nature that humans can never get rid of. Professor, do you want to stop them? As Zhao Zijia spoke, he turned to look at Lu Yongchang beside him. With just one glance, the expression on his face froze. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yongchang with an extremely strange expression. Professor, you are such a melon. Want to eat? Lu Yongchang stared closely at Yevgeny and Wilson in the distance, reached out and handed the bag of melon seeds to Zhao Zijia, and then added, Buttery! Just out of the oven! Zhao Zijia was silent for a while. Then, silently, he reached into the bag and took out a handful of melon seeds. Then turned around and entered melon-eating mode. Click! Feeling the fragrance of melon seeds, Zhao Zijia suddenly woke up. What on earth is he doing? How long do you think the noise will last this time? Lu Yongchang's enthusiastic voice came from behind. And at the same time, there was a subtle and crisp sound of cracking melon seeds. I bet you 10 minutes. Zhao Zijia. 10! 10 minutes is a bit too long. I'll bet 5 minutes. Yevgeny originally thought that he would be angry after hearing Wilson's words. But this is not the case. He continued to pursue the looming inspiration in his mind. And at the same time, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a faint smile to Wilson. It's awesome. He praised his opponent unabashedly and stood up from his seat, facing Wilson's confused eyes and the ghostly expressions of the surrounding scientific researchers. He reached out and held Wilson's right hand. Congratulations, Academician Wilson. Then, with everyone watching, he walked out of the command center. Wilson looked at Yevgeny's back with a blank look on his face, then raised his right hand blankly and looked at it carefully. Is he really Yevgeny? Wilson asked in a low voice to Joseph beside him. Joseph had the same confusion on his face. Or, maybe? Joseph nodded hesitantly. He was too stimulated. The sound of cracking melon seeds stopped at some point. Lu Yongchang took a breath, as if he thought of something, and gave the order with an ugly face. 0. Watch Academician Yevgeny carefully. Don't let him do anything stupid. After leaving the command center, Yevgeny pursued the inspiration in his mind and walked quickly towards the tail of the Earth. Suddenly, he frowned. He is currently in the head area of Earth. The entire Earth is more than 10,000 meters long. In other words, he has to travel at least 10 kilometers. Thinking of this, Yevgeny suddenly stopped his hurried steps and walked towards the maglev train station on the ship in the distance. This scene was captured by several high-definition cameras and clearly presented in front of Lu Yongchang. What does he want to do? Lu Yongchang frowned and murmured in a low voice. The terminal station of this maglev train is the tail area of Earth. Zero's voice sounded quietly. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was stunned. Tail? What's there to do over there? The tail of Earth is not a fun place. Antimatter engine, curvature engine, tachyon information transceiver device. Almost all important equipment is concentrated there. Therefore, the permissions required to go to that area are not low. There is no doubt that as one of the leading figures of the Academy of Sciences, Academician Yevgeny has this authority. Professor! Professor! Wilson's exclamation came from the side. You must stop him. Don't let him do stupid things. Lu Yongchang raised his head and looked at Wilson in front of him. The original proud expression had disappeared without a trace, replaced by deep anxiety and eagerness. Lu Yongchang chuckled, shook his head and said, You two are really... Don't worry. If something goes wrong, Zero will stop him immediately. Chapter 741 Yevgeny, I'm just looking for inspiration. For a 5th level civilization, maglev train technology is already quite backward. However, considering the size of the starship and its portability and comfort, the maglev train is still the first choice for transportation within the ship. While talking with everyone, Yevgeny quietly got on the train leading to the tail of the Earth. The train is moving very fast. Not long after, it stopped at the terminal. Yevgeny stood up from his seat in a hurry and left the train. Seeing Yevgeny walking directly towards the curvature engine and tachyon information transceiver, the atmosphere in the command center became solemn.
Following the inspiration in his mind, Yevgeny slowly slowed down. In front of him is an extremely huge hemispherical device. In front of it, humans are as small as ants. Looking at the high-tech construction style in front of him, Yevgeny couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his eyes. This is one of the core components of the warp engine. Micro black hole confinement device. The anti-gravitons needed to start the curvature engine are obtained from here. Without hesitation, he walked directly towards the main entrance of the huge building. Drop! At the same time as the crisp reminder sounded, the red holographic logo quickly turned into green.
Identity verified. Dear Academician Yevgeny, welcome.
As Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded, the closed door quickly opened. Yevgeny calmed down and stepped into it. He has been to this place many times. He circumnavigated several turns with ease, used his authority to unlock several closed hatches, and finally successfully entered the core area of the miniature black hole constraint device. It is a hollow spherical structure. There is a closed observation corridor on the inner wall of the sphere that surrounds the spherical structure. Yevgeny was in the corridor at this time. He looked through the transparent aluminum wall in front of him to the center area of the spherical structure. Total darkness. High-intensity searchlights illuminate the entire spherical structure as if it were daytime. But the center area is still in deep and extreme darkness. That is the core thing of the entire device, the micro black hole. Looking at the twisted scene around the darkness, Yevgeny finally caught the light in his mind. A grand and shocking scene slowly emerged in his mind. Along with a piercing alarm sound, the miniature black hole restraint device failed. The miniature black hole located in the center area of the sphere slowly falls toward the wall of the sphere in the constraint area. Its strong gravitational force directly toward the extremely solid ball wall into long pieces of debris. Under the influence of gravity, a large amount of finely divided matter forms an elegant tether, slowly rotating around the black hole in the center. It quickly devoured these materials. At the same time, its mass began to grow, and the scope of its gravitational influence also gradually increased. A positive cycle is created as the size of the micro black hole continues to increase. Various devices on Earth are being sucked into it. In the end, under the bright light of the explosion, the entire Earth was swallowed up by it. A small accretion disk also appeared around the miniature black hole. Yevgeny shuddered violently and woke up from his reverie. Looking at the quiet darkness in the center of the ball, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. There was a hint of fear on his face. But fortunately, this scene was just his fantasy. However, the look in his eyes became more determined. This is the weapon he is looking for. He took a deep breath, and the micro-expression on his face showed his extremely agitated mood at this time. Yevgeny subconsciously took a few steps forward, leaned against the transparent aluminum wall in front of him, and stared at the darkness in the distance. A camera accurately captured his micro-expressions and movements. There was almost no time to wait. The robot that had been waiting not far away rushed over instantly and pinned Yevgeny to the deck before he could react. The biting cold seeped into his body along his skin, causing him to shiver subconsciously. He blinked, gradually realizing what had happened at that moment.
Academician Yevgeny.
As a holographic projection unfolded, Lu Yongchang's voice also sounded.
I have already criticized Wilson. Scientific research. There is no need to fight to the death. Tell me, you are so old. Why do you still want to do such a stupid thing?
Yevgeny.
Silly. Stupid thing?
He lay on the ground and stared blankly at Lu Yongchang's heartbroken face in the holographic projection.
I'm just looking for inspiration. How could this be such a stupid thing?
In the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly paused.
Ling! Inspiration? That's right.
Yevgeny struggled a bit and adjusted to a comfortable lying position under the pressure of the robot.
Professor, do you think that if we use micro black holes as weapons, the effect will be greater than that?
Material disintegration cannon? I've already thought about it.
In the picture, Lu Yongchang remained motionless, staring at Yevgeny with a stiff face.
Hello? Professor? Professor?
Yevgeny grinned and looked at the holographic projection.
Is it stuck? Can this thing be stuck? Professor, you should ask these robots to let me go. I already have an idea. I'll report to you right away.
After a few seconds, the holographic projection in front of him suddenly turned into light particles and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the robots that suppressed Yevgeny also let go of their hands, turned around, and left the miniature black hole observation gallery as if nothing had happened. Yevgeny stood up from the ground and gently rubbed his arms. He looked at the leaping figures of the robots, and the corner of his mouth twitched sharply. No need to think. That old boy Wilson must have said some nonsense in front of Professor Lu. Inside the Earth Command Center, there was dead silence. Wilson lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the floor in front of him expressionlessly. Subsequently, he moved cautiously toward the door.
Wilson.
Lu Yongchang's faint voice came from the side.
Teach, Professor.
Wilson stopped and showed an awkward smile to Lu Yongchang.
If I say it was unintentional, would you believe it?
Lu Yongchang. Chapter 742 Black Hole Missiles and Gravity Bombs. After one day, Lu Yongchang sat in his office, looking at the excited Yevgeny in front of him, trying to keep his expression as calm as possible.
Professor.
Yevgeny was the first to break the silence in the office.
Did Wilson tell you some nonsense?
Lu Yongchang was slightly startled. Then he nodded very naturally and replied in the affirmative.
That's right. That's what old boy Wilson did.
Yevgeny was silent for a while. He seemed to feel that the atmosphere in the office was not right. So he quickly changed the topic.
Professor, I didn't explain clearly in the holographic communication just now. Using micro black holes as weapons. I think this solution has high feasibility.
Seeing that the topic was back on track, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief.
At present, the manufacturing process of micro black holes is relatively mature.
Yevgeny reached out and opened a holographic image, with various detailed data and information projected on it. Apparently, he had done a lot of preparation in his spare time that day. Make a miniature black hole constraint device into a warhead and install it on the curvature missile. At the same time, we can also install corresponding gravitational shield jamming devices on the curvature missile.
As he spoke, Yevgeny called up a design sketch in the holographic image.
In this way, we can target ultra-long distance missiles. Enemies at a distance carry out a powerful attack. Professor, please believe that the power of this weapon is definitely not inferior to Wilson's material disintegration cannon. The most important thing is,
Yevgeny looked slightly excited.
Even if the micro black hole does not hit the enemy ship, it can release powerful enough gamma rays, X-rays, and high temperatures in the process of devouring its own missiles, which can also cause certain damage to enemy ships.
Lu Yongchang looked at the design sketch in front of him and nodded thoughtfully.
When you say that, I have an idea. If the gravitational field control device and curvature device are integrated into large artillery LS, it should also be able to produce good attack effects.
Yevgeny looked at Lu Yongchang, who was deep in thought in front of him, with some surprise.
I can understand the curvature device, the gravitational field control device. Is this really useful? Cannonballs are consumables, so there's no need to put a gravity shield on them. Right. No.
Lu Yongchang shook his head.
You misunderstood me. Like your black hole weapon, gravity bombs use gravity to cause damage. We can create a strong gravitational source in the target area. Use the constantly fluctuating gravity to pull the enemy starships. The starships near gravitational source end and far gravitational source end will be subject to very different gravitational fluctuations. The huge tidal force generated by this is enough to tear apart any starship of a 5th level civilization. Even if the opponent possesses anti-gravity technology, they cannot completely defend against attacks of this level without cracking our gravity fluctuation algorithm.
Black hole missiles, gravity bombs, material disintegration cannons. These are symbols of the combat power of higher civilizations. The reason is very simple. Only by mastering the grand unified theory can civilization use the 4 basic forces as weapons. 45 years later, in the 3700th year of the Earth's calendar, human civilization has officially entered the 38th century. Since entering the Kepler 452 star system, the sweepers and pastoralists seem to have disappeared. At least in the past 100 years, human civilization has spent a fairly peaceful period of development. Under the joint catalysis of Ling Ling and Lu Yongchang, human civilization is progressing at an incredible speed. The star field belonging to the Panhuman Federation has expanded to 500 light-years. Thanks to breakthroughs in curvature technology, the maximum sailing speed of human civilization has reached an astonishing 100 c, the peak of secondary curvature. Likewise, it is also the pinnacle of level 5 civilization. Therefore, a territory of 500 light-years is not considered huge for today's human civilization. Of course, in the process of territorial expansion, human civilization has encountered many civilizations. Among them, level 1 to level 3 civilizations account for the vast majority, and level 4 civilizations can only be counted in one hand. As for the 5th level civilization, so far, no trace of its existence has been discovered by human civilization, let alone a higher level 6 or 7 civilization. In a sense, this is normal. After all, it is too difficult to improve the level of civilization.
Under normal circumstances, the development speed of civilization gradually slows down. But human civilization is different. Not only did he maintain his original development speed, he even showed signs of accelerating it. This is an almost impossible scenario. In the long history of this universe, countless civilizations have risen and fallen, including powerful 7th level or 8th level civilizations, as well as basic 1st level or 2nd level civilizations. However, as the level of civilization increases, the speed of development is constantly accelerating. From the Big Bang to today, only 2 civilizations have appeared. The scarcity of high-level civilization also created a slightly embarrassing scene. The Weapons Research and Development Department of the Academy of Sciences has worked hard to update and iterate weapons and equipment, but it has hardly been of any use in the past time. Most civilizations are relatively sensible, especially after the Eugene civilization took action. Almost all of them, willingly, joined the Pan-Human Federation, acting as a firewood to support the rapid development of human civilization. The only level 4 civilization that had objections quietly joined the Federation after seeing the power of warp weapons. As for powerful weapons such as black hole missiles and gravity bombs, it is still in the warehouse. The only chance they have to see the light of day is actually the test site where the weapons were first successfully developed. Earth. In the chief scientist's office, Lu Yongchang lay on his back on the chair with his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. As the technology tree of the 5th level civilization becomes more and more perfect, the fog at the top begins to gradually dissipate. Although he still cannot clearly see the symbolic technology of the 6th level civilization, Lu Yongchang is not impatient at all. As long as he is given enough time, human civilization will become a level 6 civilization sooner or later. This is his confidence and his wish. I hope that human civilization can continue to develop peacefully and live forever. Unfortunately, his prayer was unsuccessful. As a piercing siren sounded, a blood-red holographic projection appeared in front of him. Warn! The interstellar probe encountered an unknown attack. Attack method: curvature antimatter bomb, preliminary judgment. Coordinates of attack: X, 408.12 LY, Y, -456.56 LY, Z, 507.96 LY. The relaxed look on Lu Yongchang's face disappeared instantly. 0. Level 1 Combat Readiness Alert. Chapter 743 Attack. It is 510.2 light-years away from the Kepler 452 star system. With a violent explosion, the exploration team composed of 3 spherical detectors disappeared into the vast universe. The embers of the explosion slowly dissipated, and the originally dense and active particles became scarcer as the temperature dropped and time passed while cooling. All that was left were countless fragments flying around to prove the explosion that had just occurred. Earth, Command Center. The atmosphere was solemn. How long will it take for the nearest detector to arrive? Zhao Zijia's questioning voice sounded. 10 minutes. A crew member reported loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Zijia turned and looked at Lu Yongchang, who was standing aside. Professor, what do you think about the other party? It's not a good thing to come, Lu Yongchang said in a heavy tone. These 3 detectors are relatively old and are almost obsolete products. Their maximum sailing speed is only 30 C, and they are not equipped with tachyon radar, so they have no detection methods for curvature strikes. I just checked the last impact picture sent by the detector. From it, I can basically judge that they were hit by curvature. This means that the other party must be a civilization of level 5 and above. Just take action without saying anything. The other party is definitely not an easy character to get along with. Zhao Zijia nodded silently. I think so too. As he spoke, he turned to look at the porthole in the distance. Outside the porthole window, the blue planet was still moving quietly as before. Nearby, a large number of warships and drones were slowly leaving giant spaceports. Far away, a huge spherical planet with a diameter of 6,500 kilometers is slowly deviating from its original orbit. The powerful fluctuations in space and time formed a huge crest on the extremely sensitive tachyon radar. That is the ultimate weapon of human civilization, the planetary fortress Chiyu. After the breakthrough in curvature engine technology, starships can already ignore the influence of the gravitational field of stars and directly enter the curvature state within the star system. However, because the material in the star system is too rich, accidents such as collision are prone to occur. So most starships will choose to leave the star system before entering the curvature state. At the same time, precise control of curvature allows starships to use the curvature engine to achieve navigation below 1C. The navigation method of human civilization starships has also undergone qualitative changes. The antimatter engine is used as a supplement, and the curvature engine is used as the main one. The antimatter engine is used inside the star system, and the curvature engine is used outside the star system. Except, Chi-Yu. Unlike ordinary starships, Chi-Yu is not equipped with an antimatter engine in the conventional sense due to its large size and mass. Its power relies entirely on the curvature engine. By adjusting the curvature of spacetime, it can achieve a sailing speed of 0-20 c. Of course, within the scope of the star system. Due to various factors, its maximum sailing speed is only 0.1 c. Although this speed is difficult to compare with conventional starships, it is a planet with a diameter of 6,500 kilometers after all. The diameter of Mars is only 6,779 kilometers. It's almost the size of Mars. The time for peaceful development is over. Zhao Zijie withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. In this regard, Lu Yongchang did not have much emotional fluctuations. Sooner or later, it's beyond my expectation that human civilization has developed to such an extent before encountering a fifth-level civilization. The moment the words fell, a strong light appeared outside the porthole. It even overshadows the light of Kepler 452's main star. After being filtered through the portholes, the strong light appeared much softer, but it was still a bit dazzling. That was the grand occasion when the antimatter engine of the expedition fleet was activated at full power. Although it is still unclear what happened 510.2 light-years away, nor is it clear what the purpose of the other civilization is. But human civilization has only one attitude towards this kind of attack without warning. Stay with me until the end. Command? A crew member's urgent voice sounded. The first batch of interstellar probes have successfully arrived at the target area. 30 pieces in total. The holographic projection screen in front changed instantly, and the image from 510.2 light-years away was presented to everyone with almost no delay. In the empty cold universe, there is almost no light except for a few stars in the distance. The nearest star system is also 5.1 light-years away. This is a dead place without any life. 30 silver-white spherical detectors dispersed in formation and probed around. Drop! A clear reminder sounded. One of the detectors found a fragment more than 1 meter long. Based on the shape and texture of the fragments, it can be easily determined that this is part of a human civilization detector. The detector easily caught up with the fragment and examined it carefully. It's part of the detector's SH.L. Chao Liangsai's voice sounded in the command center, looking at the detection data flashing quickly on the holographic projection. He frowned slightly. Looking at these data, it is basically certain that the explosion was caused by the annihilation of matter and antimatter. This attack method is not like a level 6 civilization. Lu Yongchang nodded and expressed his agreement. The detector has not found any unknown signal sources around it yet. The enemy who launched the attack should not be in this area. Considering the use of warp weapons, they may even be 10 light-years away from us. Hearing this, Gao Yang, who was sitting next to Zhao Zijie, frowned and lightly tooted. This is troublesome. The density of star systems in this star field is very high. There are 7 unexplored star systems within 10 light-years alone, let alone 10 light-years away. If the other party doesn't take the initiative to attack, we will be very passive. However, considering the original direction of travel of the detector, the star system 5.1 light-years away is the most suspicious. Before the words could even be finished, the piercing siren sounded throughout the command center again. Several high-intensity space-time fluctuations were detected. Zero's electronic synthesized sound suddenly sounded, and at the same time, the image of the tachyon radar appeared in the holographic image. 30 signal sources with similar strengths appeared in 3 different directions and flew towards the detector at 50 times the speed of light. Based on distance estimates, the fastest attack will arrive in about 10 days. If the relative motion of both parties is taken into account, this time will be greatly shortened. Lock the attack direction. Zhao Zijie's order has been issued. All detectors, move towards the attack direction. Forward speed, 100 c. Chapter 744 Gap. The order was given. The tachyons transmitted this message 510 light-years away at extremely high speeds. 30 silver-white spherical detectors entered the curvature state one after another after a short stay. They were divided into groups of 3 and 10, and rushed towards the 30 strong signal sources. No, not just 30 silver-white spherical detectors. Thousands of bright white light spots have appeared in the huge holographic projection in the command center. That's all the interstellar probes in the nearby star field. Under Zero's control, these thousands of detectors changed their original courses one after another, and surrounded them in the direction of the 30 signal sources. Saturated exploration. Those three signal sources that sent out curvature attacks had no idea what kind of scene they were about to face. Only 50 times the speed of light. Lu Yongchang stared at the information in the tachyon radar. After confirming that its speed remained stable, he slowly shook his head. It's too slow. If you look at the speed of curvature navigation alone, this civilization's strength should be inferior to ours. Their strength is roughly equivalent to ours 50 years ago. Although he said this, the expression on Lu Yongchang's face did not relax at all, and even became more solemn. But we cannot take it lightly. What if, like us, these warp weapons are old models? Zhao Zijia nodded silently, with the same solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he would not let down his guard because of this. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. Qi Yu's dispatch also means that human civilization has used all its power. A few days later, in the dim starry sky more than 500 light-years away, a strong and obscure wave suddenly erupted. For most civilizations in the universe, this fluctuation is an existence that they have spent their entire lives trying to detect. Those are the fluctuations of space and time. The waves generated on the ocean of space and time under the operation of the curvature engine. The silver-white spherical detector took the lead in breaking away from the curvature state and hovering quietly in the vast universe. In the state of curvature, even the flagship of human civilization Earth, let alone the detector, would be unable to launch a decent attack. Tachyon radar has sounded the alarm. In the display screen, 10 strong signals are approaching at an extremely fast speed. Next moment, there was a vague fluctuation, and 10 cone-shaped aircraft appeared extremely suddenly in the dark universe. There was barely any pause. Dazzling rays of light burst out from the tails of these cones, quickly tearing apart the original darkness of this star field. Also appearing at the same time are strong gamma rays. It was obvious that the other party started the antimatter engine without saying any more nonsense. Driven by the antimatter engine, the cone rushed towards 10 silver-white spherical detectors. Judging from their shape and flight mode, these conical aircraft should be similar to the curvature missiles of human civilization. The other party's behavior also completely shows their attitude. Without the slightest hesitation, Zero also ignited the antimatter engine of the spherical detector at almost the moment the opponent started the antimatter engine. Maneuver to avoid. Under Zero's control, the 10 detectors performed artistic evasive maneuvers under the combined action of the antimatter engine and the curvature engine. The detectors almost went against common sense, going from extreme stillness to extreme motion, and completed a nearly 90-degree orbital change operation. The detector successfully escaped the opponent's first round of attacks. Unfortunately, the missiles launched by the other party are obviously equipped with tracking and positioning systems. The curvature missile missed the target, quickly changed direction, and pursued the spherical detector again. However, their turning radius is obviously much larger than that of spherical detectors. Earth, Command Center. Looking at the increasingly fierce chase on the screen, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly. The performance gap between the two aircrafts has been completely revealed. The basic data has been collected. Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic images around him and said calmly, "Destroy them. Quick victory. We still have to find the source of these attacks." After the words fell, the 10 detectors turned on the only weapon high-energy laser cannon, with the power of the antimatter engine and curvature engine increasing again. The flight speed and maneuverability of the 10 silver-white detectors have been further liberated. The purple laser beams intertwine with each other, forming a constantly moving fishing net. The fishing net moved quickly and surrounded those cone missiles. Laugh. The huge difference in mobility makes these missiles prey in a fishing net. The high-energy laser burned the missile's outer SHL and quickly ablated a hole. Boom! The antimatter restraint device inside the missile was destroyed. The moment the antimatter leaks out, the material making up the missile itself is annihilated. Mass is completely converted into energy. An extremely violent explosion also occurred. In the dim universe, a round of mini-stars seemed to appear. But this is just the beginning and just a signal. The fishing net, formed by interweaving high-energy laser beams, under Zero's control, easily and quickly cuts through the outer SHL of the curvature missile. Boom! 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 10 curvature missiles exploded one after another, completely lighting up this dark star field. The fire gradually dimmed. The same scene happened in the other two directions. Facing the latest models of interstellar probes, these backward curvature missiles have almost become a plaything for applause. Not only did it not pose any threat, it even provided human civilization with some basic information about the enemy civilization. The unscathed detectors reunited and moved towards the direction of the warp missile attack.
Their next goal is to uncover the 3 facilities that emit curvature missiles. As the saying goes, it is disrespectful to come and not reciprocate. It's time to let the other person taste the heartache. It is 515 light-years away from the Kepler 452 star system. That's a huge star system. The main star of the stellar system is a red giant. Around it are 13 planets, large and small. There is no doubt that this is a star system with abundant resources. There are 3 Earth-like planets within the habitable zone of this star system. This is both luck and misfortune. These 3 Earth-like planets have all given birth to life of their own. For a long time, the life on the 3 planets did not see each other, and they did not know each other's existence. Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe it's inevitable. The development speed of civilization on these 3 planets is almost the same. In the long history, the development speed of civilization on one planet may temporarily exceed that of the other 2 planets. But in the end, their development pace is basically similar. They simultaneously completed the Industrial Revolution and liberated productivity. At the same time, he turned his gaze to the starry sky above his head. And at this moment, the civilizations on these 3 planets suddenly discovered that they were not alone. Right next to him, there are 2 unknown civilizations accompanying him. Chapter 745 Energet Alliance. This discovery did not bring them any surprise. Quite the opposite. The civilizations on the 3 planets briefly fell into panic. The existence of the chain of suspicion caused all 3 civilizations to choose to close themselves off. Anyone who sends information to other civilizations without authorization will be punished by death, although every civilization will not believe the information sent by other civilizations. While closing the door to exchange, these 3 civilizations are making global efforts to develop aerospace technology. It has to be said that the power of all civilizations is powerful, at the expense of the development of all other industries. These 3 civilizations were extremely deformed and entered the starry sky prematurely. What followed was, of course, war. The flames of war spread across the entire star system. It almost brought down these 3 civilizations until their eyes saw the vast space beyond the star system. The 3 civilizations suddenly woke up and shook hands to make peace. Time is the best medicine. After a long period of time, the 3 civilizations almost forgot that period of history and merged almost perfectly to form a powerful alliance, the Energet Alliance. Under the influence of the integration of civilizations, the science and technology of the Energet Alliance has developed very rapidly. In just 2,000 years, it was promoted from a first-level civilization to a third-level civilization, and successfully left the star system. In the process of exploration, the Energet Alliance encountered its first opponent. It was a second-level civilization. The 2 sides clashed over the mining rights of a star system. Under normal circumstances, how can a second-level civilization be the opponent of a third-level civilization? Since then, the Energet Alliance has absorbed its first member civilization. As time went by, the Energet Alliance was eventually promoted to a 5th-level civilization, and the Alliance also absorbed more than 300 member civilizations. In order to manage the increasingly large alliance, the Energet Alliance established the Alliance Council. Council members are naturally selected from all member civilizations. The leader of the Energet civilization serves as the president of the Alliance Council. Energet Council. The huge room is filled with all kinds of strange and intelligent creatures. But one thing is the same: almost every intelligent creature is wrapped in a thick life support suit. And at the same time, their expressions look extremely solemn. Everyone should be aware of the discovery of curvature fluctuations at the border outpost. Right. The president of the council, who was sitting at the head, kept opening and closing his flat vocal organ and made a loud sound. There seems to be a level 5 civilization next to us. In the conference room, it was the only intelligent creature not wearing a heavy life support suit. As the Energet civilization, the leader of the only 5th-level civilization in the Alliance, it has this qualification. No one would or dared question it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of chattering in the conference room. The language used by every intelligent creature was the same. The chairman of the council silently glanced around the conference room, lightly knocked on the table in front of him, and said again, "The voting will begin now. How should we treat this strange 5th-level civilization?" The conference room fell silent again. Under his words, creatures with different shapes, appearances, and races began to think carefully about this important matter. The chairman of the council looked calm and cast his vote first without hesitation. When seeing the text on the screen, most of the intelligent creatures in the conference room showed horrified expressions. Everyone, let's be clear first. According to reports from border outposts, there may be a large number of similar detectors in an area 10 light-years away from the Alliance border. facing the horrified looks of all the members. The leader of the Energet civilization stood up and pointed to the sky with an extremely solemn expression.
Like us, they are expanding rapidly. The purpose is naturally for resources. Think carefully about what attitude you should have towards them. In addition, according to the report sent back from the border post, the cruising speed of the opponent's detector is 30 times the speed of light. From this aspect, the strength of this 5th level civilization should be far inferior to ours. It's even possible that it has just become a level 5 civilization. This is an opportunity for the League to grow again.
After the words fell, it sat back on its chair again, silently looking at the council members of different shapes around it. Time passes minute by minute. The results of the voting were slowly presented to everyone. The leader of Energet civilization showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes, and slowly stood up.
Then, I declare that the Alliance has entered a state of war.
Energet Star System. 5th planet. This is the operational center of the Energet Alliance. The leader of civilization looked at the explosion of fire on the screen and the silver-white spherical detector that turned into countless fragments, and showed a satisfied smile. As expected, this level 5 civilization is not very strong, and it has not even mastered the detection methods for curvature navigation.
Has the fleet set sail?
He asked.
Leader, the Alliance Expeditionary Force has set off and is expected to arrive at the Alliance border in 2 years.
A combatant responded respectfully to his question.
Victory will definitely belong to Energet.
The civilization leader nodded again with satisfaction, turned and left the combat center. Interstellar warfare takes a lot of time, and it has other things to be busy with. It was awakened by a piercing siren, looking at the faint blue warning light in front of it. It hurriedly stood up and began to check the emergency information sent by the combat center.
What?
Bang! With a dull sound, the display terminal in its hand fell to the hard surface. The faint light emitted by the display terminal complemented the faint blue warning light, illuminating slightly strange patterns on its pale face. It didn't pay attention to this. Its flat vocal organs opened and closed, but no sound came out. After a long time, a hoarse voice sounded.
100 times the speed of light.
Along with the sound of the door being knocked open, an equally hoarse and frightened shout came.
Leader, all the warp missiles we sent were intercepted. Those 30 detectors are heading to the area where the border outpost is located. The combat center is in chaos.
It took a deep breath, suppressed the panic and anxiety in its heart, turned and walked towards the door, and interrupted the visitor's words.
Sound the Alliance's level 1 alert. Mobilize all the troops within the Alliance,
it said with a slight pause,
including the troops stationed at the Alliance's borders. Tell all members of civilization that the Alliance's life and death crisis has arisen.
Chapter 746 Border Outpost. Energet Alliance Border. The UFO-shaped border outpost, with flat sides and a convex middle, stays quietly in this vast universe, guarding the borders of the Energet Alliance. Hume sat silently in the observation room and cast his gaze on the picture outside the porthole. Outside the porthole window, there is an unchanging starry sky. Outpost Watcher. This is its position and its code name. It sounds great, but in reality, it's a chore that no one wants to do. Its parent civilization is an inconspicuous 3rd level civilization in the Energet Alliance. Almost all outpost wardens come from level 3 civilizations. This is normal. The scientific literacy of individuals in the 1st and 2nd level civilizations is too low, and the training costs are too high, so they are not candidates for outpost watchers. As for the 4th level civilization, they already have a lot of voice, so naturally they don't like this drudgery. No one wants to be in a daze facing the unchanging starry sky all day long. What's more, in a sense, being in a daze is already the most ideal situation. In case of any unexpected situation, the name of the outpost watchman is often the first to be written on the death list. Thinking of the horrifying scene some time ago, Hume felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. The Alliance border has been peaceful for a long time, and the civilizations in the surrounding star fields know that this area is the territory of the Energet Alliance. Especially after the Energet civilization mastered the grand unification theory and was promoted to a 5th level civilization. Border Watchman has almost become the most idle job in the Alliance. Hume never thought that one day he would encounter such a situation. That day, the quiet border outpost sirens blared loudly, and the blue warning lights flashed at an extremely high frequency. Then, it saw the signal light with the highest warning level light up, and at the same time, 3 extremely conspicuous signals appeared in the tachyon radar. Hume subconsciously held his breath. This situation only appears in training materials, because the situation happened so suddenly.
Its thinking organ went blank, and it completely forgot what operations it should perform. The faint blue warning light flashed crazily, and the signal strength in the tachyon radar continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. All this stimulated Hume's fragile nerves. It was breathing heavily, and its body was shaking violently, looking for the instruction manual that had been thrown away somewhere. Finally, Hume found it on the dining table nearby. Ignoring the oil stains on the guide, it stretched out its slender fingers and turned it to the last page. 5. Level 5 civilization invades. It should be reported to the Alliance Council immediately. Thump. It sat slumped on the cold deck, various memory fragments flashing through its mind quickly. Marquis belongs to Yes. There's no way around it. It's the first thing the invaders see at the Alliance border. That's a level 5 civilization. If nothing else, it would be the first to die. Can you not panic? Although countless memories flashed through his mind, in reality, only a second or two passed. It suddenly came to its senses, crawled to the console on all hands and knees, and sent out the report message with its slender fingers. More than 10 minutes later, a message from the council appeared before Hume. Looking at that line of cold text, Hume's body, which had finally recovered, began to tremble again. Attack! The Alliance Council actually wants to launch a direct attack. It is just a small outpost, watchman, and all it can do is execute orders. Although it was extremely frightened, but thinking of the consequences of disobeying the order, it still followed the training procedures and launched 3 latest model warp missiles. Hume's body trembled slightly, and he broke away from the memory scene. According to the verses fed back by the tachyon radar, the 3 level 5 civilization detectors had been confirmed to have been destroyed, so there was no need for him to panic. But no matter how it hypnotized itself, the inexplicable fear still lingered in its heart. That's why it has hardly slept a full night's sleep in the past few days. Its eyes were dull, and subconsciously looking at the tachyon radar display in front of it. The unchanging straight line suddenly appeared a subtle crest. Hume's eyes suddenly widened, and the sleepiness that had hit him instantly dissipated completely. Under its gaze, the wave crest expanded instantly, and the number also increased rapidly. Although it didn't understand the working principle of tachyon radar, it still realized the problem when looking at the higher intensity and larger number of wave crests. 1, 2, 3. Hume's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, 30 detectors. Having experience, it pressed the warning button on the console with ease and uploaded all detection data to the Alliance Council. Clearly, the Council is prepared. The order to attack appeared in front of it again. It expertly unlocked the authority and fired 10 warp missiles at the intended target. At the same time, 2 other outposts near its outpost also received the same attack order. A total of 30 warp missiles were fired from 3 outposts and flew toward the target at a high speed of 50 c. A few days later again. It's different from the leisurely days before. In the past few days, Hume's whole person exuded an aura of mental and haggardness. It had not slept in a long time, not since it learned that the second attack had failed. Hume's mind went blank as he stared at the 10 approaching signals in the tachyon radar. The other 20 signal sources had changed their direction not long ago. It knew that was the direction of 2 nearby border outposts. As an outpost watcher, there is no word retreat in its dictionary. It must obtain the most critical data for the League, even if the price of this data is its life. Looking at the approaching crest of the wave, Hume's expression gradually became complicated. For a moment, it couldn't tell what kind of mood it was feeling. Panic? Anxious? Still confused? Time passes minute by minute. Finally, under its gaze, the 10 wave crests coincided with the positions of the outpost. Subsequently, the intensity of the wave peak decreases rapidly until it dissipates. It raised its head suddenly and cast its gaze towards the large porthole. Under the illumination of high-intensity searchlights, 10 silver-white detectors were hovering quietly in front of the outpost in the deep and dark universe. The detector has a spherical structure with almost no unnecessary structure. Even though it knew nothing about the structure of the aircraft, it still sighed from the bottom of its heart. It's so beautiful. At this moment, it suddenly realized its true emotions. Its expectation. Watching the intruder approaching step by step every day. The intense panic and anxiety turned into anticipation unknowingly. Looking at the 10 silver-white detectors in the distance, Hume's mood suddenly calmed down. Chapter 747. There is also a gap between level 5 civilizations. Unknown tachyon information detected. Information recognition, extremely high. A prompt message appeared in front of Hume. It subconsciously followed the requirements in the operation guide and loaded the dictionary program that came with the message while transmitting the message to the council.
This is the Galactic Metahuman Federation. Human civilization. Your unreasonable attack has been regarded as a declaration of war against human civilization. Please explain immediately. One piece of information quickly appeared in front of Hume's eyes. Its newly calm state of mind suddenly experienced some fluctuations. Looking at the information content that had been edited by the Alliance Council, the corners of its eyes twitched violently twice. What? In the command center located on the 5th planet in the Energit star system, the Alliance leader's incredible roar rang out.
How dare they say that? They clearly invaded our territory first. And now they are saying such things. You still want us to give an explanation? Bullying. Bullying is too much.
It knocked on the console next to it angrily and shouted.
Tell them! This is the territory of the Energit Alliance. This has been the territory of the Energit Alliance since 300 years ago.
The edited tachyon information was sent to the silver-white detectors. It didn't take long for the response message to appear in front of everyone. The message was short, but it directly detonated the anger of the Alliance leader.
Yeah. Now,
this is the territory of the Panhuman Federation. Surrender or perish? Inside the Energit Alliance command center, everything fell silent for an instant. All eyes were on the Alliance leader. Its body was trembling slightly, and its already pale skin looked even paler.
Robber! This is simply a robber! Attack! Attack me!
At this moment, the leader seemed to have completely forgotten the strength gap between the two sides. In other words, even if it knew the strength gap, it still had to issue such an order. Otherwise, the painstakingly built alliance may completely collapse overnight.
Professor, is it really okay for us to respond like this?
In the Earth Command Center, Zhao Zijie hesitated to speak, but finally couldn't hold it back and asked Lu Yongchang's opinion in a low voice. Lu Yongchang frowned, then nodded thoughtfully.
What you said makes sense. Is it really too wordy?
As he spoke, he re-edited a message. Hello. Robbery. Zhao Zijie. Energit Alliance border. Hume looked at the words on the screen and subconsciously held his breath. This is the most domineering civilization it has ever seen. Even the original Energit civilization had never shown such an obvious desire to attack. An order from the Alliance Council appeared before its eyes. It took a deep breath and pressed the attack button on the console with a numb expression. Warp missiles, laser weapons, electromagnetic guns, antimatter cannons. With full force. This is the response of the Energit Alliance to the requirements of human civilization. Almost at the same time, the 10 silver-white detectors, filled with beauty everywhere, also moved. At that moment, Hume's eyes widened. It seems to have seen a god. In a high-energy laser array composed of dozens of high-energy laser cannons, these 10 detectors shuttled back and forth at a strange and elegant pace. Even if it is slightly touched, it can rely on its spin to prevent the same location from being exposed to laser light for too long. In the display of high-precision detection instruments, those areas attacked by laser beams are repairing themselves at an extremely fast speed. Electromagnetic gun projectiles loaded with antimatter then arrived on the battlefield. The invader's detector finally launched its only attack, a high-energy laser beam. The pulse laser beam bombarded every electromagnetic gun projectile that hit them with extremely high precision. The electromagnetic gun projectiles leaking antimatter were quietly annihilated in the vast universe before they touched the target, and produced incomparably brilliant fireworks. They are like 10 swordsmen with elegant movements, constantly approaching the target in the light of swords and shadows. Seeing the distance between the 10 detectors and the outpost getting closer, Hume suddenly felt panic and worry in his heart. Suddenly, the tachyon radar sounded the alarm again. Another strong fluctuation in space and time. It's just that this time the fluctuations in time and space come from behind. Under Hume's gaze, more than 10 large battleships appeared in the empty space and immediately attacked the 10 silver-white detectors. After all, it was just a detector, not a ship used for attack. Even Zero is powerless against saturation attacks. Attack after attack fell on its magnetic field shield and gravitational shield, while the laser weapon passed through the not-so-strong gravitational shield and bombarded its outer armor. Boom! Finally, with the intense light coming and going, the detector shield generating devices were overloaded one by one. Without the protection of the composite shield, the detector quickly turned into bright fireballs, briefly illuminating the star field. The conflict gradually came to an end, but within the Energit Alliance, no one showed even a trace of joy. That's just the other party's detector. Everyone is deeply aware of a problem. There is also a gap between level 5 civilizations. After this small conflict, there was a peace that lasted for several years. It can be easily seen from the increasing number
and increasingly larger warships around the border outpost that the current peace is just the calm before the storm. Hugh, who was still staying at the border outpost, looked at the gradually filling empty universe with a complicated expression in his eyes. Battleships, forts, and supply lines. For the first time in the past few years, this desolate border area has become lively. But, does all this really work? Although it is a member of the Energet Alliance, as a war correspondent who was lucky enough to witness the conflict, it still believes from the bottom of its heart that the Energet Alliance will never be a member of the Panhuman Federation. Opponent! The faint blue warning light began to flash, and dense peaks appeared on the tachyon radar. It can be seen from the intensity of the wave crest that the speed of these battleships has reached an astonishing 100 C. The gap, like a chasm in the sky, was clearly revealed in front of everyone. Finally come! Hume sighed, picked up the small laser gun he had prepared, and pointed it at his thinking organ. After a slight buzzing sound, everything calmed down. Chapter 748 10 Light-Years Defense Line. Energet Alliance Border. Although the territory of the Energet Alliance is not as vast as that of human civilization, it also covers the star field of 100 light-years around the Energet star system. Although the Alliance has absorbed more than 300 civilizations, their quality varies, and most of them are first or second level civilizations that have just left the star system. The third level civilization is already the mainstay of the Alliance, and the fourth level civilization can be called a high-end combat power. As for the Energet civilization itself, needless to say, it is like a sea-fixing needle. The task of border defense is basically shared by the third level civilization and the fourth level civilization. Of course, Energet civilization also has corresponding border defense forces, but the Alliance's territory is too vast. After the warships of Energet civilization are dispersed, they cannot actually play much defensive role. Under normal circumstances, these level 5 civilized warships often act as a deterrent for a civilization of the same level. If there is no reinforcement, such a defense line is as fragile as an egg SHL, breaking at a touch. It is precisely for this reason that for the Energet civilization, the most important thing at the moment is to determine the attack direction of human civilization. Problems arise, limited by its own technological level. The Energet Alliance does not know the specific attack route of human civilization at this time. The fleet of human civilization has not yet entered the detection range of tachyon radar. As of now, the Energet Alliance's knowledge of human civilization is only those silver-white detectors that have been blown into countless pieces. Naturally, the Alliance's defensive forces were deployed around the 3 border outposts, where the silver-white detectors were discovered, in order to ensure a successful interception. Under the order of the Alliance leader, the Alliance extended the defense line to a range of 10 light-years. This is not an easy task. In order to complete this 10 light-year defense line, the Alliance deployed almost all combat-capable warships and civilizations within the territory. But even so, the 10 light-year battle line is still too reluctant for the Energet Alliance. The defensive power of the defense line has been greatly weakened. But this is a helpless method. According to the plan of the Alliance Council, when the tachyon radar detects the movements of human civilization, the Alliance will begin to shrink the front line and strengthen the defensive capabilities of the front line. Keeping human civilization outside the border is the battle plan of the Energet Alliance. What? Fight back? Do not make jokes. No one in the Energet Alliance dares to think about this. Can we fight back against this gap in strength that is visible to the naked eye with courage and passion? Energet Star System. Inside the command center, the Alliance leader stared at the screen in front of him with a solemn expression. On the screen is a tachyon radar image from the front line. On the other screen, the distribution map of the Alliance's defense forces on the border is displayed. Looking at the 3D distribution map evenly distributed over 10 light-years, it frowned tightly. Human civilization. Where will it come from? What should it do if they make a big circle and sneak attack from other directions of the Alliance? Although those border outposts set up every light-year can serve as a warning, they cannot stop the opponent's fleet. If the enemy is allowed to penetrate deep into the heart of the Alliance, this defensive battle will not be easy to fight. After all, most of the Alliance's civilizations are old, weak, sick and disabled. In the eyes of the 5th level civilization, not to mention the 3rd level civilization, even the 4th level civilization is just a bigger ant. Just as it was thinking about corresponding countermeasures in its mind, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared on the big screen in front of the command center. As the faint blue warning light began to flash, countless strong-wave peaks appeared in the tachyon radar image. That is, the battleship of human civilization. All the doubts and thoughts in its mind were completely shattered by these strong signals. Completely different from what it thought. Human civilization has not changed its direction of attack at all. The huge fleet followed the route of those silver-white detectors and announced its arrival to the Energen Alliance in an extremely simple and crude way. After a brief absence, it looked at the strong signals that were rapidly approaching the border and issued the order in an extremely strong tone. Quick! Shrink the defensive front immediately. Get ready to fight. 10 days later, outside the borders of the Energen Alliance, accompanied by extremely strong fluctuations in space and time, a large-scale fleet instantly appeared in the deep and dark universe. The originally empty universe suddenly seemed crowded at this moment. Some small meteorites blocking the front of the fleet quietly turned into a ball of powder under the particle accumulation effect brought by the curvature engine, as if foreshadowing something. At this time, it was 0.1 light-years away from the Energen Alliance defense line. The power of the antimatter reactor in the battleship slowly decreases. With the curvature engine running at low power, the fleet continued to approach its destination at a speed of 0.5 c. The human fleet equipped with the latest curvature engine had basically eliminated the backward antimatter engine. Of course, the nozzle of the antimatter engine has not been cancelled, but it will no longer release powerful light and gamma rays for the time being. The reason is also very simple. The current curvature engine can only eliminate the gravitational field interference of conventional stars. If we really encounter any extreme celestial body, the fleet will still have to rely on primitive antimatter engines to drive it. Just like superlight curvature navigation, the curvature state below the speed of light also means that space and time are moving. But the spacecraft itself does not move. Therefore, the battleship and its crew no longer need to consider the load caused by acceleration. They do not even feel any fluctuations during the acceleration of the starship. The maneuverability of the battleship has also been greatly enhanced. Although it cannot achieve the ultimate maneuver of the sweeper civilization that instantly goes from a stationary state to a high speed of 0.7 c, the human warships at this time still achieve some maneuvers that ignore the laws of physics. For example, turning at a right angle at high speed. The complex factors that used to determine the maneuverability of battleships have gradually turned into an extremely simple fact of the performance of the curvature engine. Not hard to foresee. When the performance of the curvature engine reaches a certain level, it can turn at sharp angles and start and stop instantly. Those maneuvering methods that were difficult to understand at first will become a reality one by one. In the center of the fleet, Titan mothership. Commander Bai. The detector has completed its preliminary detection mission. A crew member shouted the report. At the same time, an immersive and clear star map appeared in the huge holographic projection in front. In the vast universe with dim stars, a spherical structure glowing with red light appeared. It was a spherical defense line with a diameter of 10 light-years, which happened to be blocking the front of the human fleet. Unlike the defensive front on the ground, the defensive front in the universe is three-dimensional. Chapter 749 One-word long snake formation. Baishuan raised his hand and gently clicked on the spherical defense line. The holographic image quickly enlarged and showed specific information about the defense line. Densely packed red dots appeared in front of him. They were warships of different models. Since the detector was only observing from a distance, he could only briefly observe the surface, structure, of this spherical defense line. Preliminary estimates include 100,000 warships. Baishuan sneered. They do take us seriously. This is taking out the entire alliance as well. With that said, he turned around and looked at the holographic image on one side. Zijia, do you have any ideas? In the picture, Xiao Zijia frowned slightly. A defense line composed of 100,000 warships. Our expedition fleet only has 10,000 warships. The tenfold difference in strength is a tough nut to crack, especially since the opponent has the advantage of playing at home. This battle will be difficult. Baishuan nodded solemnly. It's really hard to fight. Perhaps we can take a detour? No. Zhao Zijie interrupted Baishuan. We need to conquer this alliance with an absolute victory. This is Professor Lu's request. The Human Federation needs these low-level civilizations to enrich the Pan-Human Federation. Hearing this, Baishuan's brows furrowed even deeper. In this case, we can only fight head-on. But, Zhao Zijie chuckled, stretched out his hand and gently gestured at the huge defensive formation covering 10 light-years. With such a large-scale defensive formation, the defense power per unit area is inevitably weak. I think the one-word long snake formation might be a good choice. Baishuan turned his head and glanced at Zhao Zijie in surprise. One-word long snake formation. Not bad, Zhao Zijie said with a bit of a smile in his eyes. After verification by the detector, It is basically certain that the maneuverability of the opponent's warship is far inferior to ours. Coupled with a weak defense power per unit area, this is simply the best opportunity for a long snake formation. What's more, Zhao Zijia manipulated the holographic projection beside him. Under his control, the star map in the command center began to change. See it? You mean those two star systems? Bai Yishuan asked with some uncertainty. Certainly. Zhao Zijia nodded in affirmation. These two star systems wrapped in defensive formations can basically be the opponent's material supply points. From this angle, the fleet penetrates directly into the enemy's core supply point. After destroying the two supply points, the fleet will turn and penetrate directly into the enemy's hinterland. The target is naturally the enemy's central star system. As long as we move fast enough, they can only watch the capital fall. What if? Bai Yishuan pondered for a moment and raised an objection. What if the fleet is surrounded? That's the other party's territory after all. If the other party has hidden power, have you forgotten Chiyu? Zhao Zijia said in a faint voice. Although this guy's sailing speed is a bit slow, I estimate that by the time you break through this line of defense, it will reach the front battlefield. When the time comes, let us deal with these battleships. An order came from the Titan mothership. In the starry sky, the huge fleet started to move like a starry sky beast that had just woken up. The sailing speed of the Golden Crow battleships originally surrounding the Titan mothership began to gradually increase. The Xuanwu frigates spread out in all directions, firmly protecting the Titan mothership and the Taotai material reserve ship in the middle. The shape of the fleet gradually changed from the original square to an elongated cone. At the same time, a large number of carrier-based drones flew out of the open hatch of the battleship, forming a constantly rotating conical defense network on the outermost layer of the fleet. This is the one-word long snake formation of the interstellar era. Like a sharp arrow, it penetrates directly into the core area of the target. Alliance Command Center. They slowed down. The leader who had been staring at the tachyon radar suddenly shouted loudly. 10C. 5C. They're out of warp state. The enemy ship is 0.1 light years away. Reports from others came from beside him. The preset detector successfully observed the enemy's image. A picture quickly appeared on the big screen. The huge fleet, accompanied by dots of searchlights, suddenly appeared silently in the starry sky. Good luck. The fleet appeared right next to the detector. The distance between the two is only 1 million kilometers. The detector of the Energet civilization was as ridiculous as a small toy in front of this fleet. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Alliance leader's heart skipped a beat. It can almost be predicted that an attack will come soon and completely destroy the detector. They will also lose valuable observation opportunities. Something unexpected happened. The fleet of human civilization quickly passed the detector preset by the Alliance, but did not make the slightest move. The other party didn't even bother to touch this small detector. Likewise, they don't care about the prying eyes of Energet's civilization. The observation opportunity was still there, but the Alliance leader's face quickly became ugly. This is unabashed contempt. The number of enemy ships has been determined, and the current sailing speed of the enemy ships is 0.5 C. The enemy ship's route has been determined. Next to him, there was a hurried report. The observation is abnormal. Gamma rays have not been detected yet, and the other party's conventional driving method is not an antimatter engine. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the command center. It is also a 5th-level civilization, but the other party uses another unknown conventional driving method. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill rising behind their backs. It is a new type of curvature navigation technology. A researcher slowly raised his arm, pointed at the tachyon radar image in the distance, and muttered to himself. The tachyon radar is still working. Hearing this, the leader of the Energet Alliance slowly raised his head and looked at the tachyon radar that should have stopped working. Tachyon radar can only passively detect nearby spacetime fluctuations. This means that once the battleship leaves the curvature state, the tachyon radar becomes blind. But that is not the case currently. On the tachyon radar image that should have completely returned to calm, an extremely depressed and subtle wave peak appeared. The leader's face changed slightly. Worse happened. The gap between the technological levels of the two sides seemed to be far greater than he imagined. Chapter 750 Super Long Range Strike. Energet Alliance Border. Kiesling silently looked at the slightly weird tachyon radar image on the screen. He came from the Energet civilization and had received information from the command center, a warship of human civilization with more advanced curvature drive technology. Although it doesn't know how this is done, it can still draw a simple conclusion by looking at the complex data of tachyon radar.
The opponent's fleet was heading towards it in a neat long queue. In the image, the thin and weak wave crest has basically coincided with the border defense line, the distance between the two sides, 0.1 light years.
Here they come. Damn, it's so fast. The defense hasn't completely shrunk yet.
Kiesling cursed under his breath. So far, the defense line that spreads for 10 light years has only shrunk by 30%. Simply put, there are still a large number of warships still on their way. At this point in time, it is obviously not the time for a head-on confrontation with human civilization. It is precisely for this reason that the Energit Alliance did not take the lead in launching an attack. It took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in its heart, and issued an order.
Send a warning message in the direction of the target fleet.
Warn! This is the Energit Alliance border. Please stop your intrusion immediately. Unknown fleet. Please indicate your intention immediately. At this time, the Energit Alliance can only hope that human civilization can stop its progress, and then sit down for some negotiations. If the other party talks some sense, and the two civilizations argue with each other, the Alliance's defense line will be able to successfully shrink. But things didn't develop as expected. The moment the tachyon message was sent out, a piercing alarm sounded. Countless wave peaks of extremely high intensity suddenly appeared in the originally calm tachyon radar. Kiesling's breath caught in his throat. The next moment, it let out a scream of extreme horror.
Warp missile! Enemy attack! Defend! Defend immediately!
This is an attack from 0.1 light years away. Missiles equipped with curvature devices completely demonstrated power on the interstellar battlefield that was different from the training range. A true super long-distance strike. Its effective strike range even reaches 10 light years. But considering that the opponent also has space-time fluctuation detection technology, launching an attack too early will only alert the enemy. Therefore, the human fleet chose to fire
close to the face,
from a distance of 0.1 light years. Do you understand the value of face-to-face output? Limited by curvature technology. The speed of the curvature missile is the same as the sailing speed of the starship. Only 100 c. At a distance of 0.1 light years. It takes more than 8 hours to reach. For an interstellar war, this time is not long. But it also gives the other side time to intercept. As a fifth-level civilization that has absorbed more than 300 affiliated civilizations and established a 100-light-year territory, its war literacy is pretty good. Almost at the same time as the alarm sounded, the warships on the defense line had entered a state of war. They all turned their muzzles and aimed at the direction of the curvature missile according to the guidance of the tachyon radar. Subsequently, a large number of cheap electromagnetic gun projectiles spurted out from the muzzle and rushed towards the target direction. Not only that, along with a faint wave of time and space coming from the side, the warships located on the Alliance's defense line also fired their own curvature missiles. At this time, 0.1 light years away, Titan mothership.
Commander Bai.
A crew member turned to look at Baishwan, who was sitting in the command position with a strange expression.
There is something you may want to pay attention to.
Baishwan raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his questioning eyes to the crew member who spoke. The crew member was silent for a while, looking increasingly weird.
We detected the tachyon communication from the other party. What is the content? Is the translation program loaded?
Baishwan asked subconsciously. The crew member nodded and directly projected the content of the tachyon information onto the giant holographic projection in the command center. Warn! The previous warning message does not have much meaning. It can be seen that it should be a set of template words. Baishwan glanced quickly, and then focused on the bottom of the information. There is a lot of information, but the general meaning is that they want to sit down and negotiate. The previous attack on the detector was a misoperation, and the Energit Alliance can even give human civilization a certain degree of compensation. Looking at this information, Baishwan's eyes twitched slightly.
When did you receive this information?
The crew member scratched his head in embarrassment.
Ahem. It was probably when you gave the attack order and the missile was successfully launched.
Baishwan, facing the stares of all the crew members, Baishwan waved his hands with a calm look.
Just pretend that you didn't receive the news. That's a detector that human civilization has spent countless efforts building. What's the use of a little compensation? What's more, as long as we win this war, the entire Energit Alliance will be ours.
Crew. Time flies. In the middle area between the human expedition fleet and the border line of Energit, two extremely strong fluctuations in time and space suddenly came out. The interception warp missiles sent by the Energit Alliance successfully encountered the warp missiles of human civilization. The entire Energit Alliance is watching this star field.
Whether the interception can be successful or not affects the minds of countless people, not including human civilization. The reason? Through the tachyon communication device installed on the curvature missiles. Zero in the Kepler 452 star system has unknowingly taken over the control authority of these curvature missiles. The next moment, under the gaze of all members of the Energit Alliance, the direction of the wave peak in the tachyon radar suddenly deflected by 90 degrees. This scene not only shocked the battlefield commanders within the Alliance's defense line, but also frightened the Alliance scientists in the command center. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. For a moment, there was a burst of pleasant curses within the Energit Alliance. Of course, cursing can't change the outcome. These commanders and scientists could only watch helplessly as the curvature missiles from the human fleet passed through a straight angle and bypassed the interceptor missiles launched by them. That's not even the point. Under the guidance of the program, the interceptor missiles began to change their orbits and tried to pursue those curvature missiles. But a problem arises. An interceptor missile with a speed of only 50 c cannot catch up with a curvature missile with a speed of 100 c. The first interception failed. This heavy news weighed heavily on the hearts of all those involved in the war. As for the second wave of interceptions, it's not hard to imagine. Those electromagnetic gun projectiles that only fly forward in a straight line are like a joke in front of such a flexible curvature missile. Chapter 751 Curvature Missile and Micro Black Hole. The high-intensity wave peak in the tachyon radar completely overlapped with the defense line of the Energit Alliance. Kiesling's pupils dilated slightly, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the porthole ahead. Outside the porthole, hundreds of large missiles, with a length of more than 500 meters, appeared extremely suddenly in the vast universe. There was no radiation or fire from the engine's operation, but its speed increased instantly, quickly dispersed at a speed of 0.7 c, and rushed towards their respective targets. Interception! Interception! Kiesling let out a hoarse roar. The battleships and floating guns in the defense line fired at the same time. Under the control of the central computer, they quickly spit out a huge amount of cheap electromagnetic gun projectiles. At such a short distance, the metal storm formed by massive electromagnetic gun projectiles is almost the best interception weapon. Whether it is an energy weapon or a kinetic weapon, these small solid metal balls can greatly weaken its power, and even block it from the battleship's protective cover. This is the experience gained by the Energit civilization in countless wars. But this time, experience doesn't seem to work that well. Kiesling stared at the big screen in front of him. The screen automatically switched, and several of the missiles suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the dense metal storm. It widened its eyes slightly. What is this operation? It is so naive of human civilization to just rely on a few missiles loaded with antimatter to clear this huge metal storm. The expression on its face suddenly froze. What happened on the screen was completely beyond its scope of cognition. Even though it had not yet come into contact with the metal storm, the warhead of the missile exploded automatically. After the warhead exploded, not a trace of antimatter leaked out, not to mention the annihilation reaction of matter and antimatter. It didn't even see the fire of the explosion, etc. Kiesling suddenly realized the problem. How could there be no explosion of fire? It hurriedly adjusted the picture on the screen, selected one of the exploding missiles, and observed it carefully. It was a truly dark area. Not only can it not see any light coming from it, not even the light from the surrounding searchlights can illuminate it. Even the starlight in the distance was twisted to a certain extent when it passed by it. This familiar and mysterious scene made Kiesling think of a possibility. A layer of cold sweat broke out from behind it. No, it's impossible. It trembled slightly and murmured in a low voice. Gradually, more obvious changes appeared. The warhead fragments scattered around, as well as the huge missile debris, seemed to be pulled by something, and they kept flying towards the area where the warhead exploded. Under Kiesling's gaze, these wreckage were quickly pulled into long, slender objects. Then, under the layers of fractures, it gradually disappeared from its sight. It's as if there is some kind of hole that swallows everything in that area. Kiesling turned his head sharply and looked at the screen aside. Not only the tachyon radar, but also several areas with infinite curvature appeared on the space-time curvature detection device. This directly confirmed the suspicion in its mind. Black hole? Kiesling's face turned pale, and he subconsciously took a step back. How? How is this possible? Before it could recover, the dense metal storm had already approached the deep and dark areas. No, no, no. Kiesling stared at the screen in front of him with eyes wide open, shouting with horror on his face. If it is really a black hole, then this massive metal storm will be a feast, personally delivered to it by the Energit Alliance. But now, What's the use of shouting, no? These electromagnetic gun projectiles cannot change course, like missiles. Even if they could, it's too late now, they've already been captured by the black hole's gravitational field. The forward trajectory of the electromagnetic gun projectile has been deflected unconsciously. Under the influence of the gravitational fields of several black holes, huge holes appeared one after another in the dense interception network formed by the metal storm. As time goes by, the batch of electromagnetic gun pellets closest to the micro black hole have been turned into a pile of fine atoms under the action of tidal forces. These atomic clouds collide with each other, producing intense light and radiation. Small, bright accretion disks appeared on the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. And those micro black holes, under everyone's gaze, quickly devoured these hard-won supplements to maintain their own existence. At some point, the warp missile that fell behind started its antimatter engine and shut down its original warp engine. Although this greatly reduces the flight speed of the warp missile at such a short range, this is no longer important. Under the powerful thrust of the antimatter engine, they easily pass by these miniature black holes and rush towards their target again. Operation Shield System at full power, Kiesling hissed. When things have reached this point, there seems to be no other way but to resist. It still has confidence in the strength of its own shield. It should not be a problem to withstand the explosion of several antimatter missiles. Bar? Facts have proved that it still underestimates the technological level of human civilization. It widened its eyes and looked at the scene in front of it in disbelief. It swore that, except for those micro black holes that were releasing intense radiation, this was the most evil scene it had ever seen. The composite shield that had been invincible in previous wars seems to have lost its effect at this moment. It watched helplessly as those large missiles loaded with ammunition went straight through the composite shield running at full power, just like entering and exiting its own home, and slammed into the warship of the Energit Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. This time, it's antimatter missiles. The moment the annihilation of matter and antimatter began, violent explosions and flames appeared on the battlefield. A small pit suddenly appeared in the Alliance's originally neat defense line. The flames of the explosion gradually dissipated. The command ship where Kiesling was located was filled with blue warning lights. Looking at the messy battlefield, it swallowed hard. If a nearby frigate hadn't blocked the missile for it, it would have become the first theater commander to die in this war. Statistical casualty data. It squeezed out a sentence from between its teeth. Then, fight back. Shoot out all the warp missiles. Chapter 752. Warp missile attack detected on the way. Energit Alliance Command Center. The originally noisy command center was now as quiet as a library. Elites from different civilizations and races stared blankly at the huge screen in front of the command center. On the screen is a simulated image of a miniature black hole that is slowly dissipating. Under the deliberate avoidance of the border defense fleet, a safe enough open space was reserved around those micro black holes. On the one hand, it is to prevent unnecessary losses. On the other hand, when these micro black holes are devouring matter, they emit extremely strong radiation to the surroundings. Just as Yevgeny expected, the high temperature and high radiation characteristics of a micro black hole are enough to cause continuous damage to the entire battlefield until the black hole completely evaporates. Time flies. The brightly shining accretion disk around the miniature black hole gradually dimmed, and the atomic clouds fell into the black hole one after another. After being separated from the corresponding stabilizing device, the micro black hole is not stable. Without the supplement of external matter, they will evaporate themselves at an extremely fast rate. The smaller the black hole, the higher the temperature, the stronger the radiation, and the faster the evaporation rate. Finally, the miniature black hole that had swallowed up the surrounding matter began to slowly dissipate under everyone's gaze. Miniature black holes that have lost their accretion disk can no longer be observed with the naked eye. Its true appearance can only be seen through tachyon radar and space-time fluctuation detection devices. How did they do it? The leader of the Energit Alliance asked his question in a difficult tone, and at the same time broke the original silence in the command center. Micro black holes can also be created by the Energit civilization. Whether it is a curvature engine or a tachyon communication device, you need to be exposed to this technology. What makes it puzzling is how human civilization stuffed a miniature black hole into a missile and used it as a weapon to launch it 0.1 light-years away. This is so crazy. The person who came up with this weapon is simply a lunatic. It cursed in its heart. At first, no one responded to his inquiry, until an Energit man with wrinkled skin stood up. That was the leading figure in the scientific community of Energit civilization. Dear leader,
The old Energet man saluted to it, and then said in an uncertain tone,
Perhaps it is the application of the Grand Unified Theory. Didn't we also master the Grand Unified Theory?
The leader frowned.
I still remember the scene at that time. When the Grand Unified Theory came out, the Alliance's scientific community was almost boiling. We were able to successfully enter the outermost area of the ruins. No, it's different.
The old scientist Energet interrupted the leader.
We just mastered the theory. In terms of practical applications, we're still very far away. If human civilization is compared to an adult holding an electromagnetic gun, then we are probably a newborn baby.
Inside the command center, deathly silence returned again.
Why is there such a big gap?
The leader asked again after being silent for a long time. The old scientist responded to the leader's question in a positive tone.
If I guess correctly, they should have basic means of controlling the 4 basic forces. This means that the Energet Alliance... No, the Energet civilization has almost no ability to fight back in front of the opponent.
Upon hearing this, the leader let out a long sigh.
What should we use?
The old scientist's eyes moved slightly.
That is not a creation of a 5th-level civilization. We have tested many times, and even the instantaneous output power of the reactor on the flagship is not enough to drive it to normal operation. Renovate the flagship.
The leader waved his hand vigorously.
Start the transformation from now on. Remove the unnecessary equipment on the flagship and install enough reactors. Even if it is pushed hard, we must push it up. Okay.
The scientist saluted the leader again.
But it will take time.
The leader stared at the scientist with penetrating eyes.
The border defense line will buy you enough time. Do not disappoint me. Don't let the Alliance down. According to observations, the enemy lacks the ability to effectively intercept the curvature missiles launched by us. Preliminary statistics show that this exploratory attack successfully destroyed more than 100 enemy ships. More than 300 enemy ships lost combat capabilities, and the number of lightly damaged enemy ships is unknown. The casualties are unknown. The gap in the defense line was filled within 24 hours. Comprehensive assessment shows that the enemy's weapons and equipment are backward. Its maneuverability is backward. And its fleet's ability to coordinate operations is poor.
In the Kepler 452 star system, Zhao Zijia listened in silence to the scientific researcher's report.
Professor.
He turned to look at Li Yongchang beside him with a strange expression.
You think an expedition fleet composed of 10,000 warships, is it too bullying?
Like Zhao Zijia, Li Yongchang fell into silence after listening to the report. For a long time, he breathed a long sigh of relief, with a bit of a wry smile on his face.
From the current information, it seems that the other party is really just a weak 5th-level civilization that has just mastered the Grand Unified Theory.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and clicked on the holographic projection beside him.
The simulation results of 0 have come out. Based on the current combat power displayed by the opponent, our expedition fleet will not encounter any difficulties. But
Lu Yongchang thought of the several wars that human civilization has experienced in the past.
It's better to be careful. To be able to maintain such a huge alliance, the opponent's strength should not be so simple.
The look on Zhao Zijia's face suddenly became serious.
What do you mean? What other trump cards does the Energet Alliance have?
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and nodded hesitantly.
The trump card, there is a high probability to be able to gain a foothold in such a densely civilized area. I don't believe they only have this strength. I just don't know what special technology they have mastered.
Zhao Zijia nodded. I believe that no one will ignore the opinions put forward by the chief scientist.
Good. That.
Zhao Zijia pondered for a moment and decided on the next strategic policy.
The expedition fleet will continue to carry out ultra-long distance fire bombing. The attack target is selected in the middle area of the defense line to extend the enemy's defense line contraction time as much as possible and increase the chances of winning for the expedition fleet's breakthrough plan.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and circled the attack range in the holographic projection. It is obvious that the middle area of the defense line is currently filled with a large number of warships rushing to the front line for support. Long-range bombing of this area can achieve twice the result with half the effort on the one hand. It can slow down the shrinkage of the enemy's defense line. And on the other hand, it can destroy as many warships as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the red alarm light flashed slightly. And at the same time, a slightly harsh alarm sounded.
Warp missile attack en route detected.
Electronic synthesized sounds echoed in the command center.
Quantity, 1,739 pieces. Cruising speed, 50 c. Strike target, preliminary judgment is the head area of the expedition fleet.
Zhao Zijia's originally smiling eyes suddenly became sharp.
He turned around and looked at the real-time communication screen on one side. Commander Bai. Start the warp missile interception plan immediately. In addition, artillery salvo. Give them a taste of what it's like to be covered in fire. Chapter 753 Warp Missile Interception Plan. People's Alliance Expeditionary Fleet. The moment the order was issued, some subtle changes gradually occurred in the huge fleet in the deep universe. The outer group of ship-based drones spread outward again, revealing the huge battleship inside. The dense missile silos on the side of the battleship were opened one after another. With a slight flash of fire, the antimatter engine pushed them away from the silo. After a short wait, the moment the antimatter engine stalled, the warp engine started at full power. Wrapped in the curvature bubble, these missiles disappeared into the visible universe one after another. Only the waves of space and time that are getting farther and farther away can prove their existence. When the Energet civilization home planet began its major transformation, the curvature missiles from the border defense line had already encountered interceptor missiles sent by the expedition fleet. Distance between the two sides, 1 billion kilometers. Whether in theory or in practice, the People's Federation's curvature missile can easily complete the interception mission. But do you know how expensive a warp missile is? Throwing money into the reactor is not that fast. Liu Yongchan can accept warp missiles hitting the territory of hostile civilizations. But he absolutely cannot accept warp missiles hitting warp missiles launched by the enemy. How is this different from watching a big fireworks show? This is also true. As early as when the curvature missile technology matured, the research and development work on the interception of curvature missiles had already begun. The interception scheme has only one simple requirement: effective and cheap. So, after Yevgeny sacrificed hundreds of hairs, he successfully came up with a suitable interception plan. Simply put, the solution is divided into two steps. The first step is to stop the enemy's warp missile. Following a slight to imperceptible fluctuation in space and time, dozens of interceptor missiles and hundreds of large, round metal balls appeared in the dark and deep universe. They shut down all engines and kept themselves as silent as possible. The interceptor missile is loaded with a miniature black hole warhead. The principle is also very simple. A micro black hole is also a black hole, and its powerful space-time distortion effect is enough to shut down the curvature engine of a fifth-level civilization. It sounds simple, but to actually implement this operation, the difficulty is at the ceiling level, since the existence time of micro black holes is extremely limited, and the range of the gravitational field of micro black holes is relatively small. This operation extremely tests the area and time in which micro black holes are generated. As for those large metal balls, think of them as large frag grenades. Its core is loaded with equal amounts of separated matter and antimatter. The outer area is filled with a large number of electromagnetic gun projectiles. There is no doubt that under Yevgeny's guidance, these projectiles were sandwiched. 1 second later, the hatch on the side of the missile opened quickly under Zero's control. Countless, tiny, induced bombs popped out of it automatically. The structure of these induced bombs is simple: a large amount of antimatter, a high-power warp drive, and a control core. Under Zero's control, these induced missiles entered the curvature navigation state one after another, and rushed towards the oncoming curvature missile group without concealment. The strong space-time fluctuation signal triggered the early warning program inside the curvature missile. Under the control of weak intelligence programs, these curvature missiles quickly changed directions and flew toward areas where space-time fluctuations were relatively weak. There is no doubt that this is the path Zero has planned for this group of curvature missiles. What? Not going that way. The antimatter bomb inside the induced bomb is not a vegetarian. In front of Zero, these curvature missiles quickly approach the preset interception area. Anomaly signals and tachyon radar are getting closer. The moment before the two coincided, Zero detonated the warhead of the interceptor missile. Each miniature black hole broke away from the stabilizing device and spread its gravitational field to the surroundings unscrupulously. As the bright accretion disk gradually formed, spindle-shaped missiles suddenly appeared out of thin air in the originally empty universe. The shutdown of the curvature engine forced these missiles to exit the curvature navigation state. Although the weakly intelligent program is not as intelligent as Zero, its reaction speed is unquestionable. Almost immediately, the antimatter engines of these missiles began to activate and try to push them away from here. But it was too late. Zero has already detonated those plus versions of the star grenades. The matter and antimatter in the core area contact and annihilate each other, and the huge mass is quickly converted into majestic energy. The grenade exploded. Driven by this energy, the electromagnetic gun projectiles filled inside made indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings like a goddess scattering flowers. This is the second step of the interception plan.
Use the cheapest electromagnetic gun projectiles to complete the early detonation of the curvature missile. Considering that metal storms traveling in one direction can easily be avoided by highly maneuverable curvature missiles, Yevgeny specially designed this crazy weapon. As long as the entire space is filled with electromagnetic gun projectiles with sufficient density, even a zero-control curvature missile can only live in disgrace. Cheap and efficient. It perfectly met Liu Yongcheng's requirements. Boom, boom, boom. Like a triggered minefield, the starry sky was instantly covered in explosive fire. Those curvature missiles that were forced out of the curvature state were hit by a real artillery fire before they could complete their acceleration. Completely annihilated. None of the 1,739 curvature missiles from the Energet Alliance survived. And they were all destroyed in this series of explosions. Before the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, strong space-time fluctuations were heard in the distance. It is rude to come and not reciprocate. That was a formal attack from the human expedition fleet. Tens of thousands of inventory missiles, with slightly inferior performance, rushed towards the Energet Alliance border defense line in the far distance at a low speed, ranging from 50-80 C. This was only the first salvo. After understanding the basic strength of the Energet Alliance, clearing the inventory became the top priority of the human fleet. Warp missiles of different production batches are rushing crazily towards the Alliance's defense line. Chapter 7 5430 Salvos. Energet Alliance Command Center. The leader has lost count of the number of times the command center has turned into a silent library. But it is certain that since the establishment of the Energet Alliance, this combat command center has never been so quiet. All 1,739 warp missiles were intercepted. What the other party paid was only dozens of miniature black holes that would quickly disappear, and some weapons and equipment of unknown structure, although it does not know the internal structure of these weapons. Judging from their effects, they are undoubtedly the cheapest kinetic energy weapons. And this completely confirmed the words of the Energet scientist. It is also a fifth-level civilization, but it has only mastered the grand unified theory, and has not had time to translate the theoretical results into practical applications. The Energet civilization is like a toddler in front of it. In front of all the members of the Energet Alliance. Human civilization taught them a good lesson. Watch out. This move will be very cool. To intercept curvature missiles, you do not need to use expensive curvature missiles to explode one-on-one. Instead, you can easily do it using some simple and basic weapons. What a ghost! Is this really a level 5 civilization that constantly uses micro black holes as weapons? Although the Alliance has not encountered another 5th level civilization so far, this kind of combat power still makes it fall into deep self-doubt. Is Energet's civilization too weak? Or is the other party too powerful? Of course, its self-doubt didn't last long. The piercing sirens and faint blue warning lights woke it up. Looking at the tachyon radar that was frantically alarming, the leader slowly opened his eyes. Did it see it wrong? Why does the signal source displayed by tachyon radar have 5 digits? The strength of both sides is 110. The firepower of both sides is 10:1. Is this reasonable? The shock caused by tens of thousands of warp missiles did not last long. Scientists from the Energet civilization brought it news that could barely be called good news. The cruise speed of this batch of curvature missiles did not reach 100 C. There are even a large number of missiles with a cruising speed of around 50 C. This means that the border defenses will not be beaten blindly. They can at least intercept some of the warp missiles. But Leader Energet's face became increasingly gloomy. Energet civilization has done this kind of operation many times. When facing opponents who are sure of victory, they will also launch relatively backward weapons in their warehouses. After all, the amount of resources consumed to maintain and dismantle these high-power weapons often exceeds the resources consumed to manufacture them. At the moment when the roles were reversed, the leader suddenly felt personally how those low-level civilizations felt when they faced the Energet civilization. Can the target of attack be determined? The leader calmed down and asked the old scientist. Are there sufficient reserves of warp missiles? What is the production capacity of the military factory? Its questions were answered one by one. While weapon stocks are abundant, countless military factories within the Alliance are working overtime to produce various types of weapons and equipment. Transport fleets of different models and capabilities from different civilizations are performing transport tasks at full capacity, mobilized by the Alliance Council. Not only the civilized officials of the Alliance members, but also the civilian transportation teams also participated in this extremely large-scale self-defense war. This news made the originally tense leader feel slightly relieved. Finally heard some good news. But the next second, its mood that had finally calmed down became worse again. You should know that those warp missiles have extremely high maneuverability, so it is difficult for us to determine their true target just before arrival. The old scientist hesitated for a while, and then spoke again.
However, judging from the current routes of the warp missiles and the combat style of human civilization, the attack target of these curvature missiles is most likely to be the middle area of the border defense line.
The middle area of the defense line. Hearing this, the leader's heart suddenly sank. That is the area where a large number of fleets gather. Once there is a large-scale bombing there. Not to mention whether the defense line can successfully complete the task of shrinking. There is a big question mark as to whether this border defense line can still exist. At the same time, the alarm from the tachyon radar sounded again. It turned its head and glanced, then froze in place. More than 10,000 warp missiles again.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
It couldn't help but curse.
It's endless. Right. How much inventory does this damn human civilization have? Do they have some kind of hoarding habit?
It was completely different from the silence at the Energy Alliance Command Center. The People's Alliance Expedition Fleet was filled with an inexplicable cheerful atmosphere, completely lacking the solemn atmosphere before the war.
The third salvo of warp missiles. Fire! The fourth round. Fire! Fifth round.
Baishuan grinned and gave orders with excitement on his face. Cool. So cool. How long has it been since he felt this comfortable feeling of firing at will? This is true for Baishuan, who is the commander of the fleet. Not to mention the crew members who control the battleships. Especially those crew members responsible for launching missiles. They never imagined that one day they would be able to feel the thrill of artillery washing the ground outside the virtual cockpit. 30 rounds of missile volleys were fired, almost destroying most of the fleet's old missiles that were backlogged in the warehouse. This originally quiet star field is filled with gamma rays emitted by the antimatter engine and strong space-time fluctuations caused by the curvature engine. The expedition fleet is great, but Energy Alliance, looking at the warning signs that filled the screen, said that everyone was not well.
Did the fleet of human civilization bring the entire civilization's arsenal with it?
This was the sentiment issued by the leader of the Energy Alliance after a long silence. Of course, this sentiment was accompanied by more than 300 slang expressions of curses from different civilizations. The Alliance's border defense line contraction mission was urgently suspended. All the warships of the Energy Alliance, under the command of the command center, turned their guns in an attempt to intercept the astonishing number of curvature missiles. Interceptor weapons. Most of them are curvature missiles, and a small part are basic kinetic energy weapons. Although the interception effect of kinetic energy weapons in the first round of SH. Ling was almost zero. The border defense line still fired a large number of electromagnetic artillery projectiles in the direction of the human fleet. What if it works? Chapter 755 Imitation. Energy Alliance Command Center.
Can we imitate the interception methods of human civilization?
While the border defense line artillery fired volleys, the Alliance leader glanced at the crowd with a gloomy look.
The Alliance needs a practical and effective interception plan.
It was still the old scientist who stood up first.
Dear leader, before we master the practical application of the grand unified theory, we may not be able to use micro-black holes as a means of attack.
Upon hearing this, the leader's face quickly turned ugly.
However,
the old scientist's voice did not stop, his eyes sparkling.
We can still imitate a small part of it. Those active detonators loaded with antimatter projectiles don't have much technological content. The military factory can complete the corresponding imitation work in a very short period of time.
The leader frowned and interrupted the scientist.
But without the influence of micro-black holes, we still cannot forcibly stop those extremely maneuverable curvature missiles. Even if these antimatter projectiles are accelerated to 99.9% of the speed of light, they still cannot catch up with the curvature missiles of human civilization. What's the difference between this and the attack from the electromagnetic gun?
Facing the leader's inquiry, the old scientist showed a mysterious smile.
Don't forget, even if there is no micro-black hole, those curvature missiles will eventually exit the curvature state.
The Alliance leader was shocked when he heard this. It suddenly realized the plan of the scientist in front of it.
You mean? No. No.
The leader shook his head repeatedly.
The attacks from those detonating devices do not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If it explodes on the border defense line, the Alliance fleet may. 20% of the Alliance fleet. Or the entire border defense line?
The old scientist took a step forward, staring sternly at the leader elected by a referendum on all civilizations.
Please make a choice. There are 300,000 curvature missiles. Ideally, we can intercept 100,000 of them with a speed of only 50 c. The remaining 200,000 coins are enough to plow the entire border defense line.
As it spoke, it turned around and operated on the console beside it, calling up a piece of data.
I have already calculated it. Let 20% of the warships carry this interception weapon and launch attacks when those warp missiles approach and exit the curvature state. It may not be possible to intercept all interceptions, but this can ensure the integrity of the border defense line to the greatest extent. So, dear leader, please tell me, what is your choice? The leader of the Energit civilization subconsciously took a step back and avoided the scientist's gaze. Never since its election, as leader has it faced such cruelty. But when it turned its head, it faced the scorching gazes of everyone in the command center. Just implement your plan. When it said this sentence, it felt its voice trembling. Time flies. 300,000 warp missiles from the human expedition fleet successfully crossed a long distance, carrying powerful fluctuations in time and space, and appeared near the Energit Alliance border defense line. They rushed towards the defense line at extremely high speeds. Something strange happened. The warships at the forefront of the defense line took the initiative to line up and rush towards the curvature missiles flying in the sky. Boom! The explosion's fire briefly illuminated the dim starry sky. But this is not the fire of a warp missile explosion. Strictly speaking, the explosion occurred before human civilization's curvature missile touched the enemy warship. Just like a signal. The moment the explosion flames lit up. The explosion flames lit up one after another along the defense line that spread for several light years. The explosion came from a large number of replica star grenades carried by the battleship. It is also the annihilation of matter and antimatter. And it is also the countless electromagnetic gun projectiles carrying antimatter. The exploding Energit battleship launched an indiscriminate and intensive attack on the surrounding area. The originally empty starry sky was instantly filled with a large number of electromagnetic cannon projectiles flying in staggered directions. In front of the battleship, the curvature missiles that had no time to dodge or were unable to dodge were detonated in advance, adding a bit of brightness to the starry sky illuminated by fire. Behind the battleship, a large number of battleships and forts supported a composite shield. The high-speed flying antimatter electromagnetic cannon projectiles landed on it, causing dense ripples. Occasionally, a battleship shield will be overloaded, but the battleship behind will quickly move forward with the composite shield to take over its defensive task. This is the joint effort of more than 300 interstellar civilizations. The border defense line that stretches for several light years is like a great wall made of explosive fire, firmly blocking attacks from human civilization. Kepler 452 star system. A total of 30 rounds of ultra-long-range warp missile bombardment have been completed. Preliminary statistics show that the attack successfully destroyed more than 20,000 enemy ships, accounting for 20%, and the shrinkage of the border defense line has been slowed down by 50%. The casualties are unknown. The results were far less than expected. The overall rating has been updated. The fleet has better collaborative combat capabilities, stronger adaptability, better civilized warfare literacy, and a 20% increase in overall threat level. Lu Yongchang looked at the data presented in the holographic projection with a solemn expression and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the interstellar Great Wall, which was made of explosion fire and was several light years long, only existed for a few minutes, it was still deeply engraved in his mind. He suddenly remembered the past of human civilization. The weak human civilization, facing the attack of higher civilization, is not trying to survive by cutting off its tail? I didn't expect that they would be able to find countermeasures so quickly. Zhao Zijia's voice came from beside him. Professor, you are indeed right. No one in the 5th level civilization is simple. Lu Yongchang didn't speak for the first time, but his eyes quickly became sharp. Yes, judging from the first round of confrontation alone, the Energit Alliance is a civilization worthy of respect. But the war between civilizations has nothing to do with right or wrong. The higher the war literacy and civilization potential displayed by the Energit Alliance, or the Energit civilization, the greater the scale of this war will be. How can you allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? There is absolutely no room for a huge alliance occupying a territory of 100 light-years near the rapidly developing human civilization. Lu Yongchang, who had been silent for a long time, spoke, without grasping the practical application of the grand unified theory. They can only use battleships and human lives to block our bombardment. Continue the bombardment. Play out all the cards they may have. Tell the expedition fleet to advance at full speed and attack with all our strength. Once its border defenses are breached, quickly eliminate the enemy's central star system at all costs. Chapter 756. The fleet arrives. Time keeps passing. The biggest feature of interstellar war has gradually emerged: the huge time span. When the scope of the war is measured in light years, it is normal for the time scale to be continuously stretched. as the human civilization expedition fleet continues to approach the Alliance's border defense line. The firepower competition between the two sides has become increasingly fierce. The Energid Alliance paid the price for this with countless battleships and lives. As for the effect, unfortunately, not much was achieved. The human fleet was like a bulldozer equipped with rocket thrusters, quietly and firmly removing all obstacles, and quickly approaching the border defense line. This scene undoubtedly exerted tremendous psychological pressure on the Energid Alliance. Many crew members, with weak psychological endurance, even followed Hume's old path. Within the Alliance, things gradually became chaotic. The biggest weakness of the Energid Alliance appeared the alliance composed of more than 300 civilizations was too loose. When encountering an enemy whose strength exceeds its own, the chaos within the alliance will often significantly weaken its own strength. The Energid Alliance Council is not a vegetarian either. Before fighting the outside world, you must first make peace with the inside. The less experienced leader of the alliance finally became cruel when he saw the alliance becoming increasingly chaotic. With a series of vigorous and resolute measures, the unrest within the alliance was barely suppressed. At the same time, almost all idle labor was forcibly transferred to the corresponding production units. Although these coercive measures have created many gaps within the alliance, with the disaster approaching, the council can no longer take care of it. The right way is to survive first. Energid border defense line. Kiesling's eyes were slightly bloodshot as he stared at the several screens on the console. I don't know when it started, but the never-ending explosion flames outside the porthole quietly disappeared. The border defense line seems to have ushered in the long-lost tranquility and peace. The image in the tachyon radar showed the truth: the human fleet was about to arrive at the defense line. Right now, it's the last calm before the storm. It is also true that the moment the explosion flames disappeared, the spirit of the entire border defense line became even tighter. Silence has become the main tone of the border defense line. Under the orders of commanders at all levels, the warships and floating turrets waiting in the rear orderly fill the gaps in the defense line bombarded by human civilization's artillery fire. At the same time, some warships quickly perform battlefield cleaning and recovery work. The debris from the battleship explosion are precious resources. The arsenal in the rear has already begun to work non-stop to produce various weapons and equipment and even large warships. But these require a lot of resources. Inventory is limited after all. In order to win this interstellar war, or in other words, in order to maintain its own defense lines and resist the invasion of human civilization, the Energid Alliance could only focus on the wreckage of the destroyed warships on the battlefield. The badly damaged defense line is returning to its original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tachyon radar siren finally sounded. Asterisk, asterisk. Kiesling glanced at the border defense map, looking at the gaps that had not yet been repaired and the border defenses that had not yet completed the task of shrinking. He couldn't help but curse. Can't this damn human civilization come a little later? The originally silent defense line became lively at this moment. Whether it is the communication channel or the command cabin of the battleship, there are all kinds of curses with strange tones. Suddenly, the noisy sound stopped. Kiesling, who was looking at the screen, instantly realized the problem. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the porthole ahead. Under the illumination of each flare, a huge fleet slowly revealed itself from the deep and dark universe. Looking at the fleet arranged in a cone, Kiesling subconsciously held his breath. This is a scene that the peak signal on the tachyon radar can never express. The huge fleet is surrounded by a shield constructed of a large number of drones, and it thrusts towards the Alliance border defense line with an unrivaled momentum. Through the gaps between those dense drones, Kiesling could vaguely see the battleship inside. Through high-precision measuring devices, it can easily obtain the dimensional data of those battleships. Those giant ships, which are often 5 or 6 kilometers in length, are themselves symbols of power. Not to mention the giant battleship that is nearly 9 kilometers long in the center of the fleet. Compared with these battleships, the battleships of the Energid Alliance are like children's toys. Although most of the Energid warships are also in the kilometer level, are warships of 2 or 3,000 meters comparable to warships of 5, 6, or even 8 or 9 kilometers. Again, there is also a gap between level 5 civilizations. Slight explosions of light-formed ripples, like waterways in front of the fleet, that was the scene where meteorites and battleship wreckage were bombarded by laser cannons and hit the composite shield. Kiesling opened his mouth, but no sound came out. At this moment, it seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Is this their opponent? Can the light-grade defense line built by the Energid Alliance, with all its efforts, really be able to block the progress of this fleet? Questions kept popping up in his mind.
The quiet command ship gradually became noisy.
Here they come! They're coming! Attack! Attack!
The voices of all the people gathered together, forming a buzzing sound that poured into its ears unstoppably, pulling it out of its meditation. It shook its head subconsciously. But as the human fleet approached, the buzzing became noisier.
Quiet!
It shouted sternly.
Calm down! Everyone!
It's like adding a spoonful of ice water to a pot of boiling water. The originally noisy command ship quickly became quiet. Kiesling glanced around the crowd and took a deep breath. After calming down its complicated emotions, it issued the order in a deep voice.
All battleships, fire freely! First echelon, prepare for the first impact of the enemy ships.
At the moment when the fleet of human civilization appeared, after being stagnant for a few seconds, the originally peaceful border defense line quickly spewed out artillery fire that was several times more violent than before. Warp missiles, antimatter cannons, high-energy laser beams, metal storms. This is artillery fire in the true sense. Like the Alliance's border defense fleet, the human fleet also launched its own attack immediately. Chapter 757 Planet Shield and Fleet Shield. Human Expedition Fleet. Titan Mothership. The moment the alarm sounded, the atmosphere inside the ship suddenly became solemn.
Turn on assisted aiming and automatic interception.
Bai Xuan issued the order in a deep voice.
The shipborne drones can fire freely. Xuanwu moves closer to the periphery of the fleet. The shield system operates at full power and deploys the fleet shield. Golden Crow battleship. White Tiger destroyer. Fire suppression.
The moment the words fell, the carrier-based drone group that formed the
SHL
of the conical fleet took the lead in taking action. Under Zero's control, the pulse laser cannon quickly switched attack directions and fired precise and dense laser beams at the oncoming curvature missiles and electromagnetic cannon projectiles. Inside the
SHL
of the carrier-based drone are the Xuanwu frigates that are intertwined with each other. Under the full power operation of the antimatter reactor, the powerful composite shield was quickly propped up. At the same time, under Zero's precise calculation and control, these individual shields were spliced and fused in sequence, forming a super-large shield that could wrap up the entire fleet. This is the planetary shield technology used on Chiyu, Planetary Fortress. For the current human civilization, it is almost impossible to directly generate a planet-level shield. Therefore, the Academy of Humanities and Sciences took the next best step, based on the Grand Unified Field, and with the assistance of Zero, accurately controlled the shields produced by each large-scale shield-generating device, and spliced and fused them in sequence. This is planet-level shield technology. With Wilson's efforts, this technology was successfully transplanted to the Xuanwu frigate, greatly enhancing the fleet's defensive power. The shields fused with each other can evenly distribute the attacks to each shield on top of the generating device. This greatly reduces the possibility of overloading the shield-generating device in a war. The moment the fleet shield was successfully deployed, the electromagnetic guns installed on the Xuanwu frigate sprayed deadly tongues of flame forward. As the old saying goes, a tank that can't deal damage is not a good front rower. Although most of the energy of the antimatter reactor is used by the shield-generating device, simple electromagnetic guns can still be used. There is no doubt that the projectile is sandwiched. In addition, its real controller is Zero. A simple electromagnetic gun can also play an extremely powerful role on the battlefield. Under the dense interception network composed of laser beams and electromagnetic cannons, the explosions of fire frequently and intensively lit up in front and sides of the expedition fleet. The kinetic energy weapons issued by the opponent were easily intercepted. In addition to kinetic weapons, there are also energy weapons. The dense laser beams and antimatter cannons from the Energit Alliance successfully passed through the interception area deployed by the human fleet and hit the surface of the fleet. Ship-based drones and Xuanwu absorb almost all laser beam damage. Their adaptive laser-resistant armor comes into effect, while the liquid nitrogen cools the melted area. Fine dust spurts out from the inner layer of the armor, becoming a powerful weapon in blocking lasers. This idea from the Rothor civilization still exerts its due effect stably even on the battlefield of a 5th-level civilization. The antimatter torrent composed of a large amount of antimatter bombarded the giant shield around the fleet, causing layers of bright ripples, failed to break through our armor. As for the Golden Crow and White Tiger on the inside, they were completely stunned at this time. The curvature missiles were thrown out as if they were free of charge. Further inside, there are engineering ships and Taotai, material reserve ships. Under Zero's control, the engineering ships have connected with each other and built simple starship factories. With the supply of materials from Tao-Tai, a large number of weapons and ammunition were manufactured and sent in batches to peripheral combat units by small transport ships. In this way, the human expedition fleet moved towards the defense line that spread for several light years in an extremely fast and stable manner. As the distance between the two sides continues to get closer, the concentration of antimatter cannons and laser beams becomes more and more terrifying. Warships that originally had insufficient range can now capture the human fleet. The output of a single battleship is actually not high, but it can't handle the large volume. Inside the Titan mothership, looking at the rising shield load, Bai Xuan frowned slightly. After briefly calculating the distance to the enemy and the intensity of the opponent's antimatter cannons, he issued the order again.
The current distance is too close. White Tiger, Golden Crow, stop launching warp missiles. Prepare to launch the ion cannon to accurately intercept the enemy's antimatter cannon.
The antimatter cannon has an extremely huge flaw. That is, when it encounters matter, no matter what kind of matter it is, it will be annihilated. The interception plan for the antimatter cannon was officially developed based on this flaw. The ion cannon that was almost eliminated was brought out. As long as the antimatter is consumed in advance with the material particles emitted by the ion cannon, it will not be able to cause harm to our fleet. It sounds simple, but it is not simple to do. In the vast universe, an ion beam is emitted, and this ion beam will perfectly collide with the antimatter beam emitted by the enemy. This requires extremely exaggerated reaction speed and precision. Fortunately, human civilization has this strength. Under Zero's control, the ion cannons quickly adjusted their angles and attacked the antimatter cannons of varying strengths. In the empty universe, an ion beam and an antiparticle beam were heading towards each other, and they hit each other accurately. Boom! Boom! The moment the annihilation reaction occurred, the area between the fleets of both sides was like 10,000 suns. The whole starry sky is lit up. Violent gamma rays scattered around. This was the largest indiscriminate attack. The border defense line of the Energent Alliance obviously suffered a big impact. The artillery fire became sparse in an instant. Obviously, the radiation protection layer of their warships is not strong enough. Border defense line. The first defense echelon. Maul gasped hard while wiping the green blood that flowed from various holes in his body. A sharp burning sensation came from all parts of the body. And at the same time, there was unbearable severe pain and dizziness. This is the body's reaction to being exposed to a huge amount of radiation. Ahem, ahem. It coughed hard twice. Pieces of broken internal organs mixed with blood spurted out of the mouth.
Damn it! How dare they fight like this?
There was a bit of confusion in Moore's eyes, and he stared as wide as possible at the extremely dazzling and layered explosion flames outside the porthole. So gorgeous, yet so dangerous. The deadly radiation penetrated the radiation protection layer of the battleships and destroyed their bodies in a simple and crude way. Moore grabbed the emergency medicine on the side and injected it directly into his body. The burning sensation coming from various parts of the body has subsided slightly, but it knows that this cannot save its life. It can only slightly delay its death and alleviate its pain.
Them. Aren't you afraid of radiation?
Chapter 758. The First Echelon. Completely destroyed. The powerful radiation brought about by the annihilation of large amounts of matter and antimatter surged through the Energent Alliance border defense line like a tsunami. The first to bear the brunt were the battleships in the first echelon. As the first batch of warships to resist the impact of enemy ships, the first echelon of warships in the border defense line have a very simple characteristic: high defense and low attack. Just like the Xuanwu frigate in the human fleet, they have the thickest physical armor in the entire fleet. And at the same time, they also have the most advanced and most powerful composite shield generation system. In the simplest terms, this is a group of pure human shields. Normally, they can provide very good protection to the warships behind them. It is difficult for laser weapons to penetrate their physical armor, and it is difficult for anti-material cannons and other weapons to penetrate their high-power composite shields. Radiation is the same. They can easily withstand radiation damage caused by antimatter cannons erupting near battleships, and can also resist to a certain extent the high-intensity radiation brought by micro-black holes. But the current situation is obviously far beyond the normal range. It's not a matter of one shot or two. It's a matter of the entire border defense line's antimatter cannons erupting at the same time. This extremely powerful radiation, like a sharp arrow, directly pierced the radiation protection layer of all the battleships in the first echelon. Fortunately, with the first echelon of warships as a buffer, the second echelon of warships behind did not suffer too much radiation damage.
which can be regarded as retaining the maximum strength of the Energid Alliance. Unfortunately, before the first head-on collision, the Energid Alliance's defense force had already suffered extremely heavy losses. At this moment, everyone in the Energid Command Center felt equally heavy. Everyone turned their expectant eyes to the brightly lit display screen in front of them. Under this accidentally created indiscriminate gamma-ray burst, the human fleet should also have suffered a lot of casualties. Right? This thought appeared in the minds of everyone in the Energid Alliance. Maul opened his eyes as wide as possible and stared at the picture on the screen. The fire of annihilation of matter and antimatter firmly obscured the huge human fleet. The intense radiation has blinded most detection instruments. At this moment, simple observations can only be made through optical equipment. But the attacks didn't stop. Whether it is the human fleet or the Energid border defense line, even if the precise coordinates cannot be determined, both sides are not willing to be outdone and launch deadly attacks on each other. The flames of the explosion kept flashing one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Moore raised his hand again and wiped away the miserable green blood gushing from his mouth. The constant loss of life force made its vision become cloudy, but it was still staring at the screen in front of it. Such strong radiation. The human fleet must have also suffered considerable damage. Suddenly, its eyes widened suddenly. In the gorgeous firelight, something strange suddenly appeared. The anomalies expanded rapidly. The huge fleet squeezed out of the fire with unstoppable momentum. Ripples flashed on the shield surrounding the fleet, blocking all the power of the explosion. As for the extremely powerful radiation, from Moore's point of view, the other party didn't seem to take the deadly radiation seriously.
How can it be?
Maul murmured in a low voice, and his eyes fell into darkness. The powerful radiation completely destroyed its visual organs. The surrounding sounds gradually decreased, and more people were killed by radiation in the entire battleship. The first echelon of the border defense line has gradually become a group of corpses wandering in the vast universe. In Rocket Alliance Command Center,
The first echelon of border defense.
total destruction. An Energid commander closed his eyes and uttered a trembling voice.
The enemy fleet. There's no sign of slowing down.
The command center fell silent again. High-definition images of the huge fleet rushing out of the explosion area unscathed were constantly replayed on the big screen. Different from the border defense line, the most important thing for the command center at present is to find the weaknesses of enemy ships through various means, and come up with corresponding measures. And this is also the greatest role of scientists in interstellar wars. Under everyone's gaze, the old scientist stood up slowly and said in an extremely heavy tone,
Everyone. We may have underestimated the technological level of human civilization again. Previously, we found that the curvature missiles of human civilization can easily penetrate the composite shield generated by the warship and cause real damage to our warship. This poses a great threat to border defenses. After research, we successfully found the cause. On the basis of cracking our shield algorithm, the other party applied a force field based on the grand unification principle, and used this to offset the effect of our composite shield. Without grasping the practical application of the grand unification principle, we have no choice but to improvise with more complex algorithms.
But? The old Energid scientist shook his head helplessly.
Maybe it's because the other party's computer technology is too advanced. Even if we use the latest and most complex algorithms, they can still complete the cracking work quickly.
After the words fell, all the scientists in the command center lowered their heads, with slightly ashamed expressions on their faces.
And now, the human fleet has once again shown us an even more amazing technology. Giant shield technology.
It raised its finger with a heavy expression and pointed at the image on the screen.
Judging from the effects of the explosion, the human fleet is wrapped in a huge shield. This technology is still within our conjecture, and the other party has. In our vision, the giant shield can evenly distribute the load to each shield-generating device. This kind of shield has a higher load and at the same time has more powerful defensive performance. Because there are so many unknown factors, I can only make a simple estimate. The answer is brutal. Even if we use the smallest coefficient to estimate, we would need 30,000 warships to attack at the same time to possibly destroy the giant shield. Considering the previous performance of the human fleet, I think 50,000 warships should be a relatively accurate value.
There is no doubt that these words had a huge blow to the morale of the command center. The Alliance leader couldn't help but frown.
50,000 battleships. It's almost impossible to do. There are currently less than 20,000 warships on the frontal battlefield, and it is impossible to mobilize so many warships in a short period of time.
The old scientist took a deep breath.
There is another way. Say,
the leader said without hesitation.
As the scientist's old voice slowly sounded, the command center once again fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the leader asked with great difficulty,
"How much time will it take to renovate the flagship? The current transformation progress is only 20%. Leader, this is the best way."
The elderly scientist cast an extremely complex look at the leader.
"Only by breaking the giant shield can we stop their progress."
Silence. Long silence.
"At once. Do as you say."
The Alliance leader closed his eyes tightly and gave the order with a trembling voice. Chapter 759 Fleet. Charging at full speed. Human Expedition Fleet.
Report.
The voice of the crew reporting came from the side.
"Affected by radiation. Some enemy warships have lost their combat capabilities."
Hearing this, Baishuan raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at the slowly descending shield load on the holographic projection and muttered to himself.
"So close. Fortunately, there is a radiation protection layer provided by News,
the conscience of heaven and earth." The plan of using ion cannons to intercept antimatter cannons was not his idea. That's what Wilson came up with. During the test, the laboratory did not expect this situation to occur at all in a one-on-one situation. Intercepting the radiation produced by the antimatter cannon is not a problem at all for the warships of human civilization. But in this war, the number of antimatter cannons is estimated to be not more than 10,000, but only a few thousand rounds. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. At the moment when matter and antimatter were annihilated, Baishuan seemed to see the sun. He swore that from the age of the earth to the present, even when Professor Liu sneaked up to heaven, he had never been so nervous. For a moment, he even thought that the human expedition fleet was going to be destroyed because of a suicide act. If such a situation really happens, he will probably be completely nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization. Fortunately, the joint shield is powerful. Fortunately, the radiation protection layer provided by New Civilization is powerful. He took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. What followed was deep resentment against Wilson. He stared at the approaching border defense line and the large number of corpses of warships floating around the perimeter of the defense line, and shouted through gritted teeth,
"Fleet! Charge at full speed!"
A long snake formation. There are extremely high requirements on the mobility capabilities of the armies on both wings. Switching to interstellar warfare, there are high requirements for the maneuverability of the fleet's peripheral battleships. Once the maneuverability of the outer warships is restricted, the long snake formation will naturally be disintegrated, and may even be intercepted and defeated by the enemy fleet. But for the human expedition fleet, this is the easiest requirement to meet. The huge drone group wrapped around the expedition fleet has maneuverability that far exceeds that of a battleship. Although the defense power is a little weak and the attack power is not particularly strong, the victory is in large numbers. The large number is not a big deal. The key point is that the engineering ships within the fleet can mass produce and replenish losses anytime and anywhere. As for production speed, you can always trust zero efficiency. This creates an illusion. The human fleet's fleet of carrier-based drones seems to never be exhausted. The operation of cutting off the long snake formation has almost become the biggest trap. A shrill siren sounded, and faint blue lights flashed in the command ship. Not only did the long snake-like fleet not slow down, it even continued to accelerate.
"Attention all! Prepare for impact!"
Under Kiesling's horrified eyes, the fleet collided hard with the border defense line. The drone swarm constantly rotating around the core area was like a sharp knife, easily tearing a hole in the defense line that stretched for several light years. The most exciting and dangerous close combat has begun.
"Charge!"
Kisling screamed with a hint of madness in his eyes.
"All battleships, fire freely! Attack the fleet's flank! Cut off their fleet! We must not let them rush into the defense line!"
Under Kisling's order, the energetic battleships rushed forward like moths rushing to the flames, regardless of their own safety, and fired all the weapons available on the battleships at the huge fleet like a meat grinder. But as the old energetic scientist said, the strength of the joint shield far exceeds that of ordinary battleship shields. These insignificant attacks can only create some moderate ripples on the huge joint shield. A counterattack from the human fleet followed. Some carrier-based drones quietly left the fleet. They rushed towards the surrounding energetic warships with extremely fast acceleration, and relied on their powerful maneuverability to avoid enemy attacks. After approaching the target enemy ship, these drones quickly activated their internal shield jamming devices, and a unified field began to form immediately. Zero, who is far away in the Kepler 452 star system, also begins to calculate the opponent's shield algorithm in real time. This didn't take much time. It only took a few seconds for the energy warships approaching the human fleet to lose the protection of their shields. Under Zero's control, electromagnetic guns, antimatter cannons, and high-energy laser beams were fired at the locked warship. A battleship without shield protection is simply like paper under the influence of these powerful weapons. How long does it take for an energy warship to explode from close to the human fleet? 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, a level 5 civilization battleship will be torn into pieces by the human expedition fleet. Kiesling stared blankly at the explosions and flames coming one after another outside the porthole window. Suddenly, amid a series of sirens of the highest level, several drones came to the command ship. It's over. Kiesling's pupils trembled slightly. Quick! Get rid of those drones! It cried out in terror. The command ship frantically poured artillery fire around. Some of the drones were destroyed, but the remaining drones had successfully activated their shield jamming devices. The next second, a green beam of light shone on the command ship, through the portholes, and reflected on its face. There was some confusion in Kiesling's eyes. Nothing happened? Just when it was about to ask, it suddenly saw the most incredible scene in its life. Under Kiesling's gaze, the command ship illuminated by a pale green beam slowly dissipated like dust blown by the wind. What kind of weapon is this? Before it could figure out the problem, it completely lost consciousness. The command ship, which quickly dissipated like dust, also instantly cooled down the lively battlefield. Chapter 760, The First Line of Defense. Breakthrough. Boom! The leaked antimatter came into contact with surrounding atoms, triggering a violent annihilation reaction. Powerful explosions and radiation violently blew these dense clouds of atoms in all directions. Under the light of the fire, the dust was like a blooming flower, blooming quietly amid the smoke and artillery fire. The Energet Alliance command center fell into silence once again as they looked at the slowly dissipating miniature nebula. In the familiar atmosphere of silence, the Alliance leader looked at the pack command center, with a thin layer of cold sweat dripping down his back. This is definitely the weirdest thing it has ever seen in its life. None of them. A huge command ship disintegrated on its own without being attacked. The degree of disintegration even reached the atomic level. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the universe? After a brief moment of shock, it hurriedly turned its attention to the scientist Energet, who was sitting not far away. Obviously, this scene also had a big impact on the elderly scientist. Its skin was full of wrinkles, and its face was full of confusion. It noticed the leader's look of help towards him. But, dear leader, I don't know. It shook its head and murmured softly. This technology has exceeded our theoretical scope. The scientist's voice was very soft, but in this quiet command center, it was as loud as thunder. Without data support, I can only make a guess based on what I saw. There was a strong tremor in the voice of the old scientist. That should be a weapon based on controlling the electromagnetic interaction force. The technological level of human civilization is probably so powerful that it can easily control the electromagnetic interaction between molecules and atoms. The gap between us and them. A natural chasm. The scientist swallowed the two words that came to his lips. But everyone here knew what it meant. The Alliance leader was silent for a while. Has the draft plan been made? Hearing this, the old scientist's eyes suddenly became sharper. It nodded and raised its hand to point to the star map on the screen. We conducted multiple simulations of the human fleet's route. As he finished speaking, countless densely packed white routes appeared in the deep star map. It can be clearly seen that most of the routes are distributed around a straight line running through the two star systems. The final simulation results show the opponent's first target is the Dika star system, and the second is the Keldal star system. Considering that these two star systems are located exactly in the central area of the defense line, they are also important supply areas for the defense line. Comprehensive assessment shows that the probability of the human fleet choosing this route exceeds 90%. It demarcates an area on the star map. The final execution point of the plan is set here. The border defense line seems to have no protective effect against the human fleet. The power of the one-word-long snake formation was fully unleashed. The miserable green light kept lighting up. Every time it appears, it means that a battleship has turned into a dense cloud of atoms floating in the universe. This bizarre and unpredictable attack brought great panic to the Alliance warships within the defense line. With the ship-based drones flying in all directions, and the ripples on the fleet's joint shield, the explosions of fire continued to light up around the fleet. The originally dark universe seemed to become a little brighter at this moment. The roar of artillery fire continued for a long time, until the human fleet successfully tore a hole in the surface of the defense line. It passed through the surface defense line constructed by the first echelon and the second echelon. The huge fleet rotated and squeezed out of the dense energy fleet. Endless artillery fire flashed behind it. But it only caused ripples that slowly spread on its body. The pursuing warship began to accelerate, trying to intercept the long snake heading straight towards Huanglong again. Obviously, the human fleet has no intention of entangling with it. After quickly getting rid of some pursuing warships that were too close and might cause damage to the curvature engine, they quickly entered the curvature state. When the curvature bubble was successfully deployed and the huge fleet completely disappeared into the visible universe, the pursuing energy warship slowed down and returned to the main force. According to the order from the command center, the remaining troops of the first line of defense will quickly shrink towards the third echelon of defense lines located in the Deca star system and the Del star system. There is the final battlefield decided by the command center. At that time, the border defense line will attack from the front and back, completely encircling the human fleet in this huge defense line that stretches for 10 light years. The human expedition fleet rushed towards the interior of the border defense line at extremely high speeds. There are 2 star systems in front of the fleet. The star system is not big. Just 2 small star systems with red dwarf stars as the main stars. According to exploration, there is only 1 rocky planet in each of the 2 star systems, which can be said to be extremely barren areas. Normally, the human fleet would not even look at it. But now, that is the primary attack target of the human fleet. After passing through the surface defense line formed by the first echelon and the second echelon, the universe became calm and empty again. This is a counterintuitive but normal phenomenon. There are actually not many battleships and turrets inside the interstellar defense line. To a certain extent, it is not much different from ordinary space. The reason is also very simple. 100,000 warships are still too few for a 10 light-year defense line. Even a 6th level civilization would be unable to fill a long defense line spanning 10 light years with battleships. Therefore, the interstellar defense line often presents a polarized extreme state. In a dense area, more than 10,000 warships can be piled up. In the open space, you can't even see a meteorite. 1 month later, 0.1 light years from target, the command center is filled with yellow warning lights. Perhaps because they sense the intentions of the human fleet. Long-range detection showed that the military strength around the target star system was growing at an extremely high rate. A large number of floating turrets and interstellar mines have turned this star field into a minefield, coupled with the attacks and harassment of tens of thousands of warships. Even the joint shield reached a high load state at this moment. The concentration of antiparticles around the fleet increases by 10%. A yellow warning message appeared in front of Baishuan. He didn't pay attention to the message. Not only him, but also Lu Yongchang and Zhao Zijia, who were far away in the Kepler 452 star system, did not pay attention to this message. In an interstellar war, it is normal for the concentration of antiparticles in the universe to increase. After all, for level 5 civilizations, antimatter cannons are the most common and most useful weapon.
Keep moving forward.
Baishuan gave the order in a deep voice.
Destroy the enemy supply area in the target star system as soon as possible.
Chapter 761 Abnormal Antiparticle Concentration. Under Baishuan's order, the fleet speeded up a bit again, facing the attack of the Alliance's defense fleet, and rushed straight towards the small star system in the distance. In that star system, there are a large number of factories and material storage points. There is no doubt that that is the place that the human fleet must win. The concentration of antiparticles around the fleet increases by 20%. Warning: the antiparticle concentration increase curve is abnormal. Please pay attention. Different from the last time. This time the warning message has turned blood red. Baishuan was slightly startled and quickly frowned. But after thinking for a long time, he still felt that this was not an abnormal phenomenon. The 20% increase seems to only prove that the frequency of antimatter cannon releases in this star field is higher than before. To some extent, this is even normal. After all, the human fleet is now close to the core area of the enemy's defense line, and it is normal for the counterattack to be violent.
Keep going. We believe this is just a temporary phenomenon caused by frequent use of antimatter cannons. A 20% increase in antiparticle concentration will not have any impact on the warship. Try to reduce the use of kinetic energy weapons. Those antiparticles will greatly weaken the power of kinetic energy weapons.
Zhao Zijia's calm voice came from the speaker, and Baishuan's anxious mood gradually calmed down.
Raise the shield power to the highest level.
Lu Yongchang's voice also sounded.
Although I don't know what the Energy Alliance is doing, there will always be no problem if you are careful. Received.
Baishuan responded softly, and at the same time ordered to increase the power of the joint shield. In addition,
Kinetic energy weapons such as electromagnetic guns are gradually shut down. And only energy weapons such as lasers and antimatter cannons are still firing normally. Like the human fleet, the energy warships seem to be aware of this problem. They also increased the strength of their shields and stopped using kinetic energy weapons. This scene also dispelled everyone's suspicion to a certain extent. The inability to use kinetic weapons did not significantly weaken the strength of the human fleet. Under the simultaneous action of antimatter cannons and matter-splitting cannons, the human fleet is still approaching the target star system like a bulldozer. Unknowingly, the antimatter concentration around the fleet has exceeded 100% of the normal state. But considering the actual situation on the battlefield, after certain calculations, Zero did not issue the same red alert as before. Looking at the star system getting closer and closer, and then looking at the increasing number of Energid battleships surrounding it, whether it is the Titan mothership or the command center far away in the Kepler star system, the atmosphere quickly becomes solemn. Suddenly, sharp sirens sounded simultaneously in the Titan mothership and the command center. The red warning light flashed rapidly, dyeing the cabin a bloody color. Blood-red text also appeared in front of everyone. Warn! Antiparticle concentration around the fleet has increased abnormally. 150%. 300%. 1000%. A string of numbers jumped on the holographic projection and soared at an extremely high speed to a level that could be called terrifying. This scene deeply stimulated everyone's heart. The fleet stops advancing. Baishuan's pupils dilated slightly, and without any hesitation, he directly issued the order. The joint shield operates at full power. Zero's reaction speed is not unsatisfactory. Almost at the moment the order was issued, the warp engines of the entire fleet stopped running at the same time. The fleet also retreated from the curvature navigation state and hovered quietly in the vast universe. But even so, the fleet still inevitably entered a space filled with antiparticles. Baishuan looked at the numerical values in the holographic projection with fear. The antiparticle concentration in this area has even reached the standard of an antimatter cannon. There is no doubt that this cannot be a naturally formed place, nor can it be the result of the antimatter cannon fired by the fleet. So, it seems that there is only one answer left. Inside the Titan mothership, the sirens became more and more piercing. A sudden change occurred. The enemy ships that were originally doing interception work around the human fleet stopped attacking one after another. Then, under Baishuan's horrified eyes, they rushed towards the fleet with their shields on regardless of their own safety. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Baishuan's mind. He suddenly understood the Energid Alliance's battle plan. Madman! What a madman! Zero! A thin layer of cold sweat broke out behind Baishuan. He stood up from the chair suddenly and shouted sternly. United Shield! Superpower operation! Under Zero's control. Within the Xuanwu frigate, the output power of the antimatter reactor surged upward at an extremely high speed. The majestic energy poured into the shield-generating device along the pipe. 0.1 seconds later, the strength of the joint shield surrounding the fleet increased at an unreasonable speed. The shield-generating device under superpower operation can only work for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the shield-generating device will completely melt down. There is no doubt that this is the last ripple of Xuanwu. He did not dare to hesitate and shouted again almost subconsciously. All ship-based drones, leave the joint shield. Block them! The group of ship-based drones originally surrounding the fleet also opened their composite shields under Zero's control, and sailed out of the fleet's joint shield to face the enemy ships like moths to a flame. At this moment, the entire human fleet was surrounded by Energid warships. Even though the combination of material disintegration cannons, antimatter cannons, and shield jamming devices can quickly eliminate enemy ships, the human fleet did not dare to take action at this time. There is no other reason. The concentration of antiparticles around is too high. It is a trivial matter to deal with the enemy ship. But if the opponent's shield is broken, the material inside it will come into contact with the surrounding antimatter. That would be a disaster. It doesn't work either to attack or not to attack. The human fleet seems to be in a stalemate. But this stalemate only lasted for a few seconds before the Energid Alliance's actions were completely shattered. Under everyone's gaze, the large number of Energid warships surrounding the fleet lifted their composite shields one after another. The surrounding antimatter quickly came into contact with the battleship. Annihilation happened. The dazzling explosion fire shines in the dim universe. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the vast universe, a small, dim star seemed to appear out of thin air. Chapter 762 Fighting Fire with Fire. Kepler 452 Star System. People's Federation Command Center. Lu Yongchan looked at the picture in the holographic projection. and his expression suddenly changed. Even he did not expect that the Energit Alliance would use such a desperate tactic. Conspiracy. This is a complete conspiracy. For the human fleet, breaking through the supply points of the defense line is the best choice. There is no doubt about this. But if they want to attack the two large supply points based on the star system, the human fleet will inevitably be surrounded and intercepted by the Energit fleet. In this battle situation, due to the continuous firing of antimatter cannons, it is inevitable that the antiparticle concentration in the surrounding area will increase. The Energit Alliance also took advantage of this to deceive human civilization and placed an extremely large amount of antimatter in the predetermined area. Because the matter in interstellar space is extremely thin, these antimatter can exist for a long time without external interference. At this point, the trap against the human fleet is completely completed, surrounded by the Energit fleet, and coupled with the fleet being arranged in a long snake formation. Even if the battleship uses the latest curvature engine, it cannot complete maneuvering and evasive operations in a short period of time. Then, just as the Energit civilization thought, the human fleet plunged into the trap that had been laid. At this time, the human fleet has completely entered a disadvantage. Although under the protection of the composite shield, neither the human warship nor the Energit warship will be annihilated by the dense antimatter around it. But humans have also entered a dilemma if they attack and break the enemy ship's shield. It will trigger a violent annihilation reaction if they don't attack. The enemy ship will actively lift the shield to trigger an annihilation reaction. In just a short moment, Lu Yongchang, Xiao Zijia, and the commanders in the command center completely understood the situation of this battle against the human fleet. Zero! Looking at the enemy ships approaching the fleet in the picture, Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up from his chair and shouted eagerly, "Activate all defensive measures at all costs!" The second before the explosion, under Lu Yongchang's order, Zero, whose computing power usage soared, took over the entire fleet as quickly as possible, while increasing the shield power of all battleships. A large number of adaptive nano-repair robots were sprayed onto the surface of the battleships. The originally transparent porthole also turned dark black at this moment. The protective armor outside the porthole immediately fell down. Boom! The moment all emergency protective measures were activated, the explosion occurred. The huge energy generated by annihilation immediately tore the outermost group of carrier-based drones into pieces. And then, they caused a greater annihilation reaction. When the terrifying energy released by annihilation came into contact with the fleet's joint shield, the originally nearly colorless shield instantly brightened. The combined shield running at superpower has completely demonstrated its amazing protective capabilities. Even though the face was exposed to such an equivalent amount of annihilation explosion of matter and antimatter, it still withstood the immediate impact. But the annihilation didn't stop. The ensuing Energit warships rushed towards the human fleet with great madness, and at the same time released a large amount of antimatter carried by themselves. This move continuously increases the intensity of the annihilation reaction on the battlefield. 1 second. 2 seconds. Xuanwu, the shield-generating device inside the frigate, begins to overheat. In a series of slight flashes, the strength of the Union shield began to decrease rapidly. Seeing that the joint shield was about to dissipate, all the Xuanwu frigates started their warp engines, in order to avoid another tragedy like the crash of a ship-based drone. Under the control of Zero, Xuanwu needs to stay as far away from the expedition fleet as possible before the joint shield completely fails. The joint shield that had persisted for a long time under the violent explosion was finally completely shattered. Xuanwu was also completely exposed to the antiparticle soup. After a long period of explosion, the surrounding antiparticle concentration has dropped a lot, but it can still have an annihilation reaction with the Xuanwu that has lost its protection. Boom! 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 The chain reaction occurs again. The annihilation reaction that had just been extinguished has received sufficient fuel again. The human expedition fleet, which had lost its joint shield, was turbulent in the explosions one after another. The shield-generating device of each battleship began to operate at superpower. The intense radiation and heat melted the surface armor of the human warships. But the adaptive nano-repair robots that are constantly sprayed out fill the gaps in the outer armor at an extremely high speed. Meltdown. Repair. This cycle goes back and forth. In just a few seconds, the battleships on the periphery of the fleet, almost all the nanorobots in stock, were squandered. Inside the Titan mothership, Bai Yishuan, Xiao Zijia's voice sounded. Electromagnetic gun. The piercing sirens and chaotic chatter in the cabin drowned out his voice. What? Bai Yishuan, who was tightly restrained on the chair by several seat belts, shouted loudly. Say it again! Under Zero's control,
The sirens quickly died down. The commanders also discovered the situation on Baishuan's side and stopped communicating with lower-level warships.
I said, fire the electromagnetic gun.
Zhao Zijia's voice was particularly loud and firm.
Shoot out all the cannonballs that are not filled with antimatter. This.
Baishuan was suddenly stunned. Is this because the explosion outside is not violent enough and the fleet's condition is not bad enough? But the next second, looking at the gradually decreasing concentration of antiparticles, he instantly understood the meaning of Zhao Zijia's words. The joint shield has been destroyed, and the surrounding antiparticles will sooner or later drift to the vicinity of the fleet. By then, if the battleship's shield is damaged again, only the expedition fleet will be injured. In this case, it's better to take the initiative. Fight fire with fire. Use electromagnetic gun projectiles to directly consume antiparticles dispersed in interstellar space. And at the same time, it can also cause certain damage to enemy warships. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the communication button and sent a broadcast to the entire fleet.
The whole ship. Electromagnetic gun salvo. Ammo selection. Basic projectiles.
The order was given. Even though many people in the fleet are confused about this order, the military order has been issued, and all everyone has to do is obey. On the side of the battleship, the long gun barrels turned around and pointed directly at the outer reaches of the fleet. Artillery salvo. The human fleet launched an indiscriminate metal storm all around. Chapter 763, Gravity Bomb. The continuous metal storm spread to all directions. These most basic and cheapest metal projectiles add the final fuel to the surrounding annihilation reaction. The flames of the explosion intensified. However, the antiparticle concentration around the expedition fleet is rapidly declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only thing that is missing, due to insufficient reserves of the adaptive nano-repair robot, the high temperature and radiation generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter completely destroyed the surface armor of the peripheral battleships, exposing the internal radiation protection layer. The originally domineering steel battleships have become a bunch of unlikable battleships combining steel and wood. Of course, there is good news. The radiation protection layer made from Nu's torso is powerful enough. They almost completely blocked and absorbed the huge radiation produced by the explosion and saved most of the human warships. Due to the lack of necessary conditions, these woods from Nu's civilization did not begin to differentiate in a strong radiation environment due to insufficient conditions. Otherwise, the Energid Alliance might see a magical scene. The originally huge battleship was covered with branches and leaves. This may bring them deep confusion and fear. The explosion is over. Report the damage. Baishuan looked at the red warning messages everywhere in the holographic projection and said with a gloomy expression,
all the inventory shipborne drones crashed. All the Xuanwu frigates crashed. And the Golden Crow, White Tiger, damage exceeded 30%. In terms of personnel, Eugene's casualties accounted for nearly 90%, and human casualties accounted for 10%. The temporary factory has entered full capacity and is working hard to restore the fleet. The Eugene people are mainly placed in the Xuanwu, the outermost layer of the fleet, and in various small ships. Therefore, they were undoubtedly the most damaged in this explosion. Baishuan took a deep breath. How are they doing? In terms of morale,
if 90% of the members were directly killed or injured, there would probably be a big problem with morale. Baishuan thought with some worry. If that doesn't work, send people to take over those battleships.
Morale is higher than before.
The crew member looked at Baishuan with a strange expression.
Perhaps it is the effect of ideological stamp. Or it may be the reason of civilized culture. They do not reject this kind of death, and even quite enjoyed and admired.
Baishuan, Energid Alliance Command Center. In a sense, although the human warships did not grow branches and leaves, they still brought a deep shock to this huge alliance. On the screen, the flames of the explosion gradually dissipated, under the impact of the violent explosion and the continuous consumption of the fleets of both sides. The antimatter trap that the Alliance spent a lot of effort to build has completely dissipated. The antiparticle concentration in this star field has also returned to normal. When the smoke clears, under the eager eyes of all the Energids, a still majestic fleet still stood in the starry sky. The original joint shield has dissipated, and the surrounding airtight drone swarm has also disappeared. But this did not weaken the power of the fleet in the slightest. Even in the eyes of the Alliance leaders, the human fleet that completely revealed its true appearance was even more majestic. Watching the huge fleet start sailing again, the command center fell into silence again.
Such powerful radiation, can they all withstand it?
The Alliance leader murmured in a low voice.
What kind of material is their radiation protection layer made of? Wait!
There was a hint of horror in Vicissitude's voice.
Zoom in the picture a little bit. Aim at the outermost warships. Yes, those warships with severely damaged armor.
The picture on the screen quickly enlarged, and the processed image became clear.
This.
The pupils of the old Energet scientist trembled slightly, and the word shock was written on his face.
Their battleship is made of wood? How can this be?
It let out a terrified scream, although the human fleet caused a little shock to the Energet Alliance. But the war did not stop there. The joint shield, which was like a turtle SHL, was successfully broken, which greatly increased the morale of the Union defense troops. Under the command of the command center, the warship Energet, which was watching eagerly all around, rushed towards the human fleet crazily. In the distance, repaired warships were leaving the small star system in an orderly manner. This is the last stand of the Energet Alliance. They vowed to keep the intruders within this line of defense. Imagination is wonderful. The ending is cruel. When these warships were about to approach the human fleet, everyone saw a horrifying scene. Like a swarm of bees, carrier-based drones emerged from within the fleet. They circled and once again formed a fine line of defense around the fleet. At this moment, except that there is no joint shield, this fleet from the alien planet seems to have returned to its original glory again. At this moment, the Alliance leader let out his own roar in the command center.
Asterisk, 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 asterisk. How many drones does this damn human civilization bring? In addition to missiles, do they only have drones in their cabin?
No one responded to its questions. If Liu Yongchang heard this, he might ask with a smile.
Why can't it be made on sight?
Green light. Along with a violent explosion, the atomic cloud formed by an Energet battleship was evenly blown into the universe. The horn of war sounds again. Dozens of Energet's main warships formed an attack formation and rushed towards the belly of the fleet that was wrapped in shipborne drones. High-energy lasers and antimatter cannons. All kinds of weapons were fired at the belly of the fleet as if they were free. But they didn't notice that a cannonball was quietly shot out and headed towards them at an extremely high speed. This cannonball was activated when it was still hundreds of kilometers away from these warships. A violent flash of light appeared in this dim universe, but quickly dissipated. It didn't explode like an ordinary weapon. The majestic energy is quickly converted into a huge gravitational force driven by the internal precision device. Gravity bomb. This is a high-end weapon developed together with a black hole missile. The new weapon, which is also developed based on the principle of grand unification, blooms its unique charm at this moment. In the empty starry sky, a huge source of gravity seemed to appear out of thin air. Under the sudden and huge pull of gravity, the routes of dozens of Energet warships suddenly shifted. There was also a slight panic inside the battleship. Gravity bombs are still approaching the battleship group. Just when the operator was about to increase the engine power to try to escape this gravitational pull, something strange happened. As the gravity bombs actively approached, the interiors of these 1,000-meter-long warships began to creak. The antimatter engine operating at full power became the straw that broke the camel's back. Each battleship was cut into several pieces by invisible forces, and fell rapidly towards the approaching source of gravity. Boom! Brilliant fire appeared in the belly of the human fleet, causing ripples on the defensive shield built by the drone group. The huge fleet sailed quickly through the fire without any pause, heading towards its destination with determination. Chapter 764, One Shot. Destroy the stars. The Energet Command Center was as quiet as ever.
The gravitational weapon among the four fundamental forces.
The elderly scientist Energet, whose skin was full of wrinkles, was breathing rapidly and murmured in a low voice.
It was the tidal force that tore our battleship into pieces.
A guess gradually became clear in his mind.
Human civilization. I'm afraid it has reached the peak level of the 5th level civilization.
Its muttering to itself reached the ears of the Alliance leader on the side. Unlike the shocked scientists, the Alliance leaders and command staff did not show much shock.
This gravitational weapon you are talking about, is it different from those miniature black holes?
The leader hesitated for a while, and finally decided to ask.
Huh?
The elderly scientist smiled bitterly, and shook his head.
Leader, we can also create micro black holes. What we lack is just the means to keep the miniature black hole stable while moving at high speed. The difficulty of achieving this is not high. Maybe we will be able to master this technology in a few hundred years. But gravity bombs.
There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the elderly scientist.
That is a weapon that can only be achieved by completely mastering gravity. In terms of specific performance, the black hole missile has a smaller range of action and is not very lethal to large warships. Gravity bombs are different. Its gravitational strength may not be as strong as those of micro-black holes, but its range of action is larger. Its main attack targets are large and super-large warships.
Speaking of this, it was silent for a while.
So far, human civilization has shown us their technology in gravitational and electromagnetic interactions. The only four basic forces left are the strong interaction force and the weak interaction force. If they can really manipulate the strong and weak interactions at will, then there will be no suspense about winning or losing this war. How long will it take for us to reach the current level of human civilization?
The leader was silent for a while and asked directly. For a long time, the elderly scientist responded to the leader's question with a trembling tone.
If we follow our past scientific research speed, in about 800 to 1,000 years, we can break through this technology. Considering all the unknown conditions, I'm afraid it will only take a long time.
They looked at each other speechlessly. Time passes slowly. The expedition fleet from the Kepler 452 star system, accompanied by countless Energid battleships, rushed into the target star system, Deckard star system, a small star system consisting of a red dwarf star and an Earth-like planet. Countless factories were built around the small Earth-like planet. Almost all of the warship repair and manufacturing projects on Energid's border defense line are concentrated in this star system. It can be said that this is the first heart of the Energid border defense line. The second heart is the Keldale star system 3.7 light-years away. It is also a small star system composed of red dwarf stars and terrestrial planets. But its main function is to store and transport war materials. At this moment, the expedition fleet arriving on the planet Dika has cancelled the original long snake formation. Under Baishuan's order, a huge fleet surrounded the entire planet and nearby factories. As the core area of the defense line, Dika star undoubtedly has good defensive power. But it's a pity. In front of the human fleet, this defensive force is obviously not enough. Carrier-based drones and warships methodically block the final madness of enemy warships and ground forces. The Golden Crow battleship condescendingly launched a high-intensity bombing on the Dika star, successfully clearing a quiet area. At the same time, a huge battleship painted in crimson, surrounded by a large number of shipborne drones, slowly sailed out from the core area of the human fleet, and finally hovered in the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away from the Deckard star. An order was issued from the Titan mothership.
Star Destroyer Suzaku! Fire!
A strong purple light appeared on the battlefield, quickly attracting everyone's attention. The moment they saw the source of the purple light beam, all the Enligid people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. What kind of battleship is that? The red paint, the arrogant shape with a touch of nobility, and the huge gun barrel that penetrated most of the battleship. Everything seems to describe the special nature of this battleship. A huge purple beam of light emitted from the barrel, shining straight on the Deckard star. The dark red factory and light gray ground melted rapidly under the ultra-high temperature. The gurgling lava slowly flows on the uneven ground of planet Deckard, like the last blood and tears shed by the planet. Time passes minute by minute. A slight vibration came from the core of the planet. At the same time, bottomless cracks appeared on the surface of the originally neat light gray planet. In the cracks is hot lava, while the intensity of the purple light beam slowly weakened. A huge bomb rushed into the interior of the Dika star driven by the force field. Boom! After a short wait, accompanied by a violent earthquake, a huge depression appeared on the surface of Deckard. The surrounding sand and gravel quickly sank into the pit, as if a monster that could devour everything appeared there. But the next moment, as the extremely powerful light emitted from the bottomless cracks in the pit, the entire planet exploded in front of everyone's eyes. The scattered lava and gravel splashed away in all directions under the impact of the impact. But under the control of the gravitational field emitted by the fleet, it returned to tranquility. They are suspended quietly in the empty universe, and the red magma connected with the surrounding gravel slowly cools, forming an extremely strange landscape. The Star Destroyer, Suzaku, now showed its true form in war. One shot. Destroy the star. Energid Alliance Command Center. On the screen, the Crimson warship slowly sailed back to the core area of the fleet. Afterwards, Golden Crow and White Tiger quickly surrounded and protected the core area, coupled with a dense concentration of small ship-based drones. The prying eyes of the Energid Alliance were firmly covered. Such behavior aroused the curiosity of the Energid Alliance. Therefore, after sacrificing many battleships, the command center successfully obtained high-definition images of the core area of the human fleet. A massive flagship. This is no secret. 3 red-painted warships. This is no secret. The Energon Alliance has just experienced the power of this battleship. 9 silver-white shuttle-shaped battleships. This was beyond the expectations of the Energon Alliance. Chapter 765 Your opponent is me. Alliance Command Center. Everyone looked at the picture on the screen, and looked at each other speechlessly. According to the detection data, the 9 silver-white shuttle-shaped battleships are not large in size. In fact, compared with other warships in the human fleet, it is slim. But no one would think that its combat effectiveness would be weaker than those huge battleships. That Crimson battleship is a good example. The entire battleship was built for only one giant cannon. This manufacturing concept greatly shocked the Energon Alliance. Of course, the power of that shot also shocked them deeply.
This is another battleship with special functions.
The old scientist frowned. No one responded to his question. In the battlefield, the dispersed huge fleet gathered together again and reformed the long snake formation that frightened the Energon Alliance. The fluctuations of the curvature engine stirred up tiny waves in the calm space and time. The fleet begins to accelerate. The next target is the Keldal star system. Earth calendar year 3730. The second heart of the defense line, the Keldal star system, was attacked by the human fleet. Unlike Star Dika, Star Kirtle is, after all, a material reserve point for the border defense line. Considering the materials in the warehouse, Baishuan chose another option. Wanchuan, neutron ship. The Energon Alliance was also able to understand the power of the 9 silver-white fusiform battleships under their combined effect. The Keldal Star became a Death Star in just 1 week. Not only the Alliance members stationed here, but also the microorganisms on the planet were completely dead. This extermination attack plan once again shocked the Energon Alliance. But this did not succeed in creating the effect Baishuan and Zhao Zijia wanted. Not only did the morale of the Energon Alliance not suffer a devastating blow. On the contrary, after seeing the tragic situation under Wanchuan's attack, the Alliance's defense line, the morale of the army has even reached an unprecedented level. It can be regarded as the opposite of everything. At the same time, the Energon Alliance defense line finally completed its contraction. At this moment, more than 50,000 Energon warships are gathering towards the Keldal star system. Looking at the increasingly dense encirclement displayed on the tachyon radar, Baishuan didn't have much anxiety on his face. Quite the opposite. The fleet did not take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement before it was formed. It even completely opened up the factory on the engineering ship and began to fully repair the fleet with the materials on Keldal. And the Energon Alliance is also happy to do so. As a result, the fleets of both sides formed a strange balance. I attack my troops, and you adjust your fleet. Like the rising number of enemy ships around them, the number of Xuanwu, frigates and carrier-based drones has also begun to steadily increase. The long-lost joint shield once again appeared around the fleet. It's just that compared to the previous joint shield, the resistance of this joint shield is much weaker. As for the reason, Baishuan glanced at the information in the holographic projection in front of him, took a deep breath, stood up from the chair, and relaxed his muscles.
Finally come. Expedition fleet. Prepare to break out.
Same as the human fleet. At the moment when almost all the warships in the border defense line had successfully gathered, the Alliance Command Center also issued an order for a general attack. The edge of the Keldal star system. The morale of the 50,000 warships was high, and they were ready for a decisive battle. In the star system, the huge human fleet once again formed a long snake formation. Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded throughout all the Energon warships.
What's this?
In the Alliance Command Center, an exclamation came from the Alliance leader. In front of it, the screen simultaneously displayed the space-time fluctuation monitor screen from the front line. On the screen, a wave appeared. It swore that it had never seen such powerful fluctuations in space and time. Judging from the detection data of the tachyon radar, its speed is only 20 c, but the fluctuations it causes far exceed the human fleet that reaches a speed of 100 c. Don't call it that. Even the scientists in the command center frowned. They even suspected that there was something wrong with the instrument. The old scientist looked at the increasingly closer space-time fluctuation signals, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It calmed down.
Excluding the possibility of interference with the detection instrument, this is likely to be reinforcements from human civilization. Leader, please launch a general attack as soon as possible.
General attack order issued. More than 50,000 warships launched an attack on the human fleet on the planet Keldal at the same time. Long-range fire exchanges are still the mainstream method of interstellar warfare. Faced with firepower that far exceeded his own, Zero's computing power was squeezed to the extreme. Every electromagnetic gun, every high-energy laser, and every curvature missile is used on the blade.
Even the power of the joint shield fluctuates rapidly with the frequency of attacks. Under Zero's efficient interception, the human fleet outputting from Zhangjuan did not suffer much losses. Seeing the abnormal time and space fluctuations getting closer and closer, the rhythm of the war was dragged into a war of attrition. And the Alliance Command Center couldn't sit still at all. War of attrition. The human fleet is backed by the entire defense line's material reserve points. Who can consume it? Charge. Charge. Under the order of the command center, the Energet fleet took the lead to break the balance. And 50,000 warships rushed out, spitting cannonballs at the target while rushing towards the Kettle Star. Distraught, Trees directed the battleship to charge forward. Under its command, this battleship fully demonstrated its performance. The attack from the human fleet was quickly intercepted. And at the same time, it launched countless attacks against the human fleet. The piercing siren sounded to an extreme. Damn sirens! Trees muttered angrily, staring at the porthole ahead. Outside the portholes, there is a bizarre interstellar battlefield filled with dangers of death. I'm going to smash it one day. As if someone had strangled its neck. The unfinished words were suddenly stuck in its vocal organ. In front of the charging battleship, a huge planet suddenly appeared. Travis blinked hard and looked forward again. Not an illusion. That really is a planet. Slow down! Slow down! Trees roared and gave the order. Avoid! The charging battleship drew a beautiful arc and barely bypassed the huge silver-white planet. The battleship can evade, but the attack launched by the battleship obviously cannot be evaded. Just as various weapons were about to bombard the planet, a layer of blue shield appeared outside the planet. Boom! The violent explosion and fire flooded the planet. The firelight dissipated. The layers of ripples on the shield quickly disappeared. And the intact silver-white planet once again appeared in front of the Energet fleet. What? What is this? Travis murmured in a hoarse voice. A tachyon message pops up on the screen. Energet fleet. Your opponent is me. Chapter 766 Planetary Fortress, Chiyu. Energet Command Center. This time, the command center was extremely quiet, and it was difficult to even hear breathing. A silver-white planet appeared quietly on the screen. Under the high-definition camera, everyone can clearly see the structure of the planet's surface. Giant cannons, pipelines, silos with unknown purposes, and various facilities are arranged staggeredly, forming a surface that looks chaotic but is actually orderly. The Alliance leader stared blankly at the picture on the screen and took a hard breath that he had been holding for a long time. Is it the reinforcements and trump card of the human fleet? A supergiant battleship transformed from a planet. It murmured in a low voice. Is this really possible? The cost of just making a planet move is probably an astronomical figure. Right? Is this battleship really capable of combat? The leaders were filled with confusion and doubt. But the scene just now reminded it all the time that this transformed planet was definitely not just a showpiece, it was an attack from more than 50,000 warships at the same time. Under such a strong artillery attack, this silver-white planet was unscathed. And even the shield on its surface was not broken. It doesn't believe that this battleship transformed from a planet is just a moving human shield. Suddenly, a strong sense of disobedience surged into the hearts of the Alliance leaders. It frowned and looked at the picture on the screen more carefully. No rotation! An old exclamation came from beside him, breaking through the confusion in the leader's heart. Yes! This silver-white planet with a diameter of 6,500 kilometers does not rotate. It is like a battleship, hovering quietly in the vast universe. Human civilization, forcibly stop the rotation of this planet? The leader murmured again. No! The old Energet scientist looked at the detection parameters on the screen. His face pale. It subconsciously took a step back. It is not a natural planet. From the inside out, all its structures are technological creations. The leader held his breath again. A deep chill quietly emerged from behind it and swept through its body. They are both supergiant battleships with a diameter of 6,500 kilometers. But the meanings behind the former and the latter are completely different. The former, which is a supergiant battleship transformed from an Earth-like planet, is actually nothing. Transform the surface of an Earth-like planet and stop the planet's rotation. For the Energet Alliance, this is not a difficult task. It just takes time and resources, and they can do it. What they lack is planet-level shields and the technology to drive planets into curvature navigation. But if it's the latter, from scratch, use various technological creations to build a giant warship with a diameter of 6,500 kilometers that can travel in curvature. Apart from anything else, the productivity required to manufacture such a battleship is an outrageously exaggerated figure. It's almost like a fairy tale.
the leader muttered. As the leader of the Energit Alliance, it is very aware of the productivity of the Energit Alliance. Such a giant battleship would probably take 1,000 years to build even if the Energit Alliance put all its efforts into it. In these 1,000 years, the Alliance's technological development will completely stagnate. In other words, for the Energit Alliance, even if they have the so-called planet-level shield and planet-level curvature engine technology, they cannot build such a warship. This human civilization must have existed for a long time. Right. But why have we developed it for so long and never discovered it? The leader asked questions that penetrated into the soul. Of course, no one present could answer its questions. Within the Keldal star system, under the light of the main star, a silver-white planetary battleship hovered quietly in the center of the battlefield. On one side, the Energit fleet, composed of 50,000 warships, stopped their forward momentum. On the other side, the human fleet formed a long snake formation, and as the power of the curvature engine gradually increased, it headed straight out of the star system. Their heading direction is surprisingly the inland area of the Energit Alliance. The huge fleet disappeared into the visible universe after leaving the star system. The human fleet once again entered a state of super-light curvature. Your opponent is me. Travis looked at the tachyon information on the screen, and a deep chill rose behind him. It raised its hand to cover its forehead and let out a meaningless moan. What kind of opponent is the Energit Alliance fighting against? Following a slight beep, the command from the command center appeared on the screen. Attack! Attack at all costs. Block the enemy from the defense line, and buy time for the Alliance flagship to be modified. The light of the antimatter engine lights up again. 50,000 warships launched another charge. The whizzing curvature missiles made waves in the ocean of time and space. In the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away from Chiyu, tens of thousands of curvature missiles emerged at the same time and rushed towards the attack target at various angles. Chiyu is still hovering quietly in the universe, as if he is not aware of the danger at all. About to win? At the moment when Travis' eyes were filled with joy, countless intense laser beams appeared from the surface of Chiyu, like sharp swords piercing the sky from the ground. The next second, under Travis' horrified eyes, this dense laser beam array moved. It actually swung like a sharp sword. With the help of specific algorithms, they built an extremely dense laser defense network around Chiyu. Boom, boom, boom. Under the illumination of the laser beam array, tens of thousands of curvature missiles exploded simultaneously. The azure shield rippled, completely blocking the power of the explosion. Looking at this scene, Travis's eyes showed a bit of shock and despair. How big is the energy output of this planetary battleship? It roared in its heart. Curvature missile. Invalid. No. To be precise, kinetic weapons are ineffective. What kinetic energy weapon can pass through the blockade of such a laser defense network? Discovering this, Energit's fleet quickly changed its attack plan. Under orders one after another, they began to disperse their formations. Some battleships split from the fleet and tried to leave the battlefield to pursue the human fleets that had already left. Since they cannot enter the state of curvature within the star system, they can only move slowly towards the outside of the star system. The other part of the warships completely spread out and approached Chiyu. From all angles, the range of energy weapons was far inferior to that of curvature missiles and other kinetic energy weapons. Chapter 767 Crush. The battleships led by Travis received orders to pursue the human fleet. When the battleship it was on gradually moved away from the battlefield, an amazing scene appeared. Under everyone's gaze, the planetary battleship that had been sitting quietly started to move. Without any warning, its speed suddenly increased from 0 to 3,000 kilometers per second. As the waves on the ocean of time and space became increasingly fierce, Chiyu's traveling speed quickly increased to 30,000 kilometers per second. 0.1 c. An Earth-like planet traveling at a speed of 0.1 c. What is this concept? You know, in the star system, the large battleships of the Energit Alliance, which are only a few kilometers in length, have a theoretical maximum sailing speed of only 0.6 c. But this requires a long period of acceleration by the antimatter engine, and it is by no means an overnight process. In other words, at this moment, the sailing speed of some Energit battleships is not even as fast as that seemingly bulky planet. Do you know what it feels like when a planet hits you head-on at a speed of 0.1 c? Some of the unlucky Energit battleships knew it. As the azure shield shines brightly, countless fluorescent green light beams shoot directly from the surface of Chiyu to the fleet blocking it in front. Material disintegration cannon. Travis watched helplessly as the densely packed fleet continued to break into dense atomic clouds at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Chi-Yu rushed forward so fast that he rammed into these warships before they were completely broken apart. Under the fierce impact of the Azure Joint Shield, the wreckage mixed with dense atomic clouds and battleship fragments was smashed into a piece of loose sand. Boom! A violent explosion appeared directly in front of Chi-Yu. But it just stirred up a little blue ripple. A shrill alarm sounded in my ears. Tachyon radar showed that Chi-Yu launched thousands of curvature missiles at once. Not surprisingly, the target of these warp missiles was Tree's fleet. In addition to the curvature missiles, as Chi-Yu continued to approach, the weird green light beam appeared on the battlefield again. Travis subconsciously widened his eyes. On the screen in front, the previous line of information from Chi-Yu was clearly reflected in its eyes. Really, human civilization is not wrong. Our opponent is indeed it. The Energet Border Defense Force is simply not qualified to chase the retreating human fleet. Boom! The flames of the explosion completely engulfed it. Energet Command Center. Temperature, 39.7 degrees Celsius. Ambient volume, 10 dB. Judging from the time scale of the entire war, in just one encounter, the Battle of the Border Defense Army has come to an end. The curvature missile volleys from Chi-Yu drew beautiful space-time fluctuations in the star system, chasing the Alliance warships trying to escape. The explosion's flames spread out in all directions. The Alliance leader took a hard breath. An absolutely crushing battle. The 50,000 Alliance battleships could not even survive a single round in front of that ridiculously powerful planetary battleship. It stared blankly at the tragic battle situation transmitted back on the screen, and murmured in a low voice,
"Is this the strength of the planetary battleship?"
The same weapon, with its exaggerated size and outrageous energy supply, produced unimaginable effects. On the screen, the silver-white planetary battleship slowly turned around and headed towards the direction of the human fleet. After a moment of silence, it looked again at the old scientist next to it, who was even more depressed.
"How long will it take to transform the flagship? It has entered the final stage."
The old scientist responded in a vicissitudes of voice.
"When the human fleet arrives in the Energet star system, the flagship can officially go into battle. How many battleships do we have?"
The leader sighed and asked again.
"Less than 5,000 ships."
Before the scientist could answer, a commander had already spoken the answer.
"This is the last remaining force in the Alliance. We even include the batch of battleships that are about to be completed in the factory."
They looked at each other in silence, only sighing.
"Hopefully that weapon can surprise us."
After leaving the battlefield, the human fleet flew towards the predetermined coordinates at a high speed of 100 C0, cracked the main control computer of Kettle Star, and at the same time obtained the precise coordinates of the central star system of the Energet Alliance. Bai Xuan, who was sitting in the command seat, looked at the half-dim and half-bright scene outside the porthole window and thought with some regret, "What a pity. What a pity. The Energet Alliance was too careful in this regard." When the human fleet surrounded the planet Kettle, the Alliance decisively cut off all communication links. It is precisely because of this that Zero cannot invade the Energet Command Center at all. Otherwise, this war might have ended long ago. The war has lasted for nearly 30 years. Even he felt a little tired at this time.
"Commander Bai, Chi-Yu has set off again."
A crew member's report woke him up from his reverie. Bai Xuan retracted his gaze from the porthole and cast a surprised look at the crew.
"So fast? What about the 50,000 Alliance warships? Total annihilation."
The crew member spat out a short word.
"Hiss."
Bai Xuan gasped slightly.
"It is indeed the son's project of the Academy of Sciences. This planetary fortress is too powerful."
As he spoke, a message appeared in the holographic projection beside him. He glanced at the message on the projection and raised his eyebrows.
"It's a message from Professor Liu. We can try to persuade them to surrender."
Energet's central star system. A battleship with a length of 9 kilometers slowly left the planet's orbit. After more than 10 years, the renovation work of Energet's flagship was finally completed. After dismantling all unnecessary weapons and equipment and installing hundreds of large antimatter reactors, the flagship's energy output finally reached the standard. Just like the Suzaku, star destroyer of the human fleet. At this moment, the entire flagship only carries one weapon. That weapon from the periphery of the ruins of advanced civilization. Under the expectant gaze of everyone in the command center, the flagship sailed toward the edge of the star system far away from living planets. Its target is an iron planet at the edge of the star system. The reason for choosing an iron planet? Naturally, it was because of the planetary battleship, Chi-Yu, whose combat power was obviously beyond the standard.
If this weapon, which has high hopes, cannot cause enough damage to the target, the Energet Alliance can start to consider surrender. Chapter 768 Nali Star. The edge region of Energet's central star system. Under the faint light, a solid planet with a dark gray surface is quietly moving in its orbit. This is the outermost planet in Energet's central star system. Nali, this is the name given to it by the Energet civilization. Its core has long since cooled. At this time, it is like a long dead corpse being dragged by the gravity of the host star. There are many planets like it in the vast universe. If the core temperature of a planet is used as the criterion for judging life on a planet, then this huge universe may be a chilling and huge morgue. As an iron planet rich in various mineral resources, under normal circumstances, its fate should be to be mined into various resources by the civilization born nearby and manufactured into various technological creations. But its luck. It is located in the star system at the center of Energet and is protected by the Energet Alliance's interstellar resource exploitation law. It is precisely because of this that it steadily accompanies this civilization as it gradually grows from weak to strong. The aircraft passing around it have gradually evolved from probes less than 1 meter in length to huge starships thousands of meters long. The light from the main star spans a long distance and reaches this remote corner with difficulty, bringing warmth like a bubble to this cold world. 1,000,000 kilometers away, a huge battleship 9 kilometers long slowly sailed out of the darkness. The powerful radiation produced by the antimatter engine quickly passed around it like a wave, leaving traces on the dust on its surface. Different from usual, this huge battleship did not pass by it, but hovered quietly in this cold and dark universe, in space and time that conventional instruments cannot detect. Tachyons traveling at superlight speeds convey messages one after another. The operating power of the antimatter reactors on the entire ship is being increased. 50%. 60%. The antimatter reactor is operating at full power. The first detection is completed, and the output power has reached the threshold. Space weapons. First trial activation experiment. Begin. As the last message appeared, a large amount of energy generated by the antimatter reactor gathered in the pipe and rushed straight towards a huge device fixed in the core area of the flagship. Intricate pipes are laid haphazardly on the surface of the smooth and flat hemispherical device, which makes people feel a strong sense of dissonance. This feeling is as absurd as a car with its engine removed and a few horses pulling the cart in front. No matter who it is, it doesn't even require much scientific literacy. When seeing this scene, a conjecture will arise in their hearts. It seems that the smooth-surfaced hemispherical device does not belong to this seemingly advanced warship. With the influx of large amounts of energy, this unknown device that had been dormant for a long time finally woke up from its slumber. It uses a principle unknown to the Energet Alliance to transform all this huge energy into an unknown force field, and conducts it out along the 2 antenna-like devices it comes with. Each antenna has a diameter of 80 meters and a length of more than 5,000 meters. It's not against the law to say it's a Tianju. These 2 antennas run across the hull, from the central core area of the flagship, directly to the head of the flagship, and extend to the outside of the flagship. The flagship, which originally had a harmonious appearance, now looks like it has 2 straight tentacles, which looks extremely inconsistent. Outside world, with the gradual influx of energy, the power of the unknown device also gradually increased. In the vacuum between the 2 antennas, an extremely deep darkness suddenly appeared, like a black hole. Even though there were bright searchlights all over Energet's flagship, they still couldn't drive away the darkness. After a few seconds, the darkness stretched quickly like a thin line, like a neat crack on the glass. The black line quickly extended to both sides at an extremely fast speed. 0.1 seconds later, its length has reached 10 kilometers. This is even longer than Energet's flagship. This thin black line broke away from the 2 antennas and shot straight forward. The moment it completely left the antenna area, it suddenly disappeared in the high-precision observation equipment of the Energet civilization. It disappeared in the visible universe. A piercing siren sounded in Energet's flagship. The space weapon trial operation was successful. Successfully generated space rift. The length of the space rift reaches 10 kilometers. The noisy report sounded in the flagship and was transmitted to the command center far away on the home star. The old scientist looked at the screen in front of him with a solemn expression. It disappeared? The Alliance leader stared blankly at the picture on the screen and asked in a low voice. Did the experiment fail? No. The old scientist slowly shook his head. Its flight speed has exceeded the speed of light. It's no longer visible to the naked eye. Only the space-time fluctuation detector can detect its location. Curvature state? The leader's eyes showed some confusion. Can it also enter the curvature state?
The old scientist shook his head again and said meaningfully,
The so-called curvature state is nothing more than making the space where the starship is located move. It itself is a part of space. So how can it be called curvature?
The leader was stunned for a moment, then understood. It hurriedly asked again,
Then where is it now?
The old scientist was silent for a while and said slowly,
There is a slight deviation in the launch angle, and it has left the central star system of Energit. According to observation data, its flight speed exceeds 800 c.
This shocking number sent a chill behind the leader. That is by no means a speed that a fifth-level civilization can achieve.
That.
The old scientist seemed to know what the leader was going to ask, and continued to shake his head.
Don't worry. It won't have much impact. According to the information we have in the ruins, space itself has strong self-healing capabilities. The spatial rift will quickly spread to both ends after being out of control. At the same time, the surrounding space will repair it. This involves a trade-off. When the space rift spreads to a certain extent, it will naturally dissipate into the universe. According to our estimation, the ultimate length of this space rift is about 100,000 kilometers. Given the amount of energy we provide it, it doesn't last very long. Probably only a minute or so. What about the power?
The leader continued to ask.
How powerful is this space rift? Can it cause damage to that planetary battleship?
The old scientist chuckled.
Then we have to see the results of the second experiment.
As it spoke, it looked solemn and issued the order in a deep voice.
Adjust the launch parameters immediately. Target, Nali Star. Space weapons. The second test run begins now.
Chapter 769 Space Rift. The dense antimatter reactor array on Energit's flagship began to increase in power again. The so-called space weapon also started operating again. A deep and dark crack once again appeared between the two antennas that conducted the force field. Space Rift. Under the control of the crew. The two antennas adjusted their orientation extremely slightly. When the transmission parameters were adjusted, the thin black line broke away from the control of the antenna just like last time and flew straight towards the Nali star ahead. The thin black line that spread rapidly to both ends disappeared from everyone's sight, and only a high-precision space-time fluctuation detection device could detect its existence. Almost at the same time, a burst of dust suddenly rose from the surface of the iron planet in the distance. The dust belt appears in the equatorial region of the iron planet, like a belt, surrounding the entire dark gray iron planet. The tachyon signal from Energit's flagship was transmitted to the command center.
The space rift has successfully hit the target.
The old scientist's eyes showed a bit of joy. It's a good thing to hit the target. At least, this proves that the Energit civilization can indeed use this weapon from an advanced civilization. Next, let's see how much damage it can cause to Nali Star. Thinking so, a strong look of anticipation appeared on its face.
The effect is currently unknown. Preliminary judgment.
Suddenly, the report stopped abruptly. The originally noisy command center also fell into silence simultaneously. The old scientist looked at the huge screen in front of him and subconsciously took half a step back.
This
scientist Energit, who has devoted his whole life to natural science, at this moment made an unprecedented sigh.
Oh God!
The leader of the Alliance stood there blankly, his body trembling. But he could not say a simple word. Shocking. So shocking. In the picture, the iron planet with pitted surfaces is cut off from the equatorial region like a watermelon cut open by a sharp blade. Under the influence of the star's gravity, the motion states of the two regions of the planet gradually became slightly different. The dust and gravel on the surface splashed up under the slight collision of the two hemispheres, directly escaping the gravitational constraints of the planet and becoming a bit of stardust in the vast universe. Due to its own mass problem, the Nali star changes very slowly in the picture. But everyone knows it. That black space rift was like a sharp magic weapon, cutting it into two pieces with one knife. The elderly scientist sighed longly.
It's a pity that its core has completely cooled down. Otherwise, we're going to see something even more spectacular.
The Alliance leader looked at the scientist speechlessly. After a long silence, it asked in a hoarse voice,
Is this power supposed to be enough? Of course. Respected leader.
The old scientist had a thick smile on his face.
Before this space rift, even the powerful planetary battleship cannot escape the fate of being cut off. Energit civilization will never fail.
At the same time, a tachyon message spanned several light years and arrived at the central star system of Energit.
It's a message from human civilization.
The elderly scientist's eyes showed a bit of surprise, and he operated on the console in front of him. The message begins to translate. Lines of Energit's text appeared on the giant screen in the command center.
Surrender?
The Alliance leader quickly scanned the information and sneered.
Are you kidding me? Tell them. The Energit Alliance will never surrender. We are waiting for their arrival in the Central Star System. That's right.
The old scientist slowed down and sat back in his chair, with a smile in his eyes.
It's time to let them taste what we felt before.
Looking at the rapidly approaching human fleet in the tachyon radar, the Alliance leader gave the order in a deep voice.
Energit, prepare to fight.
Energit's central star outside the system, accompanied by strong fluctuations in space and time. A huge fleet appeared in the dark universe. Inside the Titan mothership, after leaving the super light speed curvature state, the scenery outside the porthole returned to normal. In the starry universe, there is an exceptionally bright point of light. That is the ultimate goal of the human fleet's expedition, the Energit Central Star System. Bai Yishuan, who was sitting in the command position, looked extremely solemn, and his original relaxed smile had long since disappeared. What happened not long ago resurfaced in his mind. The letter of surrender has been sent. A reply from the Energit Alliance has also arrived. To his surprise, and even more to the expectations of Liu Yongchang and others, Energit civilization did not choose to surrender. They even posed for a decisive battle.
Why?
Bai Yishuan frowned.
Why should they fight us? Information obtained from the main control computer of Kettle Star shows that almost all of their combat-capable warships have gathered on the border defense line. According to our estimates, there are only at most 5,000 relatively advanced warships and one flagship in the Central Star System. We have dealt with 100,000 warships. Do they want to rely on this small force to resist us?
As he spoke, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Ahead, in the holographic projection, Liu Yongchang looked solemn. The bad premonition in his heart became stronger.
Maybe.
A voice came from the side.
What trump card does the other party have that can make a comeback?
Hearing this familiar voice, Liu Yongchang and Zhao Zijia's expressions suddenly froze. Looking at Gao Yang, who was already deep in thought, Liu Yongchang took a deep breath. Well, from now on, his original bad premonition can be regarded as coming true.
Even if it's a trump card, what on earth can allow a civilization that has just been promoted to level 5 to maintain such confidence after meeting Qiyu?
Liu Yongchang frowned and muttered to himself. Zhao Zijia was silent for a moment and then said,
Commander Bai, try to be more careful. The pace of the attack on the Central Star System can be slowed down as much as possible. First focus on detecting intelligence, and wait until Qiyu arrives on the frontal battlefield before considering attacking.
Bai Yishuan looked at Gao Yang, who was helpless in the holographic projection, and then at Zhao Zijia and Liu Yongchang, who were serious. He nodded vigorously.
I see.
Chapter 770. It's not a big problem. I have the advantage. It is 0.1 light years away from the Central Star System of Energit. In just over 30 years, the human fleet rushed straight into the Central Star System of the Energit Alliance. In interstellar warfare, this is extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, this means that the war is in a state of one-sided crushing. Trump card? Which civilization doesn't have the means to keep the bottom of the box? A civilization that has just entered level 5, even if it has trump cards, cannot threaten the human civilization at the peak of level 5. Practical applications of grand unified theory. The huge gap in technological levels is a huge gap that is difficult to bridge. It is no exaggeration to say that the anti-particle trap and the suicide attack by the fleet were already the limit of what an interstellar civilization that had just entered the 5th level could achieve. But that still didn't do much good. Not to mention the joint shield technology. The radiation protection layer from new civilization alone is not something that ordinary 5th level civilizations can come up with, unless the other party takes out weapons of a more advanced civilization. But is this really possible? Bai Yishuan, who was sitting in the command position, was thinking and shook his head with a wry smile. What a joke. I really thought too much. Suddenly, the memory in his mind was touched a bit, and the wry smile on his face could not help but stiffen. He remembered the original human civilization. The two-dimensional fragments provided by painting have allowed human civilization to escape from certain death situations more than once. A chill suddenly rose behind him. At this moment, Gao Yang's words echoed in Bai Yishuan's mind like a curse. To others, he might not care too much about this, but thinking of Gao Yang's remarkable achievements in the past, his right eyelid couldn't help but beat violently. If the left eye jumps for money, the right eye jumps? No, it's not so unlucky. Right? Bai Yishuan calmly raised his hand, pressed down the beating right eyelid, and then gently pulled his left eyelid. Risk hedging. It's not a big problem. The advantage is mine. After an hour, the huge fleet completely hovered in place, and the side hatches of the Golden Crow and White Tiger slowly opened. Thousands of detectors slid out of the hangar, and after leaving a certain distance from the expedition fleet, they quickly entered a state of curvature. As Zhao Zijia said, to be on the safe side, it is better to conduct intelligence investigation first and wait until Qiyu arrives or obtains accurate information before making a decision. 10 hours later, the probe successfully reached the edge of the target star system and conducted simple remote exploration from all directions. Lu Yongchang, who is located in the Kepler 452 star system, frowned slightly and looked at the picture in the holographic projection. A large number of floating turrets hover quietly in the universe. Battleships with lengths ranging from 1,000 meters to 5,000 meters are scattered throughout the surrounding areas of the star system. Zero quickly completed the statistics. A total of 4,973 warships. There is not much difference from expectations. From the appearance, the models of these warships are the same as those in the border defense line.
There's definitely something wrong.
Lu Yongchang slowly exhaled a long breath and said in a serious tone,
They must be hiding some trump card.
Zhao Zijia on the side was about to nod in agreement, but a thought flashed through his mind.
Say, is it possible it's an empty city strategy? I still feel that with their technological level, it would be too difficult to create weapons that are lethal enough to Qiyu.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with astonishment. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and shook his head.
It's unlikely.
He looked at Zhao Zijia with strange eyes.
How could anyone use the empty city strategy in a civilized capital? If this is really the case, then whoever came up with this plan is truly a genius.
Zhao Zijia laughed dumbly.
Yes. Let's try getting the detector closer. Let's first assume that the opponent has a hidden trump card.
Under Zero's control, thousands of spherical detectors, driven by curvature engines, approached the target star system from all directions at the speed of 0.7 c at the same time. In the Energet Alliance command center, piercing alarms also sounded simultaneously. The old scientist looked a little gloomy. What came was not the main fleet of human civilization, just some detectors. In the tachyon radar, the huge signal source disappeared 0.1 light-year away. The optical detection devices set up around the star system have begun operating at full power under command, trying to find the fleet hidden in the vast universe. For the Energet civilization, this is a very simple matter. After all, the distance between the two sides is only 0.1 light-years. Soon, the position of the human fleet was locked. They didn't go anywhere. They just stayed quietly 0.1 light-years away. There is probably only one reason behind such an abnormal phenomenon. Human civilization has noticed the anomaly of the Energet Alliance. They changed their original rampant war strategy and became cautious.
Damn! Cunning human civilization!
Its face suddenly became ugly. The furthest attack distance of space weapons is only 800 light minutes. In other words, Energet's flagship cannot reach the human fleet at all. We must let the human fleet get closer. As its thoughts swirled, a plan was born in its mind. It raised its wrinkled palms and issued an order loudly.
Stop these detectors at all costs. They must not be allowed to enter the Energet star system.
After pondering for a moment, a gleam flashed in its eyes.
Let the flagship, Energet, evacuate from the front line immediately. Come near the home star.
Seeing everyone's confused looks, it opened its mouth and explained softly.
We only have one space weapon and only one flagship. It can't protect the entire galaxy.
It was a little quieter in the command center.
The 5,000 warships on the periphery,
a scientific researcher said cautiously.
They have only one mission.
The old scientist's eyes flashed with cold light.
Perform a scene for that human fleet. A scene of difficult defense. As long as their fleet enters the star system, we can use space weapons to completely eliminate them.
As the old scientist's voice fell, the floating fort set up outside the central star system took the lead in firing. What follows is ultra-long-range strikes from battleships and star systems. Thousands of detectors did not last long in front of the complete defensive array, and soon turned into exploding fireballs. The firelight dispelled the surrounding darkness, completely tearing apart the original tranquility of this star field. Chapter 771, I'm going to compete with you in a battle of wits and courage. And you're going to play fire coverage with me? The probe's attempted detection mission failed. This did not exceed Bai Xuan's expectations. Seeing the scene of the explosion gradually dimming, he calmly issued the next order. Warp missile. First salvo. Don't you like to hide? He wanted to see if the Energet Alliance could still hide its trump card when all 5,000 warships were destroyed by missiles. Under Bai Xuan's order, The fleet that was originally in a compact formation quickly spread out. Curvature missiles ejected from the launch silos on the side of the ship and quickly entered the curvature state. 1,000. 5,000. 10,000 pieces. 20,000. The resources obtained from the Kettle Star were all turned into sharp arrows aimed at the star system at the center of Energit at this moment. Under Zero's precise control, these curvature missiles dispersed evenly and launched attacks on the star system from all directions. On average, each battleship has to deal with 4 warp missiles. This is a bombing that covers the entire perimeter of the star system. If you are poor, you will need to intersperse tactics. Fuse has firepower coverage. Seeing the dense alarm messages in the tachyon radar, the old scientist's expression changed.
Damn it! Why do they still have so many warp missiles?
Its eyes were full of confusion. I'm going to compete with you in a battle of wits and courage. And you're going to play firepower coverage with me?
Impossible.
The old scientist's voice sounded a bit shriller.
I have calculated their ammunition loss. During the border defense war,
they definitely consumed more than 90% of the warp missiles.
Upon hearing this, an indelible shadow instantly appeared in the eyes of everyone in the command center. That was a continuous salvo of dozens of warp missiles. Seeing that the classic scene was about to be repeated, the atmosphere in the command center suddenly became anxious.
Perhaps,
a researcher said weakly,
they obtained enough warp missiles on Kettle? Are you kidding me?
The old scientist retorted angrily.
That's our curvature missile. Can it be the same model? Besides, there aren't that many curvature missiles on Kettle. Most of them are basic ammunition supplies. Unless they bring a complete military factory.
The old scientist stared straight at the picture on the screen, and his voice became fainter.
Then, what is that?
On the screen, the huge fleet 0.1 light-years away spread out its formation at some point, revealing its internal
structure.
It was a huge platform made up of battleships connected to each other through high-precision observation equipment. It can clearly see that there are various industrial equipment on that platform. Huge robotic arms, robots of various shapes, and automated production lines. Materials are being produced in an orderly and continuous manner. It can even see several battleships of varying degrees of manufacture near the platform. Are you serious? Which civilization's expedition fleet would bring a complete production system? It was really made while fighting. Right. The old scientist breathed heavily to calm down the resentment in his heart.
Fall back.
It weakly issued an order.
All battleships. All retreat. Activate all turrets in the star system to intercept.
It will take some time for the missiles to arrive, which gives the Energit Alliance a slight chance of survival. A large number of fleets began to retreat one after another. Subsequently, the defense facilities deployed on the surface of various Earth-like planets and in the universe were activated simultaneously, under the control of internal controllers or programs. These large or small forts and missile silos were aimed at the outer reaches of the star system. When the warp missiles arrive, they will unleash the most intense interception fire. Time flies. Under Baishuan's order, the blanket bombing of the target star system came to an end. Looking at the amount of ammunition inventory that issued the warning, Baishuan's mouth twitched twice.
TMD.
A curse word burst out from his mouth.
This Energit civilization is really tolerant.
In order to force out their trump card, the fleet suddenly destroyed 50% of its ammunition reserves. Even so, the Energit civilization withstood rounds of intensive and continuous bombings at the cost of the lives of more than 3,000 warships. It has to be said that the Energit civilization, which relies on the resources of the star system and has a home field advantage, still has a considerable advantage in a protracted war. Thinking that the opponent only had less than 2,000 warships left, Baishuan couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. How about shooting all the remaining ammunition? Today, he just wants to see what trump cards the Energit civilization hides. Of course, this was just a passing thought in his mind. Not to mention other commanders in the fleet. Even the command center far away in Kepler 452 would not agree with his approach. Baishuan shook his head, with a thought of regret rising in his heart. It's a pity. Just a little bit close. Obviously, there are still a lot of supplies on the planet Kettle. Lesson learned. Next time you lead an expedition fleet, be sure to bring a few more material reserve ships and engineering ships.
Drop.
Just as he was thinking wildly, a clear reminder sounded. A line of information then appeared in the holographic projection beside him. When he saw the content of the message clearly, Baishuan's eyebrows instantly rose, and he couldn't help laughing.
Chiyu is coming soon. That thing holds a lot of ammunition. Keep banging that mother hacker. True card? I have to see what trump card it can come up with today.
Explosive flames continued to appear in Energit's central star system. Finally, when the unusually strong signal appeared again in the tachyon radar, and when the number of remaining warships dropped to 1,500, the Energit civilization couldn't help it. The old scientist's eyes turned red, and he raised his hand and clapped it on the console in front of him. Here he comes. The planetary battleship of human civilization is finally here. The clay figurine still has some anger. What's more, a level 5 civilization that rules 100 light years. The Alliance leader on the side raised his right hand at the same time, and a sharp and high-pitched roar sounded from his vocal organ. Fight! Fight them! Flagship! Energit! Set off! Victory belongs to Energit! The moment the words fell, the command center suddenly echoed with the roar of mountains and tsunamis. The space-time fluctuations caused by Chi-Yu have reached the area where the human fleet is located. The moment the two sides met, the fierce artillery fire stopped. The fleet needed to temporarily replenish some ammunition. Taking this opportunity, the 1,500 battleships and flagship, Energit, surrounding the home star all lit up their antimatter engines. Inlujit Civilization. Fight. Chapter 772 Loopholes in Design Style. The long-lost alarm sounded in all the warships of the human expedition fleet. Looking at the real-time picture returned by the detector, Bai Xuan's eyebrows rose slightly. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally willing to get out. Correspondingly, his vigilance also rose to the highest level ever. On the one hand, Chi-Yu has successfully reached the front line. He never believed that a dignified level 5 civilization would not be able to detect this bit of information. In previous wars, Chi-Yu's combat power had been completely exposed to the eyes of the Energit civilization. It was a top-notch war machine capable of defeating 50,000 people with one enemy. As long as Energit's commander is an intelligent creature, it will never choose to go to war at this time unless they have countermeasures. On the other hand, the Energit civilization has been pushed to the cliff that is related to the life and death of civilization. If you are not careful, it will be the tragic end of the civilization's demise. As the saying goes, a sad army will win. The troops that can still fight under such circumstances must come with the determination to die, no matter what. Bai Xuan doesn't want to encounter Waterloo at the last moment of this war. Inside the Kepler 452 star system, the expressions of Lu Yongchang and others instantly became solemn. Like Bai Xuan, everyone thought of the potential meaning of the Energit civilization's attack at this time. The comparison and analysis of thousands of warships was completed in an instant. Looking at the specially marked battleship, Lu Yongchang's expression became more serious. It was a very large battleship with a length of 9 kilometers. In the past wars, this battleship had never appeared. In terms of size, this battleship is almost close to the Titan mothership in size. Coupled with its position in the fleet, it is almost certain that it is the flagship of the Energit civilization. Zhao Zijia's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang didn't reply, but stared at the holographic screen in front of him with his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Zhao Zijia subconsciously asked. Is there any problem? Hearing Zhao Zijia's question, Lu Yongchang nodded hesitantly. This battleship may be the trump card hidden by the Energit civilization. Hearing this, Zhao Zijia couldn't help being surprised. Is this the trump card? He turned his head again and took a closer look at the unremarkable warship in the picture, except that it was a little bigger. A look of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. Isn't this impossible? Even if its size reaches the level of a Titan mothership, it is only the level of a secondary flagship. What's more, we still have Chi-Yu. I don't blame Zhao Zijia for thinking so. Human civilization has developed to the pinnacle level of 5th level civilization. As of today, whether it is other civilizations encountered or human beings themselves, the combat power of a battleship is directly proportional to the size of the battleship. To put it simply, the larger the battleship is, the stronger the battleship is. This is almost a theorem. After all, the larger the battleship is, the more weapons it can carry, and the greater the damage it can cause on the battlefield. This point was fully demonstrated in Chi-Yu. Lu Yongchang shook his head slowly, staring at the two tentacles on the head of the battleship. No, that's not right. Although the Energit civilization and ours are two different civilizations with completely different aesthetics, we can still learn about each other's aesthetics and basic concepts of warship design from their other warships. I think the design style of this battleship is very different from other battleships. As the flagship of civilization, it should be the face of civilization. There is no reason for the Energit civilization to adopt a design that is inconsistent with the aesthetics of civilization. Zhao Zijia was stunned for a while after hearing this. I seem to understand. You mean
This battleship may not be from the Energit civilization? Just like the later civilization regards ordinary warships of more advanced civilizations as its flagship? No. Lu Yongcheng's expression became increasingly serious. Here's the bad news. To me, this flagship looks like two different design styles forcibly spliced together. Part of its design does adopt the aesthetic style of the Energit civilization itself. But there are also some design styles that we have never been exposed to.
Zhao Zijia's face froze. Then, under Lu Yongcheng's gaze, he took a deep breath.
Is there any difference between the two?
Lu Yongcheng. He shook his head, raised his hand, and dragged the holographic projection beside him.
0. Call up all the Energit battleship models in the database. Conduct inductive analysis to build a model. And then compare it with this battleship. Receive.
Seeing Ling start working, Lu Yongcheng glanced at Zhao Zijie, who was still confused, and said in a faint tone,
Will the later civilization use the stolen battleship? They didn't even unlock the internal permissions of the battleship. But if you integrate the equipment of a higher civilization with your own battleship.
Zhao Zijie understood instantly. Then, he gasped sharply.
Hack! You're playing DAFA.
The atmosphere in the People's Federation Command Center suddenly became heavy. Everyone's eyes were focused on the rapidly changing model in the holographic projection. With the support of zero computing power, the analysis results were quickly presented to everyone. On the left is Zero's flagship ideal model based on the Energit civilization aesthetic model. On the right is the model of the current Energit flagship. There is an extremely obvious gap between the two. Not to mention the two obtrusive antennas on the head of the flagship. Just the inexplicable modification marks on the surface of the flagship are enough to make people fearful.
They removed a lot of weapons and equipment.
Lu Yongcheng observed carefully and whispered softly.
Such a large-scale transformation is just to accommodate an unknown device?
Zhao Zijie held his breath subconsciously, for fear that he would interrupt Lu Yongcheng's thoughts.
No.
Lu Yongcheng suddenly thought of something, and quickly called up several holographic models of Energit's large battleship, and drew a circle on its tail area.
0. Combine this area with the flagship modification part. Conduct comparative analysis. Completed.
An electronic synthesized voice sounded the next second.
The similarity is over 95%.
Lu Yongcheng breathed a long sigh of relief.
I understand. I understand. Crazy, really crazy. It's not just an unknown device.
Facing everyone's puzzled looks, the corner of his mouth twitched twice.
They removed most of the weapons and equipment on the flagship, and all the extra space was installed into a large antimatter reactor. To put it simply, the entire flagship is the power supply component of that unknown device.
After the words fell, the Human Alliance Command Center located in the Kepler 452 star system fell into silence, as did the Energit Command Center hundreds of light years away. Chapter 773 800 times the speed of light. Front. The fleet that had replenished supplies started the curvature engine again and quickly adjusted the fleet's formation. At the same time, the launch silo on the side of the battleship was opened again. When in doubt, firepower covers you. Warp missiles. Fire again! Different from the previous rounds of salvos. This round of missiles was larger in scale. Chiyu joined the battle as a pure war machine, except for some necessary survival areas. Almost all available space inside Chiyu is used for war, whether it is a missile silo or a variety of weapons and equipment. When designing this planetary fortress, the design policy of the Human Federation Giant Structure Engineering Department is very simple, and crew the caliber is as large as possible and the number is as large as possible.
Then, the Energit fleet, whose morale was rising, was severely beaten by reality as soon as it left its home star system. The siren of the tachyon radar has become the main theme of the command center. The old scientist looked numbly at the overwhelming signal sources coming from the radar, and the corners of his mouth twitched sharply. No solution anymore. I can no longer hide my trump card. If we hide it any longer, let alone the remaining 1,500 warships, even the flagship, Energit, will probably be destroyed by these dense curvature missiles.
Prepare to activate space weapons. Power 20%. Fully intercept enemy warp missiles.
Facing the warp missiles roaring from a distance, the Energit fleet slowly dispersed, revealing the flagship located in the core area. A large number of antimatter reactors began to operate, inputting huge amounts of energy into space weapons. An unknown force field began to be generated, and the calm surface of the space-time ocean became distorted. As the degree of distortion gradually increased, a straight black thin line gradually appeared in the two antennas. The next second, this straight black thin line continues to extend to both ends. Space rift. Launch. The moment it completely leaves the antenna area, it completely disappears into the visible universe. 1 minute later, a series of explosions appeared in the starry sky 800 light minutes away from the Energet fleet. The fire spread for a full 100,000 kilometers, taking on an irregular zigzag shape. This is a unique form formed by the continuous expansion of space cracks and the influence of the surrounding stable space. The space weapon enters the charging state again. The interceptor missile only needs to use 20% of its power, and the charging speed is relatively fast. Not long after, the second deep and dark space rift adjusted its angle and launched again. Looking at the full face of Energet's flagship in the detector image, Baishuan felt his right eyelid beating again. Just now, Lu Yongchang had issued a warning to everyone the enemy's flagship was most likely loaded with advanced civilization weapons. Baishuan clenched his hands tightly, pursed his lips, and looked at the holographic image in front of him. His heartbeat had soared to the extreme. Like his heartbeat, the combined shield power of the human fleet and Qiyu as planetary shield power have also been increased to the highest power. Drop! A shrill alarm sounded, and the originally blue holographic projection turned into blood red in an instant. Unknown attack detected. Big blood red characters hung in front of everyone. Baishuan quickly looked at the tachyon radar display interface aside. There was an extremely terrifying fluctuation on it. 800 times the speed of light? Baishuan took a sharp breath and exclaimed. How is this possible? 800 times the speed of light. According to the research of the Institute of Humanities and Sciences, this speed can only belong to a 6th level civilization. Level 6 civilization. That's a level 6 civilization. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, and veins appeared on his hands and arms that he had clenched tightly for a long time. Disperse immediately. He didn't have time to think carefully, and relied on his usual combat experience to directly issue the order. Disperse the formation. Such reactions not only appeared in the expedition fleet, but also in the Kepler 452 star system. When the alarm sounded, Lu Yongchang, who was sitting firmly in his seat, suddenly changed his expression and stood up from his seat suddenly. 800 times the speed of light? Are you kidding me? 0. Try to analyze the opponent's attack target. He gave the order directly without any hesitation. The holographic picture changed instantly, and a simulated trajectory appeared in front of his eyes. According to current data, the attack will eventually coincide with part of the curvature missile trajectory. Do you want to try to avoid it? An electronic synthesized voice came quickly. Due to the large speed difference between the two sides, the avoidance operation may fail. No need to evade. Lu Yongchang's face was gloomy. Tell Baishuan to disperse the fleet formation immediately and continue to launch curvature missiles. I want to know what kind of weapon that is. 0. Conduct a frame-by-frame analysis of the images captured by the detector. Received. The analysis has been completed, and the image at the moment of attack has been successfully intercepted. As the electronic synthesized sound sounded, a high-definition image quickly appeared. In the picture, the area between the two antennas on the flagship's head is marked. Lu Yongchang looked at the empty scene with some surprise. 0. Error? But the next second, he discovered the problem. It's not empty there. In the extremely dim space of the universe, there seems to be a long and thin black line. The blackness was so deep that no light seemed to be able to escape from it. Is this a black hole? This was the first reaction in Lu Yongchang's mind. But soon, he rejected his conjecture. No black hole can look like this. He looked at the black line that quickly extended to both ends. Thinking rapidly in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where the two-dimensional debris exploded. The two-dimensional fragments at that time also spread around in a similar form. He couldn't help but come up with a new guess. Is it a one-dimensional attack? While he was immersed in his thoughts, the holographic projection on the side lit up with intense firelight. An irregular jagged explosion zone extending for 100,000 kilometers. Obviously, this was the effect of the unknown attack. Lu Yongchang stared at the explosion of fire. He had a hunch that the truth was hidden in it. Gradually, the jagged explosion zone continued to enlarge in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and gradually turned into a huge rift across the planet. The crack, he muttered. In the quantum brain, an idea suddenly appears. Space rift. The attack object is a rift formed in space. He suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 774 Attack under superlight speed curvature state. The moment he finished speaking, there was a gasp in the Kepler 452 People's Alliance Command Center. Hiss. Zhao Zijia on the side gasped slightly. Can space also form cracks? While speaking,
There was a look of confusion in his eyes. Sure. Before Lu Yongchang could respond, Fong Su, who was not far away, started to explain. The basic principle of the curvature engine is actually to distort space and time. Or to distort space. When this distortion reaches the extreme, abnormal conditions will occur. In previous theories, the situation where this distortion of space-time reaches the extreme is a black hole. But during the latest research by the Academy of Sciences, we discovered another possibility. In the smooth space, a crack may appear. Lu Yongchang took over Fong Su's unfinished words. This is a phenomenon we discovered in an experiment. No. More accurately, it should be a sign. As he spoke, he reached out and dragged the holographic projection next to him and introduced it carefully. During the process of curvature navigation, we need to generate two completely opposite gravitational fields in front and behind the spacecraft to create a positive and negative space-time distortion effect, so as to move the space and move the starship in the space. This is how the warp drive works. In order to protect the safety of the warship, we need to keep the spacecraft in a stable curvature bubble. But what if we remove this curvature bubble? Let one positive and one negative distorted spacetime come into close contact, thereby creating a powerful enough spacetime distortion effect. Zhao Zijian stared blankly at the picture in the holographic projection and swallowed subconsciously. This group of scientists, what experiments are you doing every day? Even though he knew nothing about the technology, he could still sense the dangers hidden in this experiment. Isn't this dangerous? He asked. Danger? Lu Yongchang looked at Zhao Zijian in astonishment, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Actually, it's not bad. The experimental site is placed outside the star system, and at most it will only blow up a few experimental ships. Zhao Zijian raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's it. Lu Yongchang's face showed visible regret. Actually, we have tried this experiment a long time ago, but nothing unusual has been found. Until some time ago, driven by the Grand Unified Field technology, the curvature engine technology achieved another breakthrough. The collision of positive and negative spacetime distortion effects that are more powerful than before has allowed us to discover a phenomenon that is a little different from usual. After some research, we believe that this is a sign of a break in space. The attack launched by the Energit civilization should be based on this principle. If nothing else, this should be a technology that only a 6th-level civilization can master. Lu Yongchang looked a lot more serious. I don't know how the Energit civilization obtained this technology. If conditions permit, I hope to capture the opponent's flagship as much as possible. Reverse decoding it may allow human civilization to cross the threshold of level 6 civilization. Zhao Zijian was silent for a while, and then asked again. Then, do you have a way to resist the spatial rift sent by the other party? Lu Yongchang. I need some data support. When it came to unknown technology, Lu Yongchang suddenly became cautious. Let the expedition fleet launch as many curvature missiles as possible, and I can try to analyze their basic properties. Zhao Zijian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Judging from the current situation, even if Lu Yongchang does not make this request, he is still prepared to let Bai Yishuan continue to bombard the opponent. He thought very simply. Such a powerful weapon must consume a lot of energy. Right? As long as the energy of the opponent's flagship is exhausted, the threat of space weapons will naturally be eliminated. Front. Jagged explosions continued to appear near the Energit fleet, illuminating this dim star field. In Tachyon radar, the number of signal sources identified as warp missiles is increasing dramatically. Damn it! The Alliance leader slapped the console next to him with a gloomy expression. Human civilization wants to consume us here. No. The old scientist next to him shook his head with a solemn expression. They just want to consume the energy of the flagship. This can't go on like this. We have to get the fleet moving. The old scientist stood up from his seat and gave the order in a loud voice. All battleships, start the curvature engines. Cruising speed, 50C. Upon hearing this, the leader was stunned, and then quickly raised his objection. You? After entering the curvature state, our battleship will lose its ability to attack. The cruise speed of those warp missiles is 100C. Isn't this seeking death? The old scientist glanced at the Alliance leader meaningfully. You still didn't understand the meaning of what I said at that time. Spatial rifts are part of space. The Alliance leader couldn't help but froze on the spot. He suddenly realized something. What do you mean? That's right. There was a bit of a smile in the old scientist's eyes. Space weapons can be launched during curvature navigation, as long as we get close to the human fleet. The attackers and defenders will have to switch positions. Warp drive starts.
Under a strong fluctuation of space and time, the huge fleet disappeared directly into the visible universe. The probe immediately transmitted this information back to the expedition fleet and command center.
Report. The enemy fleet has entered warp state. Current cruising speed, 5C. Cruising speed is still increasing rapidly. The flight trajectory coincides with the curvature missile trajectory very well.
The report from the crew reached Baishuan's ears. Looking at the simulated trajectory of the upcoming collision in the holographic projection, he fell into deep thought. This can't think of Energit civilization? How could a cruising speed of 50C avoid a warp missile attack of 100C? They can't even intercept. A warship in a state of curvature cannot effectively attack the outside world. This is common sense. Just as he was thinking this, the tachyon radar sounded the shrill alarm again. The space rift, with a speed reaching 800C, appeared again in this star field. Baishuan's face suddenly froze. Energit civilization. Can you still attack in a state of super-light curvature?